Have we started?
Not that I know.
Okay, it's just that we don't know.
You'll know, Gord.
How can we talk to each other?
I think you might not want to.
Yeah, we'd be an open mic if we talked to each other.
Okay. Councillor Roberts, can you give me the thumbs up? Can you hear us now? Fantastic. Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It is currently 9:01 on a nice snowy November 1st here in the township of Muskoka Lakes. We're here to talk about our budget for 2024, and we have a full house, which is wonderful. I'd like to acknowledge that we do have a supplementary agenda, which includes a visual presentation from the Muskoka Small Business Center, a divisional presentations from our senior staff, presentation and deliberation of the draft operating budget and forecast, and a report from our Director of Finance. So those were included in our supplementary agenda. At this point, I would like to ask committee members if there's any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Okay, seeing none. Oh, yes, I skipped over a few things, and that was our public comment. Thank you very much for that. We did actually receive a message from the public from David and Marlene Scolati regarding the Burgess Dam. So that is included in the public record. And I would just like to remind members of the public that to include comments, they have to be received, I believe it's 24 hours in advance, correct? And we did receive as council a message last night from the Muskoka Lakes Association. Those will be included in our minutes, but they aren't necessarily noted here on the public agenda. Okay, excellent. Just a reminder that all of our motions have been pre-populated with random movers and seconders to expedite this meeting. Voting, all members shall physically raise their hand until the chair has confirmed the vote. And if the vote is unclear, a verbal vote will be recorded by the clerk. This is not considered a recorded vote. A member, for those in the public sitting in the audience today, you'll note that we do have a hybrid setting here at the township. So while we have members of council and committee here sitting around this table, we also have people joining us via Zoom. And we do have a few councillors joining via Zoom today. All right, so we're moving right along. Committee, no disclosures of pecuniary interest. We're going to move right along to item number 4A, which is our delegation for today. And I'd like to welcome, I believe it's Ms. Cornish from the Muskoka Small Business Center, and Cheryl Kelley. You do have 5 minutes. And I would remind committee that this is similar to every other delegation that we do have. We will have an opportunity to ask questions after the delegation today. But as noted, this will be included further along in today's discussion of this service level enhancements. So with that, welcome, and I'll turn the mic over to you.
Oh, is it on? Well, Chair, Council, I would really like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak with you today about the Muskoka Small Business Center. As we mentioned, I'm Elizabeth Cornish. I'm the Managing Consultant of the Muskoka Small Business Center.
And I'm Cheryl Kelley, the Director of Planning and Development for the town, and we're the contract holder and provision of the service with the province of Ontario.
We're just working out how we advance those slides. You've all read them. I'll just get into it because we do only have 5 minutes. Most businesses come to us, and you can go try it. We can bump ahead, I think, with one more. Yeah. There we go. Most businesses come to us having never run a business. And so our role is to provide free one-on-one advice, to sit down with people and understand their business and help them get to the next step, whether it's by referring them to the organizations that can help them best, or whether it is having them participate in workshops or additional consultations. We are really focused on new business, but we also have noticed big increase in the number of existing businesses who are seeking help from the center. A lot of them just want to figure out how to get to that next level. So we're thinking of ourselves as the place people come to start, sustain, and grow. A lot of people know about these two programs, so I'll just keep it brief. The province started out by funding something called Summer Company, and I think it's over 25 years old. Summer Company provides $1,500 in startup funding to students between the ages of 15 and 29. And if they successfully complete the program, they get $1,500 at the end of the program to go back to school, which defrays a lot of the risk of trying to start, run, and make successful a business in 8 to 12 weeks, depending on whether they're in high school or not. For many years, the center has lobbied to have a similar program for adults, and we currently have a group of 9 businesses working with us in our starter company program. They're selected from a group of applicants. These folks are really committed to going through training, mentoring, and ensuring that they have a business plan that they can take to our grant review committee. And we award 7 grants at, just before Christmas this year. So total, I think we put about 50,000 in grants to the community in the 25, 30 years that we've been around. So I'm gonna go to slide 6. Okay, so businesses come to us in a variety of ways. I would say that most common is people who've been referred by other businesses. I was actually quite surprised by that, but it's been wonderful. Businesses tell other businesses, and they all seem to find their way to our door from across the Muskoka area. We also rely heavily on our business partners. So for our major programs and other initiatives, we try to get the word out to all of our economic development partners, the BIAs, the chambers, the Ys, etc., so that they can share information that will support businesses. But we just want to tell you quickly about a few businesses that we've worked with. Cowboys, they received $5,000 per starter company. And we now have them come speak at our events to share their success and tell others how they can do it too. Next. Bar 32, she is actually the youngest sister of 3 to go through our program. We get a lot of siblings. When one's seeing one be successful, another. And she set up in Port Carling and sold her gourmet ice cream bars, which apparently were quite successful. Next. I worked with Reed. I think a lot of you know him. He's the Brackenrig butcher, and he's now butchering a lot of deer right now. He's one of the few people in Muskoka and other points to do that for folks. But he also has a shop where he sells other cuts of meat and other products. And he received $5,000. He's actually coming back as a mentor this year, which is wonderful. Lake Muskoka Boat Detailing was another young business. We get a lot of young people wanting to use the lakes for their business. We had 3 this summer from the Muskoka Lakes area, and this particular one, she started a boat detailing business. All 3 of those businesses ended up hiring people to work for them because the business was more successful than they had expected. So that's a big success for us. I'll just quickly name the last 2. So these folks, you can see them online. They've got great products. They are in a lot of local stores. And Ride the Lake, it predates me, but they're another wonderful summer company business. Okay, so much for 2.5 minutes.
Okay. You could go to the next slide, please. So we're just here to ask for funding to support the Small Business Center because the province has not increased our funding since about 2013, and it has not kept up with inflation. Next slide. We did do a delegation to AMO to speak to the ministry about the shortfall. We are also a partner with the Provincial Small Business Enterprise Center Network, and they are also lobbying the province to have our funding increased. And then we do not expect that though to take place until probably about 2025 because we are currently midway through an agreement. And next slide. So we have made a delegation already to district council looking for funding in the amount of $12,000. We are speaking to all of our partners at the local level. And we're here today in support of our request that I know went out to you, and also our presentation went out to you in the amount of $1,500 to help keep this center. And we're looking for a partnership, and certainly consider it to be a partnership to keep what I consider to be a vital service in the area. I think there's one last slide, which I kind of covered. So Madam Chair, I think we've hopefully kept within our timeline, and we're certainly here, and we do thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning.
And thank you very much. Okay, at this point, committee, do we have any questions? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. How does the MSBC differ from the Chamber of Commerce organization that we support and have operating in the township of Muskoka Lakes?
So if I could, Madam Chair, thank
Yes.
you. So from my perspective, we work with anybody. So it doesn't have to be a chamber member. It doesn't have to be a member of any organization. Anyone can walk in off the street and ask us about starting a small business. I do think, in my opinion, based on my experience with chambers of commerce, they're very much focused on their members. And yes, they may attempt to provide some business support services, but you know, we really do get down and dirty with people. We do speak to them about their finances and help them business plan and all sorts of things that you may not share that information with the chamber.
Okay. And Councillor Bosenworth.
Through you, what other sources of funding are you looking for other than the first and second tier municipal governments?
We do, as Cheryl mentioned, we have a over $30,000 shortfall, which actually, when we did the math, turns out to be what we should be making if they'd kept us indexed. We haven't had an increase in 10 years. So we are lobbying hard there at all levels of government. We do seek some sponsorship from local business, but it's been a really tough time for a lot of them. So during COVID, we weren't quite anxious to start asking for handouts when we were there to support them. So, but we do approach businesses to help defray the costs of, workshops, bringing in speakers, etc. And we do receive $1,000 a year from FedDev to support the Bridges to Better business events that we hold each year.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for coming today on a snowy day. We appreciate it. And as noted, we will be talking about this as well as a number of other items towards the end of today's discussion on the budget. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day. Okay, we don't have any public. This is it. Okay, committee. Well, this gives us an opportunity now to get into the bulk of today's meeting discussion and agenda. And I would like to read a resolution to allow us to suspend the rules, right? The procedural, I'm having a hard time speaking today. Suspend the rules of procedure. So I'm going to read this resolution, moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that pursuant to section 2.3.2 of the Township's Procedural Bylaw 2023-089, as amended, the rules of procedure be hereby suspended for the duration of the presentation of the 2024 Township of Muskoka Lakes 2024 Draft Operating and Capital Budget Session, and that the rules of procedure be reinstated at the conclusion of said item. All those in favor? Thank you. That is carried. All righty. So let's, before I hand the the mic over, Chris, through a bit of the flow for today and what we can be expecting. When I do hand it over, Director Donaldson and the other members of the senior leadership team will be taking us through their presentations. So that's an opportunity for them to walk us through all their thinking at a high level. I've kind of put it into my head that that's probably going to take up to an hour. So that gives us a chance, committee members, to sit and listen to the staff reports and all the great work that they've done. At the end of that, we will be able to open up the floor, as we typically do, for questions and discussion on those particular presentations. Once we've done that, we'll probably, depending on the time, we'll take a quick break and come back and get right into the capital budget. We'll have a discussion on that. We'll read a resolution at that point. We will close that off. We'll then move into the operating budget. The operating budget, as we all know, talks about the actual operations for this year or this upcoming year. And included in that conversation is a placeholder for a discussion on reserves. Once we've confirmed all of that, then we will be moving into what we call service level enhancements. So we have quite a bit on our agenda today. In advance, I would like to say thanks, and I'm sure I will at the end of today as well, to staff for pulling together a very comprehensive, easy to read document. And I really look forward to them helping guide us through today. So that said, I think at this point I can just, just one last quick reminder, sorry, that the decisions we make today are not final, that we will be having another meeting in 4 weeks from now. So just a reminder to everybody as we go through this. So with that, I think I will ask Director Donaldson if you would like to take the mic, take the floor, and I'll hand the meeting over to you for right now. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, committee. Glad to see you all here. And on behalf of the leadership team, I'm pleased to present the 2024 draft operating and capital budget for your deliberation. The budget preparation is a collective effort of many individuals from all corners of the building. And I would like to extend my personal recognition and thanks to all of their contributions in bringing this product together today. Before committee today is a draft budget with a proposed levy increase with assessment growth of 6.9%, which is within the line of the guideline approved by council and presented to committee in September. This levy increase is also consistent with the proposed increase or projected increase that was presented earlier this year in the 2023 budget for 2024. In preparing this budget, for committee's consideration, staff have endeavored to reflect the best estimates based on current information and assumptions while remaining prudent. As noted in Table 1 of the staff report, the increase in net operating costs, excluding all reserve activities, is $667,900 or 4.9%, with a small adjustment of $163,200 or 1.2% related to lower contributions to reserves from interest and provincial grants, which brings us to a net increase of 3.7% on the operating side. The remainder of the levy increase relates to an increase in contributions to capital reserves directly from the tax levy, which is an increase of $441,000 over the 2023 level, or 3.2%. This total increase in contributions brings us to a total of $4 million of dedicated funds from the tax levy for capital related projects. The forecast years for 2025 and 2026 are presented as a projection for future years. However, I remind committee that we are not formally approving those years in this discussion and in this budget package. However, I do note that those years do include significant increases in reserve contributions as well as we move forward. The largest operating expense category in the operating budget relates to salaries and benefits, which accounts for expenses excluding contributions to reserves. The assumed salary adjustments for staff and council for 2024 is in accordance with the Ontario August Consumer Price Index as published by Statistics Canada, which is in line with our township policy on compensation. In 2023, Council also approved 3 new positions, and those salaries were prorated in 2023 due to the expected timing of filling those vacancies during the year. As a result, an additional increase beyond the annual cost of living adjustment of approximately $170,000 is also included in the current year's salary budget to annualize the cost of these 3 positions. Excuse me. The remaining operating expenses, excluding compensation, are increasing by approximately 15% over 2023, and Appendix 1 of the staff report outlines some of the key drivers for these increases. Some additional factors affecting the year-over-year increase are some one-time adjustments, such as in contract services, materials, and equipment. We have reallocated some costs between operating and capital budgets. For example, contributing to this increase, some minor equipment purchases in the fire service, which occur every year, have been reassigned from the capital budget to the operating budget. The impact of this change effectively just moves what was previously funded through a transfer to reserve for the capital budget through to a new line in the operating budget, being contract services. But there is no change in the actual cash being spent for these items other than normal inflationary increases. In preparing the 2024 budget, we've also adjusted 2023. We've also made adjustments based on the 2023 year-to-date experiences we've seen so far. So, such as utilities have increased substantially from what was originally budgeted in 2023. So we've made adjustments for that utilization as well as inflationary increases related. Also noted in the report, professional fees and honoraria includes a $400,000 increase in consulting fees related to the approved septic reinspection program, and those charges are fully recoverable and have no impact on the levies. So the revenue offset is included in the revenue line titled cost recovery. Also of note on the revenue side, we have a year-over-year increase in user fees. And that relates to the reintroduction of fees related to site plan control, which committee will remember was removed by the province last year, and we omitted it from the 2023 budget. And it has now been reintroduced with the changes in the past year by the government. We also have updates related to the contingent approval of the fees and charges bylaw, which is currently before council. So not included in this budget are foregone revenues related to discounted recreational facility use. So recreational facility revenues are currently reported on a net basis, or as we've collected the amounts that we've collected, and doesn't quantify council's financial contribution to the community through these fee reductions in the budget. While this doesn't have an impact on the levy, it's important, I believe, that there be a recognition in the budget based on the reporting that quantifies the amount that is being contributed by council to these groups each year. So as noted a moment ago, with respect to the reserves, contributions are now at $4 million in this 2024 budget, up from $3,559,000 in 2023. Additional contributions to the reserves also come from committed provincial grant programs, such as the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund grant and the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund grant. And no other grant funding has been assumed for 2024 for capital. There is some grant funding that is assumed in some projects in later years. However, should any successful applications for grants be made in 2024, that would reduce the draw required from discretionary reserves, and we would continue to pursue those where feasible. Projects which are eligible for development charges and parkland in lieu will also be applied as appropriate. Moving to the capital side, the 10-year forecast is currently estimated at $120 million over 10 years, with $9.4 million estimated for 2024. As this level of investment is greater than the contributions to reserves, this will further decrease reserve balances in 2024 by approximately $2.5 million. As a comparison, in 2019, the 10-year capital plan was $51 million. This increase of more than 100% over this time frame has been the result of updated information and extraordinary inflationary pressures over the past 3 years. In 2019, contributions to reserves and grants were roughly aligned with the average planned capital expenditure, and the year-over-year impact on reserve balances was manageable. However, with the normal deterioration of aging assets combined with a significant increase in replacement costs, this situation is becoming critical. In working through this capital budget, staff identified projects requiring attention this year, but chose to defer some, taking a cautious approach not to draw discretionary reserves down more than has been recommended in order to ensure some flexibility is available for any unforeseen funding requirements that we may not be aware of at this time. The current level of capital needs cannot be delivered at the historic level of reserve contributions. Increasing interest returns on reserve balances over the past few years has helped to fund some of the capital needs, but with reserve balances decreasing and interest rates expecting to recede, at some point, the amount of interest earned on reserves is also decreasing. As staff finalize the non-core asset management plan to round out the legislatively required municipal asset management plan, the total financial requirement to address the condition of all the township's assets is actually expected to be greater than the $120 million presented in this 10-year draft. And this will exacerbate the current issue being presented to committee today. The service level study for capital assets slated for 2024 will be a guiding document for the future of managing and financing the township's asset inventory. The budget package for committee today also includes a schedule in Schedule 3, several tables related to reserves and reserve funds. As a reminder for committee, obligatory reserves are those that are restricted by legislation or agreement and can only be used exclusively for specific purposes. The reserve funds include the development charges, parkland in lieu, fees related to building inspection services, and the Canada Community Building Fund, formerly known as the Gas Tax Fund. Discretionary reserves and reserve funds are referenced in the Municipal Act and are created at the behest of council by way of bylaw or resolution. Funds can be allocated, drawn, transferred to, from, or between any discretionary fund established by council as it so wishes. Schedule 3 of the budget package was provided as a pro forma statement to illustrate a worst case scenario of the impact of the current 10-year capital plan on the tax levy over the next decade. There are many variables which may change the courses of action to be taken, which includes the annual level of capital spend, the availability of grants and other funding programs, and the use of debt financing for certain projects. A sound fiscal strategy for financing the township's asset management will be completed in the future. That is a requirement under the asset management plan under the Regulation 588-17 for the existing assets. The tax rate calculation in Schedule 4 is based on the expected 2023 assessment values from MPAC. Again, property values remain at 2016 valuations, except where MPAC has reassessed for changes in properties. This year, the increase in assessment related to construction activity is approximately 1.2%. This result means that the 6.9% levy is actually a 5.7% residential tax rate increase, with the remainder being collected from the reassessed property owners at the new rate. The impact of a 5.7% rate increase is $7.43 per $100,000 of assessment. As noted in the report, the township accounts for approximately 20% of the general levy received from Muskoka Lake residents, with roughly 54% attributed to the district and the remaining 26% to the Ministry of Finance for education purposes. Business cases have also been included in the package. There are 3 staff and or council initiated proposals for funding that are over and above the 6.9% presented in the operating budget. As well, committee has heard from the public at a special meeting on September the 7th, and from the requests received at that meeting, staff committed to assess the cost and impact of these asks and these have been presented as separate staff reports without recommendation for committee's review. Additionally, we heard a delegation this morning, which will also be considered by committee as well. Funding applications for operating grants received from the Muskoka Lakes Chamber of Commerce and the Muskoka Lakes Museum have also been included in your budget package. There was no increase in the request funds from 2023, and those amounts have been included in the operating budget presented today. As part of the township's budget engagement, a survey was open to the community for approximately 8 weeks. There were 149 submissions received, and thank you to the public for your comments. A report has been included for your information in the supplementary agenda. Many of the comments reflect the direction that council has been taking and providing to staff on many initiatives. A full listing of comments has been provided as well in the package as an appendix. So in closing, each year we review the previous year's process to see what can be done better. In 2021, we introduced budget software for the township for the first time in support of the budget presentation, and we continue to review opportunities to leverage that application to present budget schedules in a clear, consumable format with relevant information for readers. A notable change this year was the presentation was the addition of a capital project overview for each of the projects planned for 2024 to help provide some additional information for the readers. The project overview page attempts to provide committee and members of the public with that additional detail and justification for the proposed expenditure that was not available in the previous summary. And staff look forward to continue to make improvements, and we welcome any feedback from committee members or the public in terms of how to make this document better for everyone. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to invite my strategic leadership colleagues to make a short presentation on their 2024 budget initiatives contained in the slides in the supplementary agenda. I will apologize in advance to all members for any confusion with page numbering. We will follow the page numbering in the agenda as sequenced in the agenda package today. So I will constantly make reference to which page we are on relative to the agenda package. So the main agenda package is 246 pages, and the supplementary package was 76. So I'll just keep making reference to that, and I will provide some screen sharing as we go, so we can all be looking at the same thing and talking about the same items as we proceed. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you very much. And I think I see our clerk is heading up. Thank you, Director Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. I'll just wait for the slides to come up. The legislative services and council budgets before you include revenue and expenses relating to clerks, records management, land and agreements, customer service, communication, administration, legal, as well as the CAO and council. We have a number of ongoing and very exciting projects taking place, but one specific project of note is the township's strategic plan, which is scheduled to be undertaken in 2024. Those are my highlights. I stand for any questions, and we'll welcome Ms. Liebman up.
Committee, I think what we will do is hear from all of our staff. So please continue to take note of your questions, and then we will ask questions of the entire staff at the end. Thank you. Ms. Lehman.
Thank you. Good morning, committee. As you're all aware, a key theme in our municipality and in the community at large is surrounding talent, how to attract, how to retain, and how to ensure we have the right people in the right jobs at the right time. The human resources function exists to address these broad and complex people issues and to support and lead best practices for our approximately 100 full-time, part-time, and seasonal staff, as well as 120 firefighters. This year, we ran more of our people through a variety of corporate training topics, not including job-specific departmental training. This means our talent is becoming more proficient, independent, and capable. They're rising to meet the challenges of the modern workforce, and this is an investment in the future of our municipality. In 2023, we led the conversation around security and workplace violence and began an assessment with the Joint Health and Safety Committee. We wrote, communicated, and trained new policies and coordinated 28 recruitment processes and counting. Next year, we'll focus on diversity, equity and inclusion and succession planning and execute our capital project, which is a market compensation review. With the help of compensation specialists, we'll benchmark the municipality against comparators and verify our internal and pay equity practices. Council will be engaged throughout the process as decision points arise. Thank you for your ongoing support of this function and our staff programs overall. Next is Director Donaldson.
Thank you, committee. So in the area of financial services, we've been working very diligently over the past year in terms of process management and trying to find ways to optimize the inordinate amount of paperwork that goes through our office. And one of those ways is to try to leverage our financial services software. One of the projects we had slated for 2023 that is still ongoing was an initiative to be able to send our tax bills out electronically by email if that was the selection choice of the residents. We have been having some issues with our vendor, but that project still continues, and we do hope to have that ready for pilot in 2024, that we can then move forward with that in 2025 with that full option of online services as well. We're also looking at ways to improve our internal reporting to make things more integrated with our other systems and automated in terms of consistent production and outputs that make managing the business much easier for department heads, that they're able to access the information they need to have in order to make sure that they are running their areas in accordance with the approved budget that council has authorized. Can you flip my page? Thanks. We go to the next one for IT. So in the area of IT, this has been a very robust area in the last year. We have successfully migrated all of our users over to Microsoft 365. As many of you, many council were aware with as part of that email transfer. We also did our hardware upgrade in the server room downstairs. Those machines were at the end of their service life, and so those have all been replaced, and we are now in the process of transferring everything over from the old servers to the new servers. We're looking at certainly network security and cybersecurity is an area of primary importance that we're always kind of thinking about in terms of how do we make sure that we've made our systems as secure as possible. We hear every day in the news somewhere that someone is being hacked and held for ransom, and that is something we'd certainly like to avoid at all costs here at the township of Muskoka Lake. So we certainly are implementing some additional protocols to try to enhance our security. And as we move forward with capital, again, our servers will be up for review in 5 years. So we'll have to make a lot of changes happening in the world of IT, whether or not on-premises servers is the way to go, or do we go to some sort of service operation. We also are continuing to keep our hardware refreshed for our users so they can make good use of the applications that they're running on their systems, and they're not using old slow machines that are inefficient and cause a delay. In this year's capital budget, we've also allocated $150,000 for IT projects, and we've got a number of them that we're continuing to implement. The City Works application in the area of public works is continuing its implementation for inventory and fleet management. I mentioned the finance projects with leveraging with our vendor on our finance systems. We're also looking at records management and possibly other projects that may come up through the year. So we wanted to ensure we had a sufficient budget in our IT to try to keep the organization moving forward and build on those efficiencies wherever possible. I'll move it over to development services.
Good morning, committee. The first area in development services is building inspection. This function ensures compliance with the Building Code Act and the Ontario Building Code through the review of building permit applications and the enforcement of construction activity. You'll see in 2023, one of the major projects was implementation of cloud permit or e-permitting software. For 2024, a large project is a rollout of the sewage system maintenance and inspection program. Council approved that policy update, a rather large change from the previous practice of 2 seasonal students selecting several lakes that are some known issues to a mandated frequency on basically all inspection of all sewage disposal systems in the township on a set frequency. Those systems identified as high risk would be inspected on a 5-year cycle by a contractor. And you'll see that's the largest change in the operating budget in this area. You'll note an increase of $400,000 for those contractor costs, but you'll also see a corresponding increase in user fees of $400,000. So that is a complete offset. And for capital highlights, you'll note the annual vehicle, which is standard for building inspection. Moving on to bylaw enforcement, this area seeks obviously community compliance with municipal bylaws, as well as administering licensing, as well as providing education and awareness to the community. See, in 2023, a major initiative was the AMP system, which is now in place and ready to roll out. Priorities for 2024, predominantly ongoing review and consideration of regulations surrounding short-term rental accommodations. There's no capital expenditures planned in 2024. For economic development and grants, the mandate of this division is to implement the economic development strategy, as well as to implement the community grant program. Major projects planned in 2024 include updates to the community improvement plan, private sector incentive program, as well as an update to the Chamber of Commerce memorandum of understanding. In planning, obviously, planning staff provide land use advice to council and the community in accordance with the Planning Act. Major projects, obviously, in 2023 accomplishments included the adoption of the new township official plan. And in 2024, as we're required under the Planning Act, once an official plan is approved, is to commence review of the zoning bylaw. And you'll note that in the capital plan, initiation of that project, as well as consideration of a community planning permit system as part of that process. So with that, Chief Morrell.
Good morning, committee. All right, just want to make sure the slides advance appropriately. So in the emergency services department, we are comprised mainly of 2 components. One is the fire department, if people know, and as well the emergency management and program committee for the township. The mandate of this group is to reduce, mitigate, or eliminate community risk, as well as to respond to emergencies that occur within the township. We also ensure that the township of Muskoka Lakes is prepared to appropriately respond to community emergencies through creation of a municipal emergency plan based upon legislation. 2023 projects to note for our team include the Community Emergency Management Program. We received provincial compliance for the 4th year in a row. The Community Risk Assessment and Fire Master Plan were received by Council. We responded to 639 emergency calls for service. That is a year-over-year look. So that's October 22 to October 23. And we hosted 32 public education events reaching 3,803 people and 250 door-to-door safety checks, more commonly known as our smoke alarm campaign. In 2024, our priorities are to complete the community risk reduction plan that is based upon the CRA, which is a document that was received by council. And we continue to move towards firefighter certification compliance, which has been very challenging. This is to get our firefighters certified for the services that we provide the community. And as well, we are completing a fire station location study. In 2024, our capital highlights, and I must admit, my fat fingers in the middle of the night, I actually completed this as if this was the stuff that we did in 2023. So I will highlight for council that within the package, it does highlight very similar projects. In 2024, our capital to purchase will be a fire tanker apparatus for the Foots Bay Fire Station. In 2023, we did acquire a 4-seat fire pumping apparatus for Raymond Station. In 2024, we plan or propose in the budget to purchase a rescue vessel, a small ribbed inflatable vessel for the ballast station. And in 2024, we did acquire an ATV for the Raymond station. The remaining two components will remain. We will outfit 20 new firefighters in bunker gear, and we will continue to progress in our SCBA maintenance program. In our 10-year capital highlights, I will highlight for council that we continue to maintain the vehicle replacement schedule for our frontline apparatus based on the stations that we respond from today. And that is where you will see a marked increase in our 10-year budget. Our fire station location study outcomes will also provide a capital service level conversation respecting our fire facilities. And now I'll hand. Who am I handing it over to? Oh, to the library. Kathy.
Good morning, committee. The Muskoka Lakes Public Library serves all of the township of Muskoka Lakes. There are 2 branches located in Bala and Port Carling. The library provides permanent, seasonal, and short-term residents with a diverse library collection that includes books, magazines, movies, as well as providing programs for all ages. In 2023 year-to-date, we have seen an increase in program attendance and number of programs offered in the library, as well as through outreach opportunities, such as our weekly attendance at the summer market in Port Carling. It has been wonderful to see the level of community engagement surpass pre-COVID levels. In December, we will be welcoming a new CEO, Chief Librarian, as I'm retiring at the end of 2023. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Mayor and Council for your previous and ongoing support of our wonderful library.
Good morning, members of committee. I'm going to take care of the rest of the township's operations. I'm responsible in public works for looking after the operation and maintenance and repair and rehabilitation when required of all of your physical assets. So whether it's arenas or any other physical asset, that typically falls within the department's scope of responsibility, save and except for the fire department. In the area of arenas, as you're aware, we have 2 arenas, one in Port and one in Bala. In 2023, we operated for 1,069 hours of recreational use. One of the main accomplishments was the replacement of the desiccant humidifier in Bala, as well as significant repairs to the roofs on both arenas. The other major accomplishment was the initiation of the arena feasibility study. That project is currently in phase 2, and you will be receiving reports in the coming weeks as to the status of that project. As far as 2024 is concerned, we want to complete the feasibility study because that will then give council direction, or allow council to give direction staff as to where we see this area of our operations going. In terms of the capital program, 2024, we have an ice resurfacer in Bala, which is actually a hand-me-down from Port Carling. It's on its last legs and will require replacement. The other main item of note is the every 5 years, we are required by the Ministry of Labor to do condition reports on both arenas, and that is coming due in 2024. Longer term, I think council needs to consider the direction of arenas and where that will take us. With respect to cemeteries, we operate 12 cemeteries on behalf of the community. 2023 was a fairly light year, and that will be reflected in the actuals that you will see in the documents that are presented. We addressed 30 cremations and as well as 5 conventional burials. In terms of 2024, I think One of the things that has been highlighted to me is the need for some administrative policies and procedures to guide the business as we move forward, and I will be turning my attention to that. In terms of the physical upkeep of our cemeteries, it's very much a status quo kind of operation. We take care of things as and when they're required, and that should inform the bulk of the 10-year capital forecast. One exception to that, as you're aware, we are in the process of installing a columbarium in Port Carling cemetery because we've run out of physical space within the current cemetery. Depending on how that utilization occurs over the time frame, we may be looking at another one, and there is space to accommodate it. Moving on to community centers, we have 13 community centers. This year we have hosted 2,164 events. And we were successful in completing the washroom upgrades in Raymond. They are now fully AODA compliant. We've also done upgrades in Milford Bay with respect to the sound system and the flooring in the Peninsula Community Center. And we've converted the furnace in the Hecla Community Center from oil to propane. 2024, we plan to look at the governance of the halls and the interaction between the township and the hall boards. That was identified as a priority as part of the Parks and Rec Master Plan. We also are hoping to upgrade the booking software to make it more feasible for people to self-book. That will take a considerable amount of strain off of staff in terms of the day-to-day operation of the community centers. As far as the capital side is concerned, 2024, unfortunately, we haven't been successful in wrestling the Milford Bay HVAC system to the ground, and we hope to be able to finish that project. It's being carried forward into the 2024 capital budget. The other major issue that we're coming to grips with is the water treatment system in the Walker's Point Community Center. It is getting to the end of its life and needs to be replaced. As some of you may be aware, our water in every facility is tested on a monthly basis in accordance with the Safe Drinking Water Act. And that water has to be meet the requirements of the Act in order for those facilities to continue to remain open. The longer term, you have a number of facilities that are, shall we say, long in the tooth. They have individual systems that are coming to an end, or in fact may well be past the end of their useful lives. And you can expect to see a lot of requests for replacement of existing systems. On the facility front, these are our operational buildings. So buildings such as the Township Office, the Health Hub here in Port Carling, as well as the operation centers for the Public Works Department and the library and the fire halls. We've been fairly busy over the course of the year doing a number of small projects, whether it's painting an existing facility to continue to protect its long-term life. We're in the process of replacing the fuel system at the Randwood Patrol Yard. That will protect the environment in terms of making sure that we're not having contamination leaching into the ground. There have been a number of projects with respect to our fire halls to improve the capacity for care of our firefighters and thereby protect their health and safety. And we did some work on the library in terms of its HVAC system. 2024, we'll see the end of the fire station location study, and Public Works is providing support to that. It's proposed that we look seriously at the Patterson Yard and what its future may be. The Capital Works, as I've said, the two location studies, the boathouse that houses our fire vessel in Milford Bay will require the replacement of the roof. The municipal office here in Port Carling, there are AC units that require replacement. In fact, we have one AC unit that serves our server room that is causing us some serious concerns, and that requires immediate attention. Longer term, again, we have a number of facilities that are aging, and there will be a requirement for replacement of basic systems throughout the course of the next 10 years. Parks is a quite expansive responsibility. We have a variety of recreational facilities, parks, beaches, cemeteries, docks and wharves, trails, etc. 2023 was a fairly busy year. We moved forward on the replacement of the play structure at Jasmine Park. We've continued to upgrade washrooms throughout the public washrooms throughout the area with a view to making some of them winterized so that they can be used 12 months of the year, as well as replacement of several docks. In 2024, again, consistent with the recommendations of the Parks and Rec Master Plan, we propose to devote some considerable energies to establishing standards of performance and operational procedures that will guide staff in terms of council's expectations into the future. On the capital side, major projects will include the replacement of the Queen's Walk or Sunset Park dock, as well as some work to upgrade the basketball courts and play area outside the Torrance Community Center. We're also proposing to install life-saving rings at several of our beaches and water accesses in order to allow for assistance to swimmers who may become in distress. Swimming program, we offer a small swimming program every summer. This year we met the needs of 173 swimmers, 73 at Hannah Park just down the street, and 100 at Jasmine Park in Bala. My observation would be that participation continues to fall. We're down about 15%, and this is an ongoing trend that at some point I think council is going to have to come to grips with. Until we hear otherwise, however, we will continue to offer the program as mandated. Trails, the township currently is responsible for 13.8 kilometers of trail. We've been active in terms of upgrades and improving our trail system throughout 2023 with the provision of a gate access for winter use at Huckleberry Rock, some improvements to Hazelwood Trail, Walker Point Trail extension to Hardy Lake to help ease the pressure, or at least provide the potential to ease the parking pressures at Hardy Lake, and as well extension of the loop to Muskoka Road 118 in Huckleberry Rock. As was the case with the parks profile, there is a need for some policies and procedures to be put in place to guide both the classification of our trail system as well as standards of maintenance and care, And consistent with the recommendations of the Park and Rec Master Plan, we propose to do that in 2024. The other area of need in my observations is for trail signage, and we hope to initiate upgrades to some of our trail signage that hopefully will benefit users and reduce the number of people who find themselves turned around. Public Works Administration, that is the group that oversees the entire operation. In terms of this year, we've been busy. We've come up with an implementation plan and proceeded with the implementation of the Parks and Rec Master Plan. We completed the Transportation Master Plan for the municipality. And we have are in the process of completing the finishing touches on the asset management plan update to include all physical assets owned by the township. You should be seeing that before the end of the year. In 2024, again, consistent with some of my other comments, I see an absence of some policy and procedures framework, and I hope to set my attention to that. The other thing that you've got before you is to find my replacement, and I will leave that to you. Roads is the biggest chunk of what we do, and frankly, I'm not going to paint a rosy picture. We're struggling on our roads program. It's not achieving sufficient accomplishment to keep pace with the rate of deterioration. And the deficit is piling up year over year. 2023 was probably our busiest year, and we accomplished 16 kilometers of road that was reconstructed or resurfaced. Most of that was done by staff internally, and it was a struggle. It was a strain on staff. We're operating at our capacity. That having been said, our accomplishment is less than half of what we need in order to keep pace with the rate of deterioration. In terms of 2024 priorities, again, we've got some operational and policy documents that should be put in place. We will continue to do in-house projects to the extent that we're able. We want to try and implement the traffic bylaw, which is still, the signage components are still lagging. And I think there's a need to update our traffic volumes that haven't really been touched since 2013. So I think it's timely that those be updated. The capital program, as it is presented to you, contains two very large projects, namely the Burgess Dam and the Port Carling-Medora Street retaining wall. Those two projects of their own will consume something in the order of $2.7 million out of the total program. We're proposing a roads program that will address about 11.2 kilometers of road. In terms of the 10-year capital works forecast, again, I'm afraid I have to say to you that the program is not rosy. It's not achieving the minimum necessary to keep pace. And I think you're going to have to come to grips with some very significant issues as you move forward. It's my hope that through the level of service analysis that is being recommended to you, it won't change the picture, but it might make it a little bit more manageable for you as you move forward. And with that, Madam Chair, that concludes my presentation.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much to all staff members for your very good highlight and overview presentations. Just before I open up the discussion to questions, I did want to note, Ms. Duck, thank you for your leadership and guidance on the library. We just don't have the same opportunity as we will with others when they're leaving or retiring to say thank you for all of the service that you've provided. And we look forward to hearing and having you involved in the community going forward in a different way and capacity. So I just wanted to make sure we did acknowledge that before we closed off and moved on into other items. Okay, at this point, committee, I see Councillor Zavitz. You have your hand up with a question?
I do, and if I may, through you, just in terms of the presentation from Public Works, Director Becking, is this the time where we seek comment? Okay, good. Thank you. So if I might to Director Becking, I'm just wondering a couple of points. One regarding community centers. What is your formula to arrive at the 12% usage number you cited? I guess I'm wondering, is your day in your calculation 12 or 24 hours? And is this a by day or hourly sort of assessment?
Okay, thank you. Director Becking.
Madam Chair, the facilities are available to the public on a 7-day a week basis. We typically work 9 to 9, although we do have some events that extend beyond 9 o'clock in the evening. So it's a straight mathematical, the amount of booking as documented by the booking system, divided by the total number of hours for 365 days less. I think we exclude Christmas, New Year's, and there's one other holiday during the year that I think is excluded, but otherwise that gives the denominator to the equation.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I might, supplementary.
Yes.
Are washrooms winterized now? You referred to that in your body of the report. Are they winterized? Which ones are, if they are, and when, if not? I wonder if you might share that.
Okay, thank you.
I stand to be corrected, Madam Chair, but I believe Hannah Park, Windsor Park, and are two that are currently winterized. The intention is to expand that to include Baycliff, Windermere, and one other that escapes me at the moment.
Sports Park.
Okay, thank you. And then the third question, I didn't hear it referenced, probably didn't expect to, the Port Sandfield dock repair status that we continually get banged around with on social media. Do we have any, through Public Works, do we have any sense of where that stands?
I can speak to it in very basic terms. The docks are owned by the province of Ontario. The council has expressed interest in their transfer to township jurisdiction. Those discussions are ongoing, but have not reached any conclusion at the present time. At this point, the ball is in the province's court, would be my assessment.
Okay, thank you. I think
well, if I might, I just have one other.
Councillor Zavitz, I think our CAO would like to
oh, sorry. Thank you.
To this. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, and good morning, committee. I just wanted to add to Mr. Becking's comments with respect to Port Sandfield. Staff have and continue to express concerns to the province about the, state of repair of those facilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, another question.
Thank you. And so my final, and again, thank you, Director Becking, for the responses, and of course, all of your good work, sir. This is to Mark Donaldson, and this is my final thought, and it's more of a thought than an actual question, maybe in a preparatory sense. I do have an appetite to finally address in a more fulsome and practical manner our reserves. And in fact, I even have a number in my head, which is likely $4.5 million, which is 500,000 more than as is proposed in this document, and which is some, $1 million over 23 levels. I guess more to the point, for the record, I'd like to be able to discuss that at some considerable length with my group here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think we did mention that we will have an opportunity as a group to talk about the reserves in a more fulsome manner as we get to the end of the operating budget portion. That said, Director Donaldson, if you would like to add anything.
I don't think I have anything specific to add at this time. I'd wait for committee to further discuss the matter, and happy to provide any comments at that time.
Fantastic. Thank you. I see Councillor Roberts, Councillor Kent, and then Councillor Nishikawa, and then I would like to, because at this the question, Councillor Roberts is just trying to understand what we're trying to do, and I do want to remind committee that we will be getting into the specifics of the capital plan after we have our break. We will be getting into the specifics of the operating plan after another break. And then we will be discussing reserves and the service level enhancement. So we will have an opportunity to get deeper into each of these items. So at this point, I might encourage us all just to keep it at a high level, the conversation or the discussions on those presentations. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Very quickly to Fire Chief Morrell. Chief, you mentioned that that certification is challenging. What is the reason for that?
Thank you, Chief Morrell.
And just to be brief with the councillor and with committee, we are endeavoring to try to achieve the deadlines that the province has put before us. We're hopeful that the province will move some of those deadlines back a little bit. It is a little challenging in terms of the fact that we do not have dedicated resources for training, like for coordinating the training. But as committee will note, in the budget this year, we are asking to allocate some part-time resources within our own operating budget to help accommodate with that. But yeah, it's very challenging in terms of securing third-party training. And I could go at length. I could write a whole report about the challenges here, but
okay,
we're trying to get there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Director Becking, I had a quick question, which is a follow-up onto Councillor Zavitz's question. I actually had the exact same question relating utilization rates, both of the arenas and of the community centers. I would suggest that it might be worth looking at the utilization rate into two periods of time to see if there's a big difference. What is the utilization rate, let's say, for the period that we maybe used for short-term rentals, which was, I think, from Victoria Day through to week after Labor Day, which was sort of the extended summer period, and then the balance of the year. And I guess that question for us is, what is an acceptable level of utilization rate? Is there a consolidation that we need to be thinking about at some point? But I don't think you can tell from the one point. You need to break it into the 2 periods of time to understand that. And I may be off. There may not be a big variation on community centers. I do think, obviously, in arenas as well, with 2 arenas at the low numbers that they're at, and PC is not so bad. Obviously, that speaks to an arena consolidation plan, which I know is something that's in the works already. But I think we should look at that. I'd like to request just to get those numbers on a different basis so we can think about it in that format. And I have obviously a bunch of questions on reserves and some thoughts related to Councillor Zavitz's comment about increases, but I will hold those till we get later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't think that's just a future conversation. So,
Madam Chair, we can pull the numbers together for you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Kelley, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, and through you, I just have a quick question for Director Donaldson. When we're looking at the Schedule 2 operating budget summary, there is a reference throughout to 2023 forecast. And I don't see it defined anywhere. I want to know what that number is composed of, actuals to some point and
Okay.
estimates to the balance.
Okay, Director Donaldson.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, so the forecast is an exercise that staff undertake based on year-to-date actuals to project to December 31st where they believe their expense lines will end up at the end of the year. So it's just a projection, a forecast, a flash, if you will, to the end of the current year relative to the budget.
Just supplemental then. So I'm assuming this document is current enough dated that it's actuals through the end of September, 9 months. And I'm just curious to know, is the balance a plug number from last year's budget? Is it 1/4 of last year's budget, or is it just an intuitive thing that comes from how we're progressing today?
The forecast number is actually updated nightly in our budget software. So it is to the minute in terms of when staff are looking at it. And it is a projection based on best estimates of current activity in terms of what is to come. It's not a sum of the current year to date plus last year or a budget number. It's a, you know, I've spent 70% of my budget to this point, and I think I've got, you know, certain things I have to do before the end of the year, and that's going to be X dollars, and it's an estimate based on actual activity.
Thank you. Committee, are there any other questions for staff at this point? Okay, seeing none, I would like to suggest we have a 15-minute break, and when we come back, we will be getting into the capital budget. So that will take us to 10:35. We will regroup here in this room. And once again, just before we do, I would like to thank all members of staff, but quite frankly, those of you who presented today. It took us an hour on the nose. So Director Donaldson, I commend you. I don't know how you did that. So thank you very much for some great reports, and we look forward to a very healthy discussion in the rest of today. So have a great break.
You team again.
Okay, committee and staff. It is it 10:35? Oh, we just got 30, everybody's back. Fantastic. Okay, we are now going to be moving into the discussion on the capital budget. And I'd like to suggest that, you know, maybe I'd like to start out with, having gone through this budget package, it was really nice to see the extra work that staff have gone to. I think they've listened to us over the years and provided us some further detail in our capital plan with the page by page rationale and explanation to the capital projects recommended for 2024. So with that, Director Donaldson and I would like to take an approach whereby we will look at each of the sections or the divisions as a whole. Director Donaldson is going to guide us through that. He will let us know what page numbers we're on, the sections that we're talking about, and provide us a high-level overview of each of the initiatives, trying to keep our discussion and our decision-making focused on the 2024 capital plan. That said, of course, anything in the capital plan, if there's something that you have a question or you would like to discuss that's included in the entire 10-year capital plan, please make sure you do bring that up. But our focus today really is trying to finalize and confirm what our 2024 capital plan will be. So, so this is a slightly new approach, but it's intended to build off of the good work that staff have done, the further information that we've had, knowing that we've all had a chance to read it and we have access to the same information. So we will start with that approach. And Director Donaldson, I'm not sure, are you going up to the mic or are you going to, you're going to sit there? Okay. I'm going to hand this over to you. And after each division, we will open up the discussion for questions and discussion. Director Donaldson. Sorry, Director Donaldson, I meant to add one last thing because I do want to make sure. If there is an item that we would like to have further discussion on, we will be putting those into the parking lot like we have done historically, and we will continue that process. So just it noted that, you know, if there's something that comes out of each division, we will make sure we have that parking lot, and at the end, we will have that discussion. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So as discussed, we'll review the capital budget in sections. And so for the purposes of our discussion, I'm currently on page 35 of 246 of the agenda package. This is Schedule 1, the capital budget summary by division. So in the first section, we'll go through the administration departments. So the administration department for 2024 for council, the 4-year strategic plan is included for 2024. There will be 4-year, you can see 4-year rotations of that over the 10-year plan. So that is the capital related projects for council. With respect to treasury and information technology, we have our development charges background study, which council had confirmed a consultant appointment on that at a previous meeting. Based on some input we got as well during the public meetings, we put forward a 2-year proposal for a lean process improvement study. So hiring a consultant to help us with lean principles. And for those who are familiar, that is really about process review, workflows, ensuring we're maximizing efficiencies and process within the organization. So that's also a process, and that would be corporate wide. It's under treasury, but it would be a corporate wide initiative. Apologies for the typo. The project under IT is for photocopiers, not for photocopies. But our fleet is actually the lease expired last year, and the proposal would be rather than to lease with interest rates increasing the way they have, we would probably be better served to purchase new equipment in the coming year. As well, we talked about earlier the replacements for ongoing for laptops and other IT equipment. So the computer related at 30,000 per year throughout the plan. And for 2024, I mentioned earlier IT projects. So we have implementation projects underway for public work software, for financial services, for legislative services, for records management. So those would also come through as well. And a number of years ago, the fire service received a donation and they had purchased some laptops for their communication systems. Those are now getting to be aged. And so the proposal would be that we would look at replacing those tablets to provide for better roadside services that the fire service would have in the current year. In the out years, we'd also look at our voice, our phone system and looking at replacing it. It is also getting to its end of life as well for the service, for the office as well. So there are additional detail pages included here for your review. And then moving to HR again, Sarah spoke about the comprehensive compensation review that is done every 5 years. So you can see it's due in 2024, and then again, it'll come up in 2029. And legislative services, there's $1 million out year spend that is a placeholder, recognizing that there does need to be a document storage facility at some point prepared and created for the documents management. There's documents stored in various locations, so we'll be looking to keep it in a safe and secure and dry location. So those are the key capital projects for administration, and I will turn it back to the chair if committee wishes to discuss any of these items.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Donaldson. Committee. Do we have any questions? I see Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor Nish. I think I saw Councillor Nishikawa, then Councillor Kent. Okay, so Councillor Zavitz, Councillor Kent, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you, not to put too fine a point on it, but so we're looking at fire tablets, $20,000, easy to go to Best Buy and just, spend that money in a moment. I'm wondering if we could consider, I'm not mind messing this to death, but I think this is more the thinking that I'd like to approach today with more like, if we could spend 10,000 on these tablets and perhaps I don't think $20,000 for the tablets just go outdated January 1. So I'm wondering if we could allocate say 10,000 for the tablets this year, 10,000 in 25, and you use that other 10,000 for one of the AEDs we're looking at for either one of the other community centers. So we'd still have the $20,000 expenditure, but I think we'd get a bit more mileage out of it. And, anyway, that would be my thought. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we put that down as a note to talk about if we would like to amend the amount for the tablets for fire service. So thank you very much, Councillor Zavitz. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I have two questions. I guess, Mark, I was wondering whether you could explain to us the timing of your recommendation on the lean process improvement study. I guess I just think we have so many things on the go. It seems like a very big, meaning organization-wide program. And I was thinking that that's something that the timing would be better to defer it, but I don't understand the urgency of that. The second is, although I commend you on all the improvements you've made, I was just wondering whether right at this moment, given the number of other projects, that was the right timing for $100,000 expenditure. The second one, could you just clarify the 150 for IT? Is that consulting costs for the 3 or 4 initiatives you said that are to be completed?
Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much for the question. So we did have an internal discussion around the lean process review as well. I think one of the drivers of that is we have made some changes to our staffing levels over the last number of years. And I think that it would be good for us to have a good understanding that the way in which we work supports the number of staff that we have as well. And that if there are opportunities for efficiencies, we could do that. Certainly, you're correct. I would agree. There are a number of projects ongoing. It would probably be something that would be launched late in the year, I would say, particularly after our capital service level study is complete. But certainly is something that we could defer if we felt that that money could be better spent in other areas in the 2024 budget. With respect to the IT projects, some of the software has already been purchased, so a large amount of that, I would probably say 2/3 to 3/4 as a rough estimate, would be just consulting costs with the vendors in terms of getting support for some of the customization or implementation that needs to occur. There are some software costs that are going to occur in 2024, and that would be particularly around records management to ensure that we can get the application installed. But the largest portion of the 150,000 would be consulting.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
So thank you. I'm going to be very brief. I just wanted to note there was one opportunity, and I heard from a few other members of the public that there is an interest for the public to get involved, like we used to in volunteering, to do some initiatives within the community. And I will point those out at a later date, but one of them happens to be this painting of the bridge. And actually getting an artist involved in that type of thing. So I hope that, I just want to put note that I hope there's an opportunity to revisit some of these ideas going forward where we can involve our community.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burry.
Thank you, through you. I think I'm just going to try and make an observation that we talk a lot about consultants. And in fact, many times, we're not using consultants, we're using contractors. So instead of us hiring full-time people, we are contracting out the work. So this IT work that Mr. Donaldson was talking about is really contract work. We don't have the technical expertise in-house to be able to do some of those things, so we hire it outside. But it's not a consultant that's telling us what time is on our watch. It's not the McKinsey Bain consultants. We're actually, it's contract help. And I think that, we shouldn't lose sight of that, because that's offsetting us hiring full-time staff. It's the best use of the resource. Value for money, as our mayor might say.
I like that distinction. Thank you. I think we might see that a few times throughout today where that could be relevant. So I appreciate that. Okay, I see Councillor Kent and then Mayor Kelley. Did you also have your hand up? Okay, it looked tentative, that's why. Okay, so Councillor Kent.
I was just hoping that you could put the lean process improvement study on the garage. Because
Okay.
I would propose that we defer it by 1 year to let them get short-term rentals and all this IT software upgraded and new, automated tax bills, and there's plenty to do. And I think I think the group is pushed. It's one of the things that I think could wait if they're going to start at the end of the year to 2025.
Okay, so I think we've taken that as a note, and we will put that on our parking lot and or our garage. Okay, thank you. Mayor Kelley.
Thank you. And through you, I really was just going to put a finer point on Councillor Burry's comment. To my way of thinking, if we're hiring a consultant, it's because we need expertise and brain that we don't have in-house. If we're hiring a contractor, it's because we just need brawn. We need the physical presence to do a job. And rather than staff up on a permanent basis, we bring them in on a temporary basis to do provide physical effort. It's that simple. The only reason I don't like to conflate the two is because, quite frankly, if we're hiring consultants all the time, we're sending a message that we don't think we have staff to do the jobs. And in some cases, we shouldn't have staff to do the jobs, but in most, we do.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Kent, I see your hand up again. Do you have another question? No? Okay. Any other questions or comments in this section? So I believe there was 2 items and our clerk and director of finance have both noted these as discussion items at the end. Okay, next section.
Thank you, Chair. So we move into development services and environmental sustainability. So we're now on page 48 of 246 of the main agenda package. So many of the projects that are being identified under economic development here are aligned with the community improvement plan that was approved by council previous years. And one of the a number of these projects actually, as they're indicated on the page, sorry, they wouldn't be in 2024, but in 2025 and beyond, there are a number of projects that are contingent on grant applications. So there would be some support coming from other levels of government, federal government, provincial government, perhaps the district. So a number of these projects are such that they would only go forward provided that there was additional funding. What you're seeing here on these costs would be the total cost of those projects. In terms of the bridge painting, this came up last year. I think there's a desire to want to see if there is an opportunity to move this forward. In terms of the viewing decks, this would be with respect to in Port Carling, again, approved as part of the community improvement program. Moving across to building, there is typical vehicle replacement. Our vehicles run on a 7-year rotation. So every 7 years, a vehicle is traded in or reallocated within the organization if it's in condition that can be done so. In 2025, there is a proposal for new furniture, new furnishings in the building department. All purchases through the building department are paid for through the building reserve. So there's no levy impact any of the capital that comes through the building program. In bylaw, again, just vehicles. There's no vehicle slated for this year. And in planning, as Director Pink alluded to, with the completion of the official plan, then the zoning bylaw review begins, and this would be drawn from the studies and plans reserved for 2024 and 2025. And so with that, I will turn it back to the chair if there are any questions around development services.
Thank you. Committee questions. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Just a very quick one. I just wanted to ask about the signage in Bala. And the reason why I'm asking this is because the 3 existing signs are currently and information signs were installed by community members. I'll just say the Legion and a combination of Chamber and a few others. And we're actually looking at replacing those signs. And I'm not sure if this is the township, if these locations are where we currently have those signs that are maintained by those, and mostly it's just said, we're already getting the community engaged in funding the replacement of those signs. And I'm just wanting to make sure that we're not talking about the same signs.
Okay, thank you. Director Pink.
Thank you. Through you. Those funds are not to replace existing signage. It was identified in the community improvement plan. And I believe also the 2008 Bala streetscape plan is somewhat of a gateway signage, similar to what you see in Gravenhurst, kind of a landmark near Windsor Park. So it's consideration of a feature such as that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. We will move on to the next division. Director Donaldson, sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay.
One comment we just wanted to make on the community improvement as well, that was included in 2024 is the viewing decks for Port Carling, this 45,000. Staff are actually proposing that we will move this to 2025. We'll move this out of the 2024 plan and move it to 2025. So we'll note that adjustment as well as staff recommended.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So we now move on to emergency services. So this is page 56 of 246 of the main agenda package.
Again, a number of these items are recurring. So in the fire chief referenced the discussion around personal protective equipment, bunker gear for some of the fire service, self-contained breathing apparatus that is purchased and replaced on a cyclical basis. So it's not the same equipment that's being replaced, but it's a component of the entire inventory of self-contained apparatus that is being replaced on an annual basis. So the equipment that gets purchased to support the fire service members, that's $392,400 in 2024. And then when we move into the equipment, which is on page 64 of page 246, as noted by the fire chief, for 2024, there is a tanker for Foots Bay that is estimated at $579,000, and the rescue boat for Bala, which would be a Zodiac equipment that would also be purchased in the year. So those two pieces of equipment for 2024. I'll turn it back to the chair for any question.
Okay, committee. Okay, thank you. So I have two hands up. I see Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you, through you. And I do apologize. I think that back then, because it's Director Donaldson, if I might refer back to the previous discussion where we were talking about development services. There's the two $500,000 boardwalk that have been pasted on here. And of course, that at the end of the day does reflect on our long-term body of work. Here we are contemplating reserves, etc. I'm wondering, because neither of those projects or the proposed projects are anywhere near the discussions stage, and yet we put a boat anchor around our necks of $1 million on our documents. I wonder what the intelligence is of that in this particular case. And there are some other cases throughout all of these documents where we're looking at $100 million worth of work that needs to be done. If this is one of the millions, I'm suggesting that it's just, why wouldn't we take it up for further discussion down that road, etc.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Donaldson?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So I just want to be clear, just for everybody, we've gone back to under economic development. There's two items.
I apologize.
That's okay. Do you have the page number in the agenda package? I'm looking at the overall summary, but page 48, is that correct?
Yeah, it's the screen. I've got the screen up. It's item it's items 26081 and items 27151 at the bottom of the page.
So so these are two items that hit the books in 2026 and 2027 as part of the long-term capital plan that come straight out of the CIP initiative. I'm just wondering, maybe I can ask Director Donaldson, would we like to put this on a parking lot item to discuss to take it out, or how would you like to approach this? Because it feels like we need more information before anybody would want to either take something out, or what does that really do?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. So in your opening comments, we talked about focusing on the current year in terms of that's what needs to be funded in the most urgent manner. That's the precedent. And certainly if this was part of a larger a community improvement plan and it was approved by council, and we can certainly provide more detail in terms of how it would be funded, because I think there are some other funding sources that may be related to these projects as well. But we can certainly, I'll put it on the list and we can talk about whether or not we think it needs to be revisited. I don't know if we would remove it or not, unless there's a desire to want to revisit the community improvement plan in its entirety, or, in its portions, to see if there's other projects that may be here that the community may or may not want to proceed with. But I'll leave it to committee's direction on how we want to proceed.
Thank you. And I just want to extend that a little bit further, because the CIP is something that's guiding the plan in these decisions, and there's different ways to make funding. So it will also probably flow into that service review project that we're going to embark on this year too. Once we start to see everything as a whole, Is that correct? So,
Well, I think this is new, so I think and the CAO can help me with this, but I think the capital service level study will focus on existing assets and what we're currently having to deal with.
right.
This is something that we would be adding on as a new investment in the future.
Okay, thank you. And I think our CAO will add.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this is in an out year and it is new infrastructure that would be added to our table, if you will. And I think the notion of doing the capital service level study will give you sort of the better picture as to the costing of what we have on our table. And I think you can make a decision about whether or not you want to add things to the table in those out years. But certainly if you wish to discuss that in more detail as a parking lot item, we can add it.
Whatever.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Further to that conversation, I think the issue of the longer term forecast is, are we presenting a longer term forecast that's a minimalistic approach, which is bare maintenance, or are we presenting a vision of the basic things we've discussed and committed to? And yes, as Councillor Zavitz mentioned, it's a $1 million extra baggage that's in the long-term reserve forecast, but I think it's more realistic to keep it in as a thinking for thinking purposes than it is to take it out and have it be an understatement of, plans and needs for the community, or at least images or visions of what the community ought to be. So I'd suggest we keep those things in because we're not doing the longer term, but it's an agreement on whether that long-term plan is a minimalistic plan or is it a majestically.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa, sorry, but.
Thank you. Just another quick one. Just about the bunker gear. So I happen to actually be going through some old budget documents, and I pulled out a photo of, I think it was like 2014 or something. We gave away a whole slew. Like I think there was 50, well, no, closer to 100 bunker gear that we gave away to I think it was Jamaica or something like that. So we had this great photo op and all of that. But I had a conversation with the fire chief, and it sparked my interest into asking the question, what our asset recovery is, because the direction of this particular fire chief is different than the fire chief in the past. And I like this approach. So I just wanted to ask Mark where that asset recovery line would be for that bunker gear and things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I think, so when we sell equipment that is no longer meets our needs, we just bring it into general revenue. So it's just included in our other revenue line, I think, is where we have our gains on disposals, especially if something is fully depreciated. So we would keep it, we would bring it into operating revenue if we have a recovery. And we sell a lot of old equipment that, when it just reaches the end of its useful life. For us, we are able to, sometimes we get a good return and sometimes we don't, but it's always optimal that we see what we can get out of our retired assets.
Of course.
So I actually would like to see, not tomorrow kind of thing, but I would like to have a better understanding of what those numbers are, because it's often a criticism, that, we just give things away, or we do trade-ins as opposed to selling, in a better market and all of those kind of things. So I think it would be important for the general public to know. And again, it's not an urgency or any of that kind of thing, but, and in fact, if there is a way to do it separate, like I think fire is separate in my opinion, but, and again, it's a lot of it because we're always critical about how much that's one of the highest budgets, right? And so I liked his approach, and I didn't know if others were aware of that. Thank you.
Director Donaldson, have you got that in the parking lot by chance?
I don't have it in the parking lot because I don't know that it was a comment on the investment we were making, but I've made a note of the request to track these details.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're now moving on, I think, to the next Division, Library. He's going to 68. 68, I think. Oh.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm just trying to get myself organized. So we're now, yes, we're on page 68 of page 246 of the main agenda package. And the library is very succinct. It is really just an annual contribution for collection material, replacement and expansion of periodicals, e-materials, books, and so on for the library, and an alternate year investment in any new office furnishings that the library itself may need at the Port Carling or the Bala location.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Seeing none, thank you. We will now move on to our biggest and last section. And I think we'll all agree that this is such a significant section that we are actually going to take this one a little bit in smaller bite sizes. So I think we'll take the approach of bundling cemeteries and parks together, community centers and arenas, and that way we all have a chance to process and ask the questions in those different departments. So we'll just continue that way. So Director Donaldson, cemeteries and parks.
Thank you, Chair. So as noted, I think the director in his comments earlier noted that the capital works at the cemeteries is very much a maintenance exercise in terms of replacing aging infrastructure. In 2024, we've got fencing for the Milford Bay location, and that is the dominant investment for the cemeteries in 2024. And then in terms of the parks, which takes us to page 72. Or sorry, excuse me, we're still in cemeteries. Apologies, one moment. No, sorry, we are in parks. So we've moved to the parks. Yeah, so we've got some animal-proof garbage receptacles that's been part of a project that's been ongoing for a number of years. So this is phase 4 in 2024. Also, a Gregory Freight Shelter needs some attention, and that is located up in the Manette area. I believe you said that's in Manette area. As well, in the out years, there's a number of large scale projects with respect to change rooms at some of the park locations and washrooms. As we move forward onto page 75, the summary page. I would have just draw your attention again, and we've talked about this in the past, and it's one of the improvements I think we'll look to make as we move forward. But the docks and wharfs are included under the parks title. So we do have some significant investments coming up in future years with respect to the Beaumaris Wharf and the Foots Bay Wharf out into the 3 to 5 years from now. Some significant investments, but minor investments in 2024 at Baycliff Park and the sports park for the bleachers.
Okay.
And then just to finish up parks on page 78, the director mentioned about the life rings and some work at the Rosso Lake 2 dock replacement, and the big project for parks this year, as mentioned earlier, was the Sunset Park dock replacement. And I will turn back to committee if there's any questions about any of those projects in that section.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, committee. Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry, I'm just going to ask about the life rings. It's sort of interesting because I remember when the one was removed from Portage Landing, I'll call it, and that was actually installed by residents, but I just don't know what this is and what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Director Becking, did you want to?
Certainly, Madam Chair. the intention is to have essentially a Kisbee ring at strategic locations initially for where we have higher usage, and have that there so that in the event of a swimmer having difficulties, members of the public can just reach out, grab it, and throw it into the water, and hopefully assist the individual having difficulties to avoid other consequences.
So looking at the description, it says provide life ring safety devices at the 11 beach locations throughout the township. So it's just adding that feature to each of the beaches. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I have a question for Director Becking, and or Mark, Director Donaldson. When we replace docks, and it's really a general question, I assume we're like, for example, the swim dock at Bakewith Park this year. Are we replacing it with materials such that are completely recyclable and, you know, we're not doing cedar docks or anything? I assume we're doing materials that last a lot longer, such as what Foots Bay did at the Cove. They replaced all their docks with a fabulous material that's like impenetrable. That's question number one. The question two is, when you say you replace a wharf, for example, at Foots Bay, is that the concrete drive-on platform? Because it's such a large amount of money. It's obviously not the small sideboards along that concrete platform. Could you elaborate on what those major expenses might be? Just generally, it's Bill Morris, it's Foots Bay. I didn't understand that.
Okay, thank you. Director Becking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good question, and the councillor is correct. What we're talking about is major replacements. Many of the larger wharves that the township is responsible for, we received from the federal government back in the mid-90s. They were not in the best of condition at the time, and certainly the intervening period hasn't materially changed that situation. At some point, those wharves, and I'll use wharves and docks separately because they're, in my mind, they are separate issues. The Foots Bay wharf is a wharf. It's intended to be sufficient to secure large vessels, and I mean something more than a runabout. Some of those docks have been around for 60, 70, 80 years, and they are getting to the point where they're going to need to be replaced. We had the experience last year of opening up the Beaumaris Wharf, and we're quite surprised by the extent of deterioration in just a small portion of that wharf. I expect that we'll be seeing a lot more, and we are suggesting that council should plan for that. With respect to the Beaumaris dock, which is in the near term, that is actually a separate dock that is owned by the township and is in poor condition and requires replacement, as does the Sunset Park dock in Torrance.
Can I just ask a follow-up?
Yes, thank you.
Just for sorry, I don't mean to be slow, Councillor Mr. Becking. It's when you say a wharf, let's use Foots Bay as an example because I'm very familiar. The big construction vehicles drive onto this concrete driveway with a little bit of docking on the side, and they load onto their construction vehicles. This is separate from Chown. That's what you mean by a wharf. Is that right?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
And then number two, did you say you were using, for your docking materials, I'm hoping you're using the indestructible fake stuff?
Thank you. Director Becking.
Madam Chair, I'm not familiar with the terminology that the council is using, but we're proposing to use natural wood. Typically, hemlock is preferable. If the councillor is referring to the PVC fake wood. That wood has a number of performance problems associated with it, which makes it unsuitable for our use, notwithstanding the fact that it has or it's reputed to have a greater longevity than would otherwise be the case.
Thank you.
Is that the material that the Cove used? I mean, it's beautiful wood. People are using it all over the place for docks now. I'm confused by your comment. I would just suggest maybe you and I could take it offline on that one.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add that you mentioned Balmoral dock, but I think you meant to say Baycliff, right? It's the
I
floating
did
dock.
mean Baycliff. Sorry, I did mean Baycliff. Thank you. The
Sorry.
$7,500, not a lot of money.
Sorry, this was a question for Director Becking, because you mentioned Balmoral dock, but I think you were talking about the floating dock at Baycliff Park, correct?
No, Madam Chair, I was referring to the Beaumaris dock.
Okay.
Which is not the same as the
Right.
Beaumaris wharf.
Got it. Okay, so you were, thank you. Okay, are there any other questions on cemeteries and parks? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to community centers and arenas.
Great, thank you, Chair. So now I am on page 83 of page 246 of the main agenda document. The main investment in 2024 on the capital project list is the Milford Bay HVAC. So just for clarity with some members of council, so this was on the 2023 capital budget as well. The principle that I've tried to use with senior leadership here is if a project has not been committed to in a budget year, even though it was approved, if we haven't committed to it, then we should bring it back the following year and get council's reconfirmation that we do want to continue with this project. If a project has been committed to, even if it's not completed in the year, then it's that ship has sailed and we will continue to finish that project up. In this case, we have not signed any documents with respect to Milford Bay, so we will not have spent the money that was approved in 2023, and it's just now reappearing in 2024 because we're still in that planning phase. So that's why you'll see that project here again. This is the cost, and Director Becking will correct me if I'm wrong, but this cost is an estimate related to the HVAC system itself. If there is any ancillary work that needs to be done with the implementation of the solution for the HVAC system, that would be over and above this cost. I believe is that correct? Well, that's correct. That is correct. Yeah. You'll also note in 2025 that the Windermere kitchen upgrade is included for that investment, and the kitchens had been approved by council previously. Moving to page 85, excuse me. So we have, as the director had noted, water disinfection systems. So this one's for Walker's Point in 2024, estimated at $25,900. Moving to page 87, we have a small investment for the replacement of the oil tank at the Windermere Village Hall and some work at the Torrance basketball court of $40,000 for that investment in recreational facilities there. Moving to arenas, in 2024, there's not a significant amount of investment in the current year. We'll see that there are some small items. The larger expenditures related to the arenas, as noted in my report, will come after 2024 with respect to the concrete floor replacements in both facilities, and those are expected to be in the $1.5 to $2 million range, and they've been reflected here. There's also significant roof work that needs to be done on the existing facilities that I think some members of council will be aware of from last year when we had that significant snowfall. There was a number of issues with the roof as well at that point. On page 92, excuse me, page 92, again, the Port Carling floor is slated for 2026. And we are looking at some small investments related to the Port Carling Arena in 2024, the condenser and storage shed repairs as well. Director mentioned about the ice resurfacer in Bala, and that's $95,000.
and an engineer report is required in 2024 on both facilities. So I will pause there at page 95 and ask if there's, turn it back to the chair, if there's any questions on any of the projects from community centers or the arenas.
Thank you. Okay, committee. Councillor Zavitz, Councillor Edwards, Mayor Kelley.
Thank you. Through you, I guess two points. First, on page 87, Director Donaldson, as it relates to the Torrance basketball court. Now, I see in the rationale, it includes permanent nets, pickleball basketball lines. Now, I guess there's a couple of questions here. When you say nets, are those pickleball nets and basketball nets? And isn't this, I would have thought this would have been included in that other discussion we're going to have from our Corey Moore, our manager of recreation, as it relates to that topic. So I'm surprised to see it here as a placeholder. Obviously, we have allocated it in previous year. But to put it here, I would presume. So a couple of questions there for you, sir.
Director Becking.
Madam Chair, committee will recall that the play area outside the Torrance Community Center was in this year's budget. There has been numerous requests for upgrades to that and to expand its usability to make it more usable throughout 12 months of the year. So the driver for the work is actually the intent to expand the usability of the space. One of the obvious areas for improvement is to include pickleball as part of that broader upgrade, because it is so ubiquitous within the community. It is not being driven by, its inclusion in this item is not being driven by the request from the Pickleball Association. The two are totally separate. We are only proposing to include it as part of the broader work.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Zavitz. And then
Thank you. Secondary question, if I might, as it relates to page 95, the Bala Arena ice resurfacer, so those as the Zamboni, I guess I would call it, 95,000, and here we are, we haven't actually seen the final report and or had those discussions, and we're already dealing with a Port Carling hand-me-down, if you will. So what I'm saying is that, you know, is this the cart before the horse thing again, or I'm just going to support this 95,000, and we'll wait to see in the weeks to come as it relates to that overall usage piece. So I'm a little confused by it, if you will.
okay. Yep. Director Becking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The councillor is asking the question that we wrestled with when we chose to include this. The study, as the councillor has alluded to, is not yet in our hands and won't be probably until the first quarter of the year. That having been said, we only have this opportunity to put this before you, short of drawing into reserves. So hence the reason why it's included. Regardless of whether or not the results, regardless of what the results of the study indicate, the fact remains is that the ice resurfacer is well beyond the end of its useful life, and will require replacement at some point in the near future, and hence the reason why it's included in the budget.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Kelley, did you have your hand?
Thank you, I do. And through you, just really quickly, I want to go back to the last comment that Director Donaldson made about a engineering review for both arenas due in 2024. I realize that if it's the one I'm looking at, it's only $25,000. I hate to say only, it is $25,000. But I'm interested to know, is that a statutorily required review? And if not, have we had them done in the past? And further to that, the last time we did one, what did they find, and did we remedy what was turned up then?
Thank you.
Madam Chair, first and foremost, these are statutorily required, and they're required every 5 years. The last set were done late in 2018 and bridged over into 2019. So we've taken a certain amount of liberty with the 5 years. Have we accomplished everything that was identified in those plans? No, simply put. The intention, however, is that the feasibility study will address the path forward, because those plans include 10-year, or I believe 10-year forecasts, which transcend where we are currently.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. I have two comments. First of all, to Director Donaldson, the Milford Bay HVAC system, the 400,000, that was in last year's budget. So it's basically carried over, is it not? Even though it shows on this?
That's correct. So last year's allocation was unspent, so it has not been committed to yet. So we've put it back on the table for 2024 for committee to reconsider and just confirm that they wish to go forward.
Okay, so basically it's a carryover then from last year's, but we have the money now from last year, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I thought. And the next thing is on page 87. And that's the Windermere Village Hall, the oil tank at $8,000. But then I go above it, the convert to propane 2 years later at 6,000. I'd asked and that Director Becking if that could be moved up and change it to propane now. I realize there's a little bit of a standard there. We could winterize that hall and that temporary if we had to, and then just make that conversion right away. Thank you.
Director Becking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The councillor is correct. We are replacing the tank, or proposing to replace the tank in the current year simply because it's a mandatory requirement. We're at the point where our insurers are refusing to insure the building and the environmental implications associated with having fuel oil on the site. And frankly, the suppliers are refusing to deliver oil because of their potential liability. So this is an immediate requirement. The councillor is correct that we are proposing to change out the HVAC system, the furnace 2 years later. At present, the existing furnace is not causing us any harm or difficulties, and we've taken the approach that if it's not broken, don't fix it, and hope to extend the life out further. But we could just as easily avoid the expense and go straight to the propane if that was the direction of council.
Yeah. Thank you. So could we put that on our list? Thank you. Good. So do you have that item number? Okay, thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Councilor Burry, did you have another question or comment, or?
Before we start jumping in on which community centers are going to get what fixing, aren't we going to look at which community centers are actually going to make it?
So I think that's, I think, again, when we're focused on the recommendations in the plan, we have to maintain what we have and do things. So I think, and Director Becking, feel free to jump in at any point. we do need to invest in properties and buildings and assets appropriately. And I think that's the approach that they're recommending here. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. So that has been put onto the parking lot. Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Roberts?
Thank you. Through you, I guess I'm interested in Councillor Burry's comment that being, I'm not aware of a study that is being done that contemplates the status of our community center. I know we're talking about arenas, but I'm just, if I might indulge for just a moment, I'm interested in that comment. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and I do see that Director Becking wants to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The capital level of service study will speak to the very issue. The intention of the level of service study, and you will be receiving a draft terms of reference in the coming week or two, is to ask the pointed question: how much do we need to service the community? And that will then take you down the path of what have we got, what do we need, what don't we need.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. We will now move on to facilities and trails.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm now on page 95 of page 246 of the main agenda package, and we're starting in the middle of the page with the facilities maintenance. So in 2024, we have an air conditioning unit for the library, some reshingling that needs to be done at the Milford Bay Boathouse, some ongoing maintenance on those facilities as well, as we move forward through the 10-year plan. Moving ahead to page 100, I would note for committee on this one, we have some large future expenditures. The Manette Fire Station is identified in 2027 at just over $2.1 million. And that would be based on a 60-year life that it was due for replacement. In 2032, there's a placeholder in there for a new Patterson Public Works yard. A little farther down on this page, you'll see there's a yard location study scheduled for 2024. So that will look at public works yards in general in terms of locations and where they are best, where they would be best suited to serve the public's need. Again, the director mentioned about the fuel system. So Patterson is slated for 2025 in terms of a fuel system replacement as well. On the moving forward to page 103, again, we have another fire station. This is in 2031 for Torrance. And I believe we have not included it on here, but there probably would be potentially a third fire station under the current configuration in Milford Bay. I believe that would be considered for replacement as well at some point over the next planning horizon. So that's in terms of facilities. And then with respect to trails, there are no planned investments in capital for trails in the current year, with some maintenance going on in the out years starting in 25 and beyond for that. So I will pause at page 104 and ask Chair to inquire if there's any follow-up.
Okay. Committee, are there any questions or comments? Councillor Edwards.
On page 102, the 40,000, is that for a consultant to that?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Just to follow up, could our staff not figure that out, where the best spots for these units are? And that seems that they drive to them all the time, and they would know it better than an outside consultant, would they not? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Becking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. the short answer to the question is yes, staff have the capability. That having been said, there are limits to what we can accomplish. And one has to consider whether this is the highest and best use of staff's time, given all of the other responsibilities that we have to address. Unfortunately, we get assignments or projects like this, and we don't perhaps do while we have the knowledge, the background knowledge in order to be able to accomplish it, we don't have the time to devote to it and give its proper attention, and hence the reason why it's proposed that it be done by an outside entity. Okay. It also, frankly, gives you the comfort knowing that a fresh set of eyes has seen it and is giving you a professional opinion in terms of what's being asked for.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I have a question on parks and trails. I guess just one is a question, one's an observation. I was wondering if we've had any thoughts about reviewing the parking situation at Hardy Lake. I would comment that I'll give you an example. Caledon Forks of the Credit, which is a provincial park, has put in a system where you have to make a pre-reservation. Like, people are showing up at Hardy Lake and they can't find a place to park in the parking lot. And I think that's fine. We do need to limit the trail use at certain times of the year. And anyway, that was something that I think we should probably look at, because the parking is overflowing onto the street and it's dangerous and it's not good for hygiene and cleanliness. Number two was on the parks and trails. We are continuing to resurface trails, but this goes back to Councillor Nishikawa's concerns from last meeting. What are we doing and who's responsible for maintaining, I guess it's the Ministry of Natural Resources, the cleanliness of these places, because they're almost unusable, or this season they were almost unusable due to problems with that.
Okay, Director Becking.
Thank you for the question. With respect to the parking situation at Hardy Lake, again, Hardy Lake is a provincial park. The parking issue is a provincial responsibility. The township has made an attempt to at least provide an alternative to the current situation, in that the parking lot at the Walker's Point Community Center is available and has significant capacity. We, under the current year's budget, brushed out and cleaned up an old abandoned trail that ran from the community center through to Walker's Point Road, across the road from Hardy Lake. It's now up to the province to carry on the work that we've done and create a link from Walker's Point Road to the parking area and the trail system inside the park.
So I think if I could suggest, I think that a discussion on this topic probably is best suited outside of the budget discussion, because it doesn't have a direct link. Okay. There was a second part to your question, which also is an operational one, and it relates to waste pickup, and in this particular facility, it's the same situation. Okay, our CAO is going to add. Thank you.
Just following up from the chair's comment. So committee has given us previous direction with respect to continued advocacy on those issues. That's happening. And so at the appropriate point in time, staff will report back on those matters.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Do you have one? I don't see his hand up anymore, so okay. We will then move on. Thank you very much to Public Works and Admin and Township Equipment and Miscellaneous.
So thank you, Chair. So I'm now on page 105 of the main agenda package. And in there is the level of service study, the capital level of service study that we've spoken about numerous times. There's $150,000. That's expected to be a fairly expansive and robust engagement. And we think that that would be an appropriate amount of money, and that would be put out for RFP to secure the most capable and the best price for that exercise. And then moving forward, we have a number of pieces of township equipment that we replace on a cyclical basis based on its use of useful life. Again, we have a plow, some smaller equipment, string trimmer on page 109 with some more parks equipment, grass cutters, plate packer, steamer, turf maintenance. I would probably be misleading council if I told you I knew what all of these pieces of equipment were, so I will just continue on from there. We have a fairly significant investment on page 114, which is a snowplow. And there's a number of those that are coming up in the future years as well. In some years we have timing is such that we'll replace 2 in a single year. But in 2024, we're just doing 1. And then some larger pieces of equipment below a tractor and some trailers related to that. And again, light trucks are on a 7-year replacement cycle for the Parks Department. Depending on their use at the end of that 7 years, they'll either be traded in or redeployed, or in some cases, they may be sold for scrap. So depending on the condition of them. So in terms of total fleet costs, we're looking at a total investment for 2024 of $781,000. And for the item under miscellaneous project 24066, staff will recommend that this be removed. This is actually a duplicate of the patrol yard item we just discussed previously. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, committee, are there any questions or comments? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you very much. So that takes us now into the last 2 items, which are our roads, bridges and culverts, and a dam. I think I would put in there too. I think that's part of this discussion. And just in advance of us getting into this, I would like to call upon our Director of Public Works to, I think he had included in a supplementary agenda, a 1-page overview on the approach to roads and the decision-making on how these hit at different points of time and how he plans out the work. And I think it would be really helpful at this point to walk through that. There we go. Okay, Director, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that I alluded to in my opening remarks the fact that the picture is not particularly rosy in terms of our roads program. I want to give a little bit of background here so you understand the challenges that staff are facing in coming forward to you with a program. There is not a lot of satisfaction with our road system. I'll be perfectly honest with you. People are not happy with the state of the system. The reason for that, frankly, is many years of funding that has not kept pace with the rate of deterioration, simply put. Some of you will recall that I pointed out to you in the core asset management plan a backlog of needs that far exceeded our annual expenditures. In fact, it will take you 10 years worth of current annual expenditures in order to get just to deal with the backlog. That doesn't address all of the needs that pile up in the 10 years in the intervening period. When I started with the township in 2019, we were spending about $2.1 million. Most recently in 2023, we have upped our game to $5.3 million. So that's 150% increase in 5 years. In terms of the need, however, we are still not getting to the roads that need to be done. In very simplistic terms, and I know I'm playing with averages here, but bear with me. We have 356 kilometers of roads that we officially look after. I would argue that that total should be a lot more, but let's not cloud the issue. Each one of those kilometers of road lasts 10 years. That is the design life of those roads. So arguably, doing a little bit of simple mathematics, we should be doing 35 kilometers of road each and every year in order to keep pace with the rate of deterioration. We've increased our spending from 2.1 to $5.3 million, 150% increase. And in the current year, we're still doing less than 50% of that 35.6 kilometers. And this was going on long before I arrived at the township. So what you have is a piling up of years and years and years of needs that have sat and not been addressed. So when you get your constituents coming to you and saying, why isn't my road on the roads program? That's the reason why. Now, what do I do in order to try and stretch things out? What I do every year in preparation for the budget, I sit down with the lists of all the roads in the road system. Every 3 to 5 years by outside consultants or contractors. But we refresh those numbers just to make sure that we're dealing with the most current, because what happens with a road, and it's no different with any other infrastructure, as it deteriorates, the rate of deterioration accelerates. So, the deterioration, when something's brand new, the deterioration may be almost imperceptible when the asset is brand new. That 1 year, when you're at the bottom end of that performance curve, can result in a 10, 15, 20% reduction in condition in 1 year, in the same 1 year time frame. So we update it, we sort it from worst to best, and then we apply traffic conditions, traffic volumes. That is a surrogate for risk. It's also a surrogate for use. Obviously, greater the use, greater the risk of a potential failure. Then we talk to the operations staff and find out from them which roads are causing them an inordinate amount of concern with respect to continually being out and having to patch, repair, replace elements. We are producing a 10-year forecast, and so we try and slot roads in to those 10 years based on worst first. And then we play with the timing in order to manage the cash flow. So as an example, in the current year, I think we had my first cut through was something in the order of $13 million worth of now needs, roads that needed to be addressed. Mr. Donaldson almost went apoplectic when he saw some of the numbers, and we adjusted to suit. Our only option is to push things out. So we try and come up with something that is reasonable in the circumstances and not representing too large a jump in any 1 year, so that it's financially manageable for council. The other thing that we are doing in order to try and maximize the amount of work that gets accomplished is we're doing a lot of work internally, using our internal resources. One of the things that I can tell you from my experience is that when the guy who maintains that road is the guy that builds that road, he's got a vested interest in making sure that it gets done properly. So by using our in-house resources, we can do work more cost effectively than would be the case had we gone out to a contractor. We don't need consultants to watch the contractors because the best inspector is the guy who's going to have to maintain the road. We can typically, depending on the nature of the project, we can do work for substantially less than what a contractor will charge. That having been said, given the current level of staffing and the current level of resources, we have a finite capacity to do work. And I would suggest to you that 2023 represents that capacity. If we're going to do more work, that'll have to be done by contractors. And you can expect that your unit costs will increase significantly. With that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Kelley.
Thank you, and through you, excellent description of the problem. The one thing you didn't mention, but I'm making the assumption that the longer we push things out, since, as you've said, rate of deterioration accelerates as the deterioration is happening, we never have any hope of catching up, because the longer you push it out, it gets worse faster. And unless you make some humongous investment all at the same time to get caught up, you're going backwards, it seems to me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The mayor's observations are quite astute. The first thing that I will recommend to you is don't go out and throw a whack of cash at this. Because guess what? In 10 years' time, you're going to have to do it all over again. What I'm recommending, and again, I'll point to this level of service study, is I think what you need to do is, first of all, decide what constitutes acceptability. I can tell you what the technical No, I've told you what the technical. A surface treated road is only good for 7 years. What we're doing is we're using slurry seal to extend that out to 10. That's documented fact over the last 50, 60, 70 years of experience across the province of Ontario. I think you have to decide what constitutes the level of acceptability. So in other words, establish a policy that says we are going to set the bar at a level. And that's going to be the point at which we're going to have to decide to deal with anything below the bar. That's what will come out of the level of service study. Then the next step after that is to go through the list as I've suggested, and will likely be alluded to by the consultant, and reframe, if you will, the 10-year plan based on that direction. At least that gives you something to stand behind. Not only when your constituents comes to you and says, why hasn't my road been touched in 40 years or whatever, but it'll also give you some degree of a defense in the case of something that were to go wrong.
Thank you. That's a great segue, and I appreciate that, Director Becking. For Director Donaldson, would you like to take us through those last couple of line items?
Sure. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Ken and Councillor Edwards, are your questions, could we wait and go through the financial piece? And then bundle our questions at that point? Thank you.
Yeah, my question related to exactly to his slide about maintenance investment. So we can do it whenever you want me to do it, but I do have a question.
Okay. Okay, if it's to do with this slide, just before we go to you, Director Donaldson. ask your question and then Councillor Edwards, if yours is to that slide as well, then, okay. Councillor Ken?
Yeah, thank you. On page, I asked this to Director Donaldson last night, on page 13 of the package, it says that the estimated level of annual investment in core infrastructure to maintain roads alone in a state of good repair was estimated at 6.7, and the budget includes 5.4. So there was a $1.3 million number. I just heard you say, Director Becking, that you would not run out and fix this problem. And part of me, after reading the material and contemplating this, thought, well, we should be spending the extra 1.3 so that the backlog of problems doesn't get any bigger. So at least we're maintaining ourselves at the current level. Did I mishear you in saying that you said you would not throw money at this right now? Where we know there's a 1.3 million deficit between what you need and what we budgeted.
Director Becking?
Thank you for the question. I think what I was responding to when the mayor said throw a big whack of cash at it, I think he was intending something a lot more than 1.3 million. The number that the councillor is referring to came from the core asset management plan that was given to council last year. That is the average annual expenditure that was predicted at that time in order to keep pace with the rate of deterioration. Certainly, I would strongly recommend that council is going to have to increase the amount of work that it does every year to at least achieve a pace that will keep pace with the rate of deterioration. So I hope that clarifies.
And by that you mean the backlog of problems doesn't get any bigger. If we were to spend, and I don't know if it's 1.3 or if we spent 1.3 million more this year, and you make the comment that contractors are more expensive than in-house staff, but if we had to add an additional $1.3 million, that would mean that our backlog of problems on the roads is not getting any bigger.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm not Madam Chair, but thank you.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, this is to Director Becking. You say we have people doing some of our road work now, and that if we were to do other municipalities do their own work, in other words, do they bring have a crew on? Because I'm looking at 356 kilometers. If we were doing so much a year, would we be better off to have our own road crew at some point if we're looking at this?
Okay, thank you. Director Becking?
I think that's an organizational question, and given my relative short remaining tenure, I'm going to dodge it a little bit. But I can tell you that in 30 odd years in the municipal sector, I've always had in the whatever organization I worked with, I always had an in-house capacity to do certain work because I knew that I could do it cheaper than to go out and get a contractor. That having been said, I started in the design and construction business playing in the mud. So I'm very capable personally in terms of construction. The person who sits in my chair next may or may not have those capacities, and you're going to have to make those decisions for yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Director Donaldson.
Thank you, Chair. So we just finish up. So we'll start at the middle of page 122 of 246 of the agenda package. So I'm at the municipal parking. So we have an annual recurring amount that we are spending just in terms of capital maintenance for parking lots. I believe this would be like line painting, that type of work. And then into the larger roads projects, I'll go through them quickly. There's a total of $4.4 million for roads specifically. So we have Torrance Road slated for 2024, which is described in the attachment here on page 125 from West Black Lake Road to Muskoka Road 169. Moving on, we have a larger project on Bear Cave Road for gravel resurfacing. This will be a multi-year project to resurface that particular road, and the Beatrice Town Line has surface treatment resurfacing as well. Then we have a $508,000 planned expenditure for Butterfly Road for surface treatment, and Butler Road for surface treatment as well, and slurry seal in 2024 and finishing up in 2025. Some drainage improvements, which is just general allocation for costs that come up during the year for purposes to help with clearing of gutters and culverts. Some slurry seal on East Bay roads, some slurry seal on Fairley Park Road, which is work that would have been done in prior years. And again, to the director's point about extending the life, we have various guardrails, so no specific identified at this point, but again, an allocation there for replacement of guardrails that may get damaged during the winter season. We have some on page 138. We have project 24058 Islander Avenue, so some slurry seal there again to extend life. Leonard Lake Road 2, some rock removal of $110,000 for the year. Some sidewalk repair on Maple Street. Marquee Lanes surface treatment $74,900. And moving on to page 145. Again, some rock removal, some general allocation for various requirements throughout the township. Some slurry seal for Russ Hamill Road, which was done, I think, in the last year or so. Saginaw Boulevard, slurry seal. Scarcliff Road has some reconstruction, so a major project on Scarcliff Road has been identified for 2024. And the big project for this year is Walker's Point Road, surface treatment rehabilitation and slurry seal for Walker's Point Road, which is nearly 1.6 million with additional cost follow-up work in 2025. So those are the major road projects identified in the capital budget, and each one had a page with some additional details that we can go back to if anybody has any questions. And then just with respect to roads and the bridges side, as been discussed by committee previously, the Burgess Dam rehabilitation, which is a $2 million project over 2 years. And the sum of those projects, roads and bridges together, is 5.4 that was referenced in the report. So I'll go back to you, Chair, if there's any questions about any of those roads projects.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the Walker's Point. I'm trying to understand where the district comes into this discussion.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure who, Director Donaldson or Dr. Becking?
Madam Chair, if I could get a clarification, I'm not sure that I understand what the question is. What is Councillor Nishikawa referring to?
I understood that a portion of this was a district road. And maybe I'm totally off base, but it was identified in, and I'm thinking back of the last time it was resurfaced, and in fact, it was district involvement because we had to go back because stuff wasn't done quite right.
Okay, thank you.
That's why I'm just not sure about what.
No, Madam Chair, the section of road that's being contemplated is from the district road to the end. Unfortunately, we have multiple roads that are called the same thing. The township portion of Walker's Point Road is actually a totally separate road. And we go from the District Road 30, right through to the end of the public portion of the roadway on Walker's Point.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Comments? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you very much, Director Donaldson. And I think at this point, what I'd like to do, committee, is I would like to, do I need to read the resolution that I forgot to read at the beginning? Better for us to talk about the amendments before I read so read the resolution, talk about the amendments. I think it would be, I think we should. How many are on our list?
Just want to make sure I'm taking a break. Can't have this one.
I was hoping we could deal with it and then have a break, because then I think it gives us a chance and separation between the two. Thank you. So I'm going to read this resolution. And then we will talk about the items that were in our parking lot that are the potential amendments. So moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Edwards, be it resolved that the Township of Muskoka Lakes 2024 draft capital budget and forecast as attached to report FIN-2023-022 be endorsed in principle, and that the 2024 draft capital budget and forecast be forwarded to the scheduled special general finance committee meeting on November 30th, 2023 for further consideration. So at this point, I would like to, how do I help facilitate this, the amendment pieces or the parking lot? Should I ask Director Donaldson to walk us through these items? Okay. So Director Donaldson, do you have your list of items that were put into the parking lot for us to discuss? And again, folks, this is specifically for the 2024 budget.
Yes, and while there was one other one that related to an out year, but
right.
So what I've captured are the ones where I believe committee had indicated it was looking for some change to what's been presented, where it was just a question or clarification. I have not listed that. So if that's one that I've missed and somebody did want to change, then please let me know. But the first one related to the fire tablets. So we had $20,000 earmarked for 2024. And the suggestion was that we reduce that and we could defer some of that cost.
Okay, so committee, do we want to have, I believe Councillor Zavitz, you had brought this thought forward. Is it just appropriate to discussion and then a straw poll? Okay, Councillor Nishikawa, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. I'm fine leaving this in, and most importantly, I'm going to look at our recovery of sales items that we've sold to offset some of this. So the 20,000, I believe, should stay in the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a time check. 12:02, 12:05. How long do we plan to continue talking before we take a lunch break or comfort break?
Yeah, we were just going to go through these few amendments that were being proposed, and then we will be able to vote on the amendment, and then we'll take a lunch break. So there's only a few items on the amendments. Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
I agree with leaving the 20,000 in, because if we take it, half of it, it's going to probably have to go 12,000 next time or something like that. So I would leave it in. Thank you.
Okay, can we just take a quick straw poll? Are those in favor of leaving the 20,000 in this year's capital program, please? I see one for the fire tablets. It was the fire tablets. My apologies. I'll make sure I'm clear. Okay, it looks to me like we'd like to keep that line item in. Thank you. Okay, the next one.
So the next item was on the lien process, and that was proposed to be spread over 2 years from 2024 and 2025. The suggestion was to defer that to 2025 and 2026 based on workload.
Okay, committee, do we have thoughts on this one? Councillor Nishikawa?
I think I would look at staff of what their thoughts are. Like, do you want it sooner or later? I guess.
Thank you. Director Donaldson?
I think it was identified. We've had I've talked to some of my colleagues provincially who have done similar exercises. I think there's certainly value in doing it. The timeliness is certainly flexible, and I recognize Councillor Kent's point that there is a lot of information and a lot of projects on the go with staff. So I would not be opposed to deferring it if that was the desire of council, considering that there will likely be outcomes from the capital service level study that we haven't actually even anticipated. We don't know what that's going to look like yet. So that may add more to our plate than just the study itself.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, a question to Director Donaldson. My understanding of this lean study would be an investigation and interviewing mostly by an external resource, and there wouldn't be a significant amount of staff time. Is that true or false?
Thank you. Director Donaldson?
Having not been through the process personally, I can't say for certain, but I think there would probably be a significant amount of staff time because all the information that's being collected by the consultant would have to be done through sitting with, shadowing, interviewing, understanding, getting people in a room, kind of post-it notes on a wall type of an exercise. So there would be some time commitment from staff to complete the exercise because it really is about their work and their process.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Kent?
Yeah, my experience is that all of these kinds of studies, which are very significant and important, require an enormous amount of staff time because they have to document the process, how it's done before they evaluate how it might be done in a more efficient fashion. I see no reason why you wouldn't push this off, give everybody a little breathing room, finish the other major level of service study first, begin to see what the implementation recommendations are, and just push it off a little and save the flex in the system for other emergency priorities that come in.
Mayor Kelley?
Thank you, and through you. I'll start with the second question first. I think I would support putting it off until we understand the outcomes of some of the other studies and how they may impact staffing and the need for staff support. Having been through, I believe, 2 lean exercises, they are only successful if they're 100% staff driven. You don't hire people to come in and tell you how to run your business. You hire people to come in and facilitate staff to tell you how their business could best be run. So it's a lot of time and a lot of energy. It's absolutely worthwhile. It's a great project. And I would advocate doing it sooner rather than later, but for the fact that we're going through some other kind of masterful planning and strategic exercises that may impact how you want to look at this after the fact.
So I'm getting a sense from the group that we would be open to, we see the value in this project, but would suggest moving it to a 25-26 initiative. Is that correct? A straw poll, show of hands. Okay, Director Donaldson, we'll make that change. Thank you very much. The next item.
So that was all I had for administration. Then for development services, and I just want to double check. We have an amount in for the painting of the bridge, and you, Councillor Chicago, you had mentioned about possibility of volunteers. Was that just a comment, or did you want to?
No, actually, it was a discussion that I was involved with over a few years, like, when we were talking about the bridge redevelopment and different things, and in fact, the murals and things that are happening in other municipalities that aren't happening in our municipality. And this was an opportunity, and we have some local artists. And so I just thought having that opportunity to pursue that with the community could be an advantage. I would say the amount needs to stay in, but I just wanted the door open for other possibilities that we could find a significant little saving or whatever, but it's not enough to take out of the budget right now.
So I was going to suggest that let's keep the money in the budget, but this sounds like an opportunity for design, which I'm sure that Director Pink is listening to. Thank you. You don't even have to comment unless you want to.
Just, if I can, through you, just to clarify, thank you for those comments, and we certainly have made the notes, but I just want to make council well aware that staff has tried extremely diligently with CP2. This was included in the 2023 budget, and we have not been successful. I don't want to give up just yet, so you see it again in the budget, but I don't want to mislead council. The likelihood of CP allowing us to paint their bridges appears very slim at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, the next item. The
Thank you,
next
Chair.
item.
Yep, so thank you, Chair. So as noted, staff are recommending the deferral of the viewing decks project 24099 for Port Carling to 2025. So that's staff initiated that we would make that amendment.
That sounds like a good idea then. Oh, sorry, thank you. Show of hands. Thank you. Okay, next one.
And there was a question with respect to the two boardwalk projects in 2026 and 2027. And I did check my record. So I do want to clarify again, the amount shown in the capital budget is the full amount of what those projects would be. But we do have planned funding with respect to the reserve forecast that would have that project split three ways between a FedNor contribution, a district contribution, and a municipal contribution. So our actual price tag on that would only be 1/3 of 500 if we were to proceed with that project. So that's kind of the way it's currently built into our funding models for that. But the question was whether or not we do.
And this is not this year, correct?
It's not this year. It's not this year. So
show of hands for those who'd like to keep this in as a line item in this capital budget for now. Yep, thank you. Next item.
So the next item I have noted, and again, if I've omitted any, please let me know. That was with respect to the Windermere Village Hall. So project 26024 is for the conversion to propane. And do we move that up to 2024 with the oil tank part of that project as well? So that was for the Windermere Village Hall.
Okay, comment, questions, discussion? Okay, I see a few hands going up here. Councillor Edwards, why don't I let you lead off, then Councillor Roberts, then Councillor Nishikawa.
Yeah, if we put the oil in, if we can move the propane further on down the line, I can see that. But if it's coming now, I would change to propane right away, and that you could offset it. So that's why I had mentioned that. I think it's the wise thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. I think that we should get out of the oil business. And in this particular case, we should be immediately putting the money into a new propane furnace for Windermere. And if you're looking at $8,000 for the oil, you're looking for $6,000 for the propane, which I guess would not include the installation of the new furnace. But then we wouldn't have to worry about this any longer, both from an environmental point of view and then from an insurance point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa, did you want to add anything?
I was going to complicate things, but I would agree that the propane, but I actually was wondering if it's still, I want to see another option of electric or some other thing other than a fossil fuel. And so that's where my concern is, but I absolutely feel that we should not be replacing the oil tank at this time.
Okay, Councillor McIntyre.
I just have one question for the people who know how this is done. And do we have the time available to, because as I understand it, the whole issue with the oil tank was it was a timing issue. We needed to get rid of it for the insurance and all that stuff. So do we have the time available to skip that process and decide on an alternative is my question.
Good question. Director Becking?
In terms of time, no, you don't have time to make, you've got to make a decision one way or the other. That having been said, there are things that staff can do to mitigate the situation so that as to create the time that we need to implement a solution, whatever that solution may be.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts, I see you have your hand up. Did you have another? No? Okay. So committee, what this means is that the item I'm going to ask you to put your hands up for is to actually remove if there's general consensus to remove the item 24115, the Windermere Village Hall oil tank placement, and move up 26024, the Windermere Village Hall HVAC convert to propane to the total of $6,000 and move that into this year's budget. So there's two. Do I just ask a straw poll on the first, or can I bundle them? Okay, I can bundle those together, it sounds like. Show of hands. Okay, that looks good, thank you. Noted change. And then did you have anything else on your list?
I just wanted to clarify again, a note that I wrote down here. So Councillor Roberts, I believe you had a question about the ice resurfacer in Bala. Was that an item you wanted to revisit as to whether or not we should be making that expenditure in 2024, or was that again just a clarification with respect to the feasibility study that's ongoing?
Well, thank you for that. I suppose that the challenge is that it does have a 10-month lead time. So I guess if we to receive the new machine, so I guess I would only ask the question, you know, when do you hit the trigger and order the new machine? If you're not going to order it till you know, March, and we've had the documents in front of us in January, and we can make some fulsome decisions, then the ice resurfacer, the Zamboni, does or doesn't get ordered, or we make some other arrangement in terms of usage or rental or whatever. So, you know, that's not to answer your question, but I do think 100 grand right now, you know, is a gun to the head, right?
So Director Becking, did you want to make?
I would suggest, Madam Chair, if committee were so inclined, leave the money in the budget. Let's wait for the arena study and what the conclusions it may bring forward, and then we can make a decision whether to proceed with the purchase or not.
Okay, thank you. And I see Councillor Burry.
So I'm gonna go out on a limb here, thank you through you, and point out that ice resurfacers actually have wheels and they can be moved from one place to another. And if we've got one that's dead or dying, replacing it with a new one is likely not going to hurt the township. There are municipalities that actually put these ice resurfacers on the back of a truck and resurface outdoor ice for the 8 or 9 weeks that you can keep outdoor ice. And that may become an option as we look at alternatives within the recreation space. So the fact that, you know, if we've got one that's dying, buying another one is not going to hurt if the budget's there. I don't know why we wouldn't do that.
Okay, thank you. So I don't think that I think the guidance from Director Becking is let's leave it in, and I just want to get a consensus. Everybody's hands up. We want to leave that in for now, but let's be guided in future decision making. Thank you. Is there any other items on your list, Director Donaldson?
So the only other item that I had related to the duplicate on the patrol yard study, and I believe I spoke out of turn previously. I had said that we would remove project 24066. I would recommend, staff would recommend we remove project 24166, which was the yard study, and keep the one that was labeled as, and I'm just looking to find it here very quickly. But it's 24066 is the one we would retain. That was the one for $51,000.
So I'm happy to do a show of hands. I just want to make sure that we're clear between these two pieces, the two staff numbers, Councillor Burry. I'm just making sure we have clarity between the numbers here. That's all.
Yeah. So it was on page 100. There's a project called Public Works Yard Location Study for $40,000. It's project 24166. We would remove that one.
So we're removing 24166.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it is a duplicate of 24066.
Oh, okay.
Which is on.
I'm just getting.
I could do a search real fast, but it's on.
Okay.
Yeah.
This helps us, so as we want to pass this resolution, to make sure that these two have it correct.
Yep.
Okay. So how would we, pardon me? Oh, we need a straw poll that we are removing that. Thank you. Okay, we've got consensus there. Sally, you have your hand up? Question?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, if you're done with that list, does that mean that we're not going to discuss further increases to the capital budget now? We're going to discuss it at some other point?
Are you talking increases to the capital budget, or are we
Yeah.
talking reserves?
Well, I'm actually talking about increases to the capital budget.
So did you have specific thoughts of items to put
Well,
into?
sorry, I say it that way. Yes, I said, I think we should seriously consider, as Councillor Zavitz mentioned at the beginning, and maybe I'm going at this the wrong way, but I think we need to think about how much of that 1.3 that's noted, the township can afford to put into the plan to get us to the proper level of maintenance so that our backlog gets no bigger. I mean, we have a very significant increasing problem over time. If we at least know that the increasing problem is halted at a certain number, then, and we stepped our level of maintenance up, we would, you know, and I'm just saying, I think we need to discuss in seriousness whether it's 300, 500,000, $1.3 million, which is the number that they've suggested. I don't know how refined that number is, and what that means in terms of the increase to the levy. I did get information from Director Donaldson about what that would, if we were to increase the whole 1.3 million to make maintenance a non-issue, what would that do to our levy? And he can certainly discuss that if we do. My question is, so when are we going to discuss that? Or are we never going to discuss that?
Thank you. I am going to ask CAO Hammond to speak, and then Director Becking, I think.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I may be mistaken, but I thought that Mr. Becking in his earlier comments talked about completing the level of service study first and then contemplating how to deal with the backlog. But I'll seek clarification through him. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the CAO is correct. My advice to you would be to do the level of service study first in order to establish the policy framework for selection of projects and how much money you're going to need. You know, do that first and then respond in an appropriate way in the 2025 budget. The concern I would have with putting in an extra $1.3 million right now, I can tell you that we're not geared up yet to be able to absorb that kind of increase. So if you want to put additional money into reserve, great, good idea. But I wouldn't certainly advocate increasing the work program for 2024 at this point in time. I think that would not be prudent.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this point, what I think we have from the clerk is.
Can I just have a follow-up? Yeah,
Yes,
I appreciate everything he just, that Director Becking just said. So then I think we need to consider it as a reserves question, because we have lots of compounding problems. They're going to require substantial increases in levies in future years, like hospitals. And the more we can get in earlier, the less of a problem we're going to have in years 2 and 3 and 4. So
that's a fantastic bridge. Thank you very much, Councillor Kent, because I think after we close off on what the capital program is for 2024, we're going to take a break. We'll come back and we're going to talk about the operating budget, which links directly with their reserve contribution. So we are going to make sure we have a good, robust discussion this afternoon on that reserve contribution. So thank you. At this point, I am asking staff if we could put the resolution up on the screen with the amendments. Is that correct? We're going to try. I can just read it. There isn't many. So if committee is okay with that, okay. I'm happy to read it. Thank you. So I've already read this one. So these are the amendments. Okay, so moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that the following be added at the end of the first paragraph with the following amendments. 1, 24-101, lean process improvement study valued at $50,000 be deferred to 2025 and $50,000 in 2026. 2, 24099 viewing decks, total of $45,000 to be deferred to 2025. 3, 24115 Windermere Village Hall oil tank valued at $8,000, replacement removed. 4, 26024 Windermere Village Hall HVAC convert to propane, $6,000 allocation in 2026 moved up to 2024. 5, 24166 patrol yard rationalization to the value of $40,000 to be removed from 2024. So any questions or comments, Councillor Edwards?
At this time, until we know the cost of the new furnace, I would leave the 8,000 and the 6,000 in. Because we'd be spending that in 2 years anyway, and it may be less, but like converting to propane, you may have a little extra cost with the furnace. That's why I would leave them both in. And if we come in a little bit under that, it goes into reserves.
So perhaps what I could ask, because we know this isn't their last look at this. Perhaps what we do is have Director Becking come back if there's any modification to the dollar value based upon his research now, then we'd actually have an accurate number versus just playing around with the numbers. Any other questions or comments? So now I'm asking all those in favor, correct? Okay, and now I need to ask all those in favor of the amendment. Thank you, that is carried. All those in favor of the main motion as amended. Thank you very much. That is carried. Committee, thank you. It's now 12:30. I'm going to suggest we have a 1 hour lunch and resume at 1:30. And again, just to reinforce this afternoon, what we will be going through in the same model is our operating budget. We'll be approaching it by division in the same way. We'll close that off. We'll have a discussion on the reserves. And then we'll be moving into the 7 items that are to be contemplated on service level enhancements. So have a good lunch, come back well rested, and thank you. Good work.
Yeah.
We are live on YouTube.
Okay, committee, are we all back? And having had a good lunch, welcome back to those of you who are joining us via Zoom. We are now going to move into the second part of today's budget discussion, focusing on the operation budget. Similar to this morning, we will approach it by division and then have the discussion after each division. We'll collect any kind of discussion points or amendments, and at the end, we will discuss it in the exact same format we just did with the capital. The one thing I am going to do differently is I will read the resolution now to have this on the table, and that allows us to have the discussion throughout. So moved by Councillor Bosenworth, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that the Township of Muskoka Lakes 2024 draft operating budget and forecast as attached to report FIN-2023-022 be endorsed in principle. And that the 2024 draft operating budget and forecast be forwarded to the scheduled special general finance committee meeting on November 30th, 2023 for further consideration. So at this point, I would like to turn the floor back to Director Donaldson, who will take us through the budget.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I'll just share my screen again. Okay, so I am now on page 155 of 246 of the main agenda package, and that is Schedule 2, the operating budget. So again, I made some comments this morning in my opening remarks with respect to the operating budget, but I will again just characterize some of those here. So the 2024 proposed net levy is 14,646,300, which is an increase of 945,700 or 6.9% over the levied amount of $13,700,600 from 2023. Overall, total expense before contributions to reserves is increasing by 10.2% over last year's budget. The costs are slightly higher than that increase over forecast, and we talked a little bit about forecast, but I'll address that in certain areas as well as we go through this. Contributions to reserves have increased from the levy by 3.2%, which is up to 4 million from the levy, and then there are additional contributions in the total of 6,640,700, which includes the grants I mentioned this morning, the OMPF, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, and OSIF, the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, as well as an allocation of the interest earned on our total cash holdings that is attributed to reserves. So we take the total amount of cash that interest we receive on our cash and apportion it between the reserves and operating money held during the year. So total expenses will increase by 8.1% to 23,387,100. Revenues for the year are expected to increase from 7,757,300 last year to 8,640,000 or 8,640,800. And again, we talked a little bit about some of the reasons for that increases in cost recoveries, notably, which is the big number there, and I will speak to that again as well. Transfers from reserves is the draw we are taking from the reserve related to operating. So while we talk about reserves funding capital, and predominantly that's what reserves are for, we roll our community improvement plan funding through the reserve. So we make a transfer to the reserve to fund it, and then we draw it out through operating because it's an operating expense as a grant when we pay it out. So that's the offset to that expenditure. So overall, again, we have 6.9%. The forecast is in fact a point in time guesstimate based on year-to-date numbers and a projection in terms of what work is remaining for the duration of the year. And there will be an update presented at the upcoming general committee meeting on general finance meeting on the 15th for Q3. But you see here that at this point, we are forecasting that we will be
on some level in a surplus position at the end of the fiscal year. It may not be the order of magnitude that is indicated here, but we are tracking that we will have some savings towards the end of the year from our 2023 budget. So some of the high level items again that we talked about this morning, salaries and benefits. The first expense line, we are increasing by 3.8%, which is our August Ontario CPI, and that is according to our policy. No material changes in our benefits. We do have volatility in some of our benefit costs year to year. Because we are an administrative services agreement, we basically pay our benefits as we go. So we don't have a premium per se. Whatever gets claimed for dental, we pay that, plus we pay an administration service charge to our provider. And that is how that works. We do have some stop loss insurance on some of that for catastrophic loss if there are drug claims that are above a certain threshold. But for the majority of claims, we're just paying dollar for dollar. So if there's higher utilization, we have a higher cost in a year. If there's a lower utilization, there's a lower cost. We saw that during the pandemic when dental offices and those things of the sort were not available. So we had lower claims in those years. And then we had a bit of a catch up when those things reopened in towards the end of the pandemic. So that's kind of the salary and benefits. Again, we talked a little bit too as well. There were those 3 positions last year that are now being fully included in 2024. They were prorated last year because of the timing with respect to the filling of those vacancies. On the costs of services and materials, a large portion of that is related to materials and equipment that is used in the public works area. This is also the line, as noted this morning, where we have reallocated some costs that would have appeared in the capital budget in previous years related to the fire service for minor capital equipment that is purchased on a recurring basis. We've moved that to operating. Those items are small in cost nature. They collectively make up a fair bit of money. I think there's about $120,000 that's shifted from capital to operating. But on an item by item basis, they would not meet our capitalization threshold for our tangible capital asset policy. So therefore, we've brought those as operating costs and minor in nature. Utilities and facility maintenance has increased 17.9% over budget from last year. Our forecast is expected to be higher as well. We're seeing higher than expected costs around utilities, heat and hydro, than what we had seen and what we had originally anticipated for the year. And there's been an increase in the amount spent in respect to maintenance for the facilities, things that have those things that break and need to be repaired. And you don't always know at the beginning of the year what that's going to entail. You put in the best estimate you have, but we're seeing an increase in those costs. And so we have adjusted the 2024 budget appropriately to try to give us more flexibility to address some of those issues with our facilities. The insurance line, we've talked about insurance a month or two ago at council. We got our renewal. It was a 15% increase, I believe. And we've also factored in, so that would cover 3 quarters of 2024. And then there is a similar increase estimated for Q4 of 2024, which we don't know what that premium increase is going to be. So we've just estimated at this point to get a full year insurance coverage number. Significant increase in professional fees. Again, we talked about building and the septic re-inspections. So the $400,000 in consulting fees will be the main driver for the costs going up with respect to professional fees in 2024, which is fully recoverable. And we'll get to that on the revenue side. So you'll see where the recovery for that comes in. For staff development, again, one of the themes of our budget this year was human talent, and we've really tried to look at opportunities to bring our staff's training capacity up. So there's some increases in the budget for this year. The forecast number is slightly understated. There are some amendments we need to make to that. Probably that number should be closer to to 340 or 350. So we are tracking against our current year budget. But we certainly see the value in making investments in our people. And we have reflected an increase of 10% in the budget for this year appropriately for that. IT and hardware and software. So we've made some significant investments over the last year, as many of you know. We've upgraded our system backup capabilities to ensure that we've got multiple an on-premises version of our backups on site, but we also have a cloud version as well. And we also upgraded our firewall system in 2023. Some of that cost was captured in our capital budget last year in terms of the firewall. So now the full cost of the annual operation is reflected in the IT hardware and software. We've also added some new software in the last year. So the building department introduced cloud permit for building and planning, introduced cloud permit for the year. So that's a new license fee that we've got for this year. We also have a new package for building called Bluebeam, which helps them with their drawings. I believe it's I don't know exactly what the inspectors are, but a new package that we've added for them. So we've had some new software applications added in the year as well, which has contributed to that increase. Of course, the building related software is all recovered through the building fund. So we get a recovery for that from their building surplus. So administration is a smaller number, but 27,000. And I just want to check my note here, and I don't want to. Sorry, one moment. Admins, yes. So we had some increased costs related to in admin with respect to advertising. So one of the things we identified as part of our 2023 budget that we perhaps had not fully contemplated was additional costs for doing promotion for new initiatives that are happening. So bylaw, so the dark sky bylaw, we did some pamphlets, we did some information cards, the printing of those things. So that's included in there. That was not in our 23 budget. We also increased some of the sundry expenses related to some of our fire halls with respect to cleaning supplies and our communication services, just to make sure that we've got those properly captured. So there's a little bit of fine tuning in the budget this year just to ensure we're capturing all of the relevant costs for those areas. With respect to debt repayment, so that's unchanged. I just want to make sure that council is aware. So we have a 20-year debenture. That debenture matures in 2027. So we'll have that on our budget now for one more outlook year in 2025, and then that will drop off. Community and grants, grants and community programs. So we had an increase this year. We increased the community grants package to 25,000. It had been 20,000 for the last couple of years. I believe before the pandemic, it was 40,000. I believe it was higher than it was, but we've increased it a little bit just to reflect the fact that last year in our first intake, all of the funds were allocated. So there's obviously a demand out there for support from some community groups, and so we've increased that. And we also had oh, and sorry. And we also did, there's also an increase in this year's budget related to supporting the Communities in Bloom organizations. They've had their budgets, I think, fairly constant for a number of years. So we've put in a small increase for them this year as well. And that's covered under grants and community programs as well. And then finally, on the expense side, we have other, which is just miscellaneous items. Again, I think there's some advertising costs that are grouped in at that on that level that just kind of speak to the need to do more with our communications strategies and to help support some of the initiatives that happen during the year and ensuring that we've got a good outreach to the community for that. I'm gonna skip over transfers to reserves because I think that's going to be a broader conversation. To flip to the revenue side, so we've got user fees. Again, talked this morning about the reinstatement of site plan control. So that was omitted from the 2023 budget. So we've got that back in 2024. So that's an increase in revenue that we're seeing. We have offset by some reductions in some of our other fees. Severances and consents are down slightly, minor variance down slightly, just based on experience and what we're anticipating may happen during the year. Other tax revenue is the taxes that we bill for supplemental assessments and omitted assessments. So where there's MPAC has the ability to go back up to 3 years on a property. So where we don't bill related to the current year, but we're billing related to previous years or amounts that were not billed in the first in the initial billing cycle that went out for June of the current year. License fees. So again, we've got most of that is related to building permits. So permits is the key word in that line, and the license and the building department accounts for the majority of the revenues included in that. The building permits recognized in the year will ensure that the building department is cost neutral. So revenues will equal expense. If there is an actual cash shortfall because permits issued were less than the current year expenses, they'll draw from the reserve to make them whole. If there's a surplus, as there has been in the last number of years, that excess amount of money will be put into the reserve. Fees and penalties mainly relate to the bylaw department, and we have shown a conservative estimate, I think, for fees and fines and penalties. It's higher than it was for the 23 budget. It's lower than our current year forecast, but I think it's something that's difficult to predict. So we want to be conservative on that line. The cost recoveries, this is the line where we're seeing the recoveries on the septic reinspection. So we see an increase from 790,900 last year to just over 1.3 million this year. And in addition to that, there are some internal cost recoveries that we're seeing related to the building department, as I mentioned earlier, about IT costs and other allocated costs that we are apportioning to the building department as a result of their operation. Grants and subsidies is down slightly, and that is again a conservative estimate. We do have our OMPF, our Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. We do have that amount confirmed for 2024 now. I didn't have that done when I originally released this. It is nominally higher than it was last year. We do not have the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund confirmed yet. So I have used a lower number, but when that amount is confirmed, and perhaps it may be before our meeting on the 30th, then I will update what our grants amounts are to ensure that we've got the current numbers. Those amounts are shown as revenue here, but they're reciprocal transfer to reserves. They're included in the 6.6 million above. Again, out of an abundance of prudence, I have reduced our investment income, and this would be on all cash, reserves and non-reserve cash, from over $1 million to 935,000 in 2024. Interest rates seem to have peaked, according to the Governor of the Bank of Canada. How long they'll stay where they are is yet to be determined. It'll all depend on how their attempt to wrestle inflation to the ground goes. But the indications are that interest will probably begin to recede sometime in 2024, and we should be expecting that perhaps our returns will start to go back to a lower level. Certainly not, I don't think, what they were before the pandemic, or long before the pandemic, perhaps, or during the pandemic, but something that's moderate. And again, other revenues, capturing just those ones that don't really fit into those other categories, but a very nominal change there, slightly down from last year's estimate. And I talked earlier about transfers to reserves. So at a global level, across the organization, by category, that's kind of the summary of our operating budget. Again, it is within the approved guideline that was set by committee in September and approved by council. I guess I will pause there, and then we can go through the departmental budgets. I guess if there's, unless there's any questions at this point.
Thank you very much. So committee, if we want to at this point ask questions on the, I would say the broader conversation, this particular chart, because we will have a chance to go in by category in a few minutes and get into more of the specifics. So at this point, I'm just going to ask committee members, do you have any questions, comments for Director Donaldson? Okay, Councillor Rosemore.
Thank you, and through you, Director Donaldson. I do struggle with the fact that the outlook says we're going to be almost a little over 700,000 below on the operating expenses, and yet we build our budget off of our previous budget. Can you just help me with why I shouldn't be looking to that 700,000 as an opportunity to skinny things down next year? I know you went through it, but
no, absolutely. So I think there's a couple of things that I would speak to, and I may ask some of my colleagues to help me with some of these items around contract services. I think we try to capture what we think the expected costs will be. They don't always materialize, and in some cases there may be other expectations that surprise us. So, for example, I'll use contract services for as a start, and as well on salaries and benefits. So, we have a pool of public works employees, and as the Director of Public Works said this morning, there's been work that's been allocated towards capital projects. So, salaries paid for capital items do not appear in the operating budget. They'll be part of the capital spend. So they're a salary and benefit cost that gets reallocated. So if we had an expectation last year that we were only going to use, and I don't have the exact numbers, but if we said 5% of our total public works budget was going to be allocated to capital, and we see 8% is actually what's occurring because we're using more of staff's time on a capital project, we're going to see lower spending in the forecast. But would that necessarily translate to seeing that same trend in the future? Like, is it an anomaly? Is it a one-time, or is it just, or is it something that's recurring that we should then, I would agree, then adjust for? So it's difficult from a one point in time forecast, which is, as I said, based on a year-to-date expense, which we may not have. It's based on the best guess of what's going to happen for the remainder of the year, but it's difficult from 1 year to say, well, we were underspent against our 2023 budget, so we should therefore automatically reduce our 2024 budget. I would be cautious to do that. If it's something we saw on a recurring basis, then I would say, yeah, that's something we should definitely look to right size. Another example would be where we capture an estimate for what we might anticipate for legal fees and consultant fees, and then we may not use those, but that doesn't necessarily mean we might not need a similar allocation in a subsequent year. So it would be those types of things. I think we would need to look at a more longer term analysis of where our actual costs are coming in, and to say, yes, I think that's an appropriate adjustment. And in 2020, which was just before I got here, a similar exercise was undertaken where there were large surpluses that were occurring on an annual basis on the operating side, and there was quite a shift to move costs off the operating lines and transfer that excess money into reserve in the budget, as opposed to waiting until the end of the year and seeing a large surplus and then transferring it to reserve. So I think there's certainly work to do in terms of ensuring that we've got the right allocation of resources on an annual basis, but I think we've done a lot in the last few years to try to right size the spending that we're doing on an operating basis. So sorry for a long-winded explanation, but it's something that we've constantly struggled with, and we don't want to leave ourselves short either.
Just before I come back to you, Councillor Rosemore, I would like to ask our CAO to add.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just further to Mr. Donaldson's comments, I think I think for the last several years, we have dialed that operating budget down. I think if you think back to last year, we had a significant snow event and that put us over. So that told me that our numbers were pretty close. If that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Bosmore?
You mentioned that salaries and contract services sometimes get booked directly to the capital budget. Is that correct?
That's right.
So that would mean that the 9.7 million budget or the 9.5 actual in salaries isn't the actual salaries, because some of the salaries are buried in the capital line. Is that correct?
That would be correct. Yeah.
So then the cost recoveries doesn't include cost recoveries for those kinds of things from capital.
No, cost recoveries is really the operating cost recoveries, not for capital cost recoveries.
So we never see a total salaries line in our budget because some of it's buried in capital.
That's correct. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It would be part of a capital project number that would be a combination of staff time and contractor time.
Thank you. Mayor Kelley?
Thank you. And through you, I'm just going to revert back to Councillor Bosenworth's first question, because I think I raised it before and I think unsuccessfully tried to get it changed. I guess my point is accepting your suggestion at this point in time, we can't really lock into a forecast because there may be some up or downside surprises. Makes me wonder why we include it in the budget material if it isn't reliable enough to be the base for next year's operational budget. My experience, and we don't care about my experience, but my experience is whatever the revised forecast is at the time the new budget is made becomes the base of the budget for next year for all measurement, all comparisons. And it goes back to a question I asked earlier, how did we get this number? If it's reliable enough to print, then it ought to be reliable enough to become the base for incremental change year over year. And if it isn't reliable, then I question why, what we're supposed to do with it in here.
Thank you. Director Donaldson?
So thank you. And I take your point. I think the intent of the budget was really there was a desire when I first arrived that the budget was always based off the prior year budget. And there was no indications as to, how we were tracking against actuals in the current year to form a basis for that. So the forecast was added in to try to provide a little bit of that bridge. But again, I think that there has to be some considerations with what is in the forecast number that could account for perhaps one-time adjustments that maybe didn't occur in the current year that we wouldn't want to shortchange ourselves in the budget year because it perhaps is a typical event. It just didn't happen in the current year. So I don't have all the answers immediately, and I certainly can come back to committee with more information on this. And the forecast will undoubtedly require some updating before the final draft because we'll have more information. But I would certainly be cautious that if we're seeing it on a one-time basis, that we not adjust. If we're seeing it on a recurring basis, then it certainly would be something we should look at.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I think we will now move into the division by division portion. So Director Donaldson, administration.
Okay, I'll move, the next summary was just a breakdown by department, which ties back to this schedule. So I'll just move ourselves up to page 157 on the agenda package. So this is the council budget. So the council budget has a nominal increase for 2024. 2023 spending is currently lower as we had less attendees at conferences than what was in the budget for AMO and Roma and so on. And we have had less uptake on our mileage expense than what we had seen in the budget, but we've gone back to what our standard allocation should be based on what we would expect to see from those expenses. Moving on to financing charges, this is just the department that captures the debt repayment. So the 134,000, and it's a semi-annual payment we make to the district, and it expires at the end of 2027. So there's no changes here. For human resources, and I'll note that again, this is an area where the forecast will need to be updated. There is actually year-to-date costs in these other lines other than salaries, so this is an omission that needs to be corrected in the next draft. But we've certainly, again, made our comments and our priorities around people well stated, and we're looking for comparable expenditures in staff development for next year, and that's the main, aside from our staff costs for our FTEs in that department. In the area of information technology, again, we talked earlier about the hardware and software costs, the increase in security and firewall software for Cloud Permit, for Bluebeam, for Microsoft 365. We've been introduced in the current year, 2023, and licensing associated with that. We have reduced consulting fees, so there was a placeholder for consultings in the 2023 budget that's been removed for 2024 because we now have that IT capital project that if we have any large requirements for contractors, we can make that change there. This budget for IT has currently reinstated a contribution to reserves for the IT budget. Again, this is when we get to the conversation about reserves, the allocation of where the annual transfer of $4 million, where it goes, is totally at the discretion of committee. So we can move these numbers around. It won't change the overall picture. It'll just impact what reserve it goes to and where it's funded from and what department. The cost recoveries line is increased, and again, that's due largely as a result of internal recoveries from building services and the library. And lastly, legislative services. So again, nominal increase. We have a reallocation of costs. So there was a large portion of the insurance premium that was allocated to legislative services, and I've attempted to correct where I think the appropriate distribution of the premium belongs. I don't believe legislative services is an owner of the premiums we pay for the insurance. So it should be allocated to the areas where we see the most activity and claims. So who are the owners of our vehicles? Where are our liabilities? Where are our greatest exposures? So I've reallocated the insurance from this department to other areas in the budget. And the cost recoveries change on the revenue side. The reduction is related to the cost recovery increase. It's an offset to the cost recovery increase that was on the IT budget. So again, it's all internal reallocations, and it doesn't affect the levy at the end of the day. And this is an attempt to try to put the right pieces of the right puzzle together. So we're not, so we don't have things, and my apologies for the inability to kind of look at historical years. I have not restated the prior year budget for these changes, so there is a little bit of variation, and we'll work to see what we can do to smooth that out as we go forward. So I will, and Treasury, of course, how could I forget? So again, the increase, we have a reduction in the expense overall. There is a transfer to reserves for interest related to interest income. That is the major change on the transfers to revenue side. Because the reserve balances are decreasing, we've taken a lesser amount in the outlook years in 25 and 26. But we're seeing that there will be transfers from interest and also from the grants number. The 545,000 is OSIF, that is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. It comes through Treasury. and gets transferred to reserves. So we've got a reduction in expense because we have higher interest income in 2024, and that gets reduced in the outlook years, which is why you see an increase in those outlook years. Again, it's an allocation that is based on a best estimate of our cash balances at the end of the year. So I will pause for administration, and if there are any questions about any of those specific departments.
Okay, committee. Thank you. Councillor Bosemore.
I'm just curious what type of expenses are included in the 60K for staff development in HR? What, I mean, are those courses that they go on essentially?
So I will tell you what accounts they're in, and then Ms. Lehman can probably help to round out some of those costs. So in the 60,000, we've got 10,000 is related to recruitment. There's 18,000 for staff recognition. There's some health and safety amounts for 5,000. There's education and training for 25,000. And then there are some professional membership fees that round that out for 60. Thank you.
Turkeys, just wondering. They're on there.
Yeah.
Others may not know.
Thank you for that question. Are there any other questions, committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. We'll move on to what's our next division?
Development services.
Development services. Thank you.
Yeah. So again, just the building department has no impact on the levy. It's a net fiscal zero. Whatever is required to fund operations is reflected in the revenue side. We're seeing the 400,000 cost recoveries related to the septic reinspection that we've mentioned a few times. And I don't know that I've got a lot to add here. Again, the increase in professional fees is where the septic reinspection consultants are. Increase in insurance costs, again, just to bucket the premiums along with the operations. I think that's about all I have to say about building services. Bylaw enforcement. The 2023 budget is the full salary for all positions. So last year there was an additional position added in bylaw. We did prorate. That is not reflected in the actual department though. That is a central adjustment that I make. So that's why the forecast is far less than the budget, because we only had a partial, basically it was for the staff vacancy for the part of the year that we didn't have the administrator on staff. And again, fines and penalties, I think, is the important one, where we've tried to be prudent in terms of ensuring that we're not overstating how much we can collect, but we are less than we would be in the 2023 forecast.
That's okay. We're not quite done this section. We'll just continue to go and.
Okay.
Right.
So again, not a lot of material changes in economic development. It's very status quo with what we've seen. Again, there's an increase in community programs. So we're including that as well. And again, the transfers to reserves, that has been a standard transfer every year that is going mainly towards the I believe that one's for the mural. We put away money for the refurbishment of the mural. So. Sorry, that was incorrect. Grants, community programs. That's a different line in economic development. The grants program is actually under grants. So I will come back to that in a moment. So the grants program is where we're seeing the increase in the community grants, 5,000 from 216 to 221. That includes the community improvement subsidy or grants, the two community libraries, the museum, the chamber. They're all included there. And the transfers to reserves related to the community improvement program as well. We put $150,000 a year in for that. And the additional 10, I believe, is the reinstating transfer that we put in. We used to do attainable housing. Let's put 10,000 a year in for that. So we've put that back in. And planning and zoning, again, I spoke earlier this morning about the reinstatement of the site plan control as a revenue, to the point about the forecast as well. So we've traditionally forecasted or budgeted for legal fees for tribunal hearings and other consultants. We haven't used those in the last few years, so we have reduced that. If there is a need for an overage, we would draw from reserve if that was required in that case. And I will pause there for development services.
Do we want to do planning and zoning, or?
That was planning and zoning.
Oh, sorry. I was still looking at the grant page. My apologies.
Okay.
Okay, committee. I think I'm going to see some hands up, because I see some up already. I see Councillor Kent, Councillor Roberts, and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I have a question on I think it's the AMPS program. So you'd have to go back to where you talk about, can you go back a few pages? It's back in law enforcement, right there. Fines and penalties. Is that the AMPS program is my first question. And if it is, are we assuming that the AMPS program is not going to help us increase our fines and penalties, even if it's only through efficiency of what even if we assumed it was a stable number of fines? I would have thought that the business of AMPS, which we made a decision on, would have seen us getting more fines and penalties, unless I'm in the wrong category. And my second question is just on grants. There was a salary line in there. Is that an allocation? Do you allocate people's time into that grants, category for accounting?
Okay, so we have two questions in there. The first one was around AMPS.
Yeah. I'll answer the last one first, and I'll pass it over to Director Pink. So for the salaries, yes. So that's an allocation of costs for that department.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then Director Pink?
Yes, in response to the first question, that is correct. Penalties from AMPS would be seen in that revenue line, as well as a relatively modest increase in expenses to retain a hearing officer. As well as a corresponding slight reduction in legal fees as a result of going through that process as opposed to the courts. I think Director Donaldson referred to it. It's awfully difficult to estimate really your penalties. I don't think necessarily moving to a new system necessarily means there will be more violations in the community. There may be an improved collection of fines as opposed to the court process. But I think it's safe to say it's a relatively conservative estimate. And considering we haven't started issuing AMPS just yet, I think it's a little too early to really accurately estimate what potential increase in revenue we might see. I hope to be have a little more background data for future budgets.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. And
sorry, just a second. I apologize. I see Councillor Kent, did you have a supplemental?
Yeah, tiny follow-up for Director Pink. I don't recollect, but didn't you guys do a business plan on AMPS that said we're going to add all these costs and we're going to? I just would have assumed that since we did add costs to the business, if you want to look at it that way, that we would have seen at least a break even there. And if we've added costs and the numbers are staying flat, we're actually in a worse position than we were before on AMPS.
Through the chair, there was a business case. I don't have those numbers directly in front of me off the top of my head. However, I think where some of the more savings will likely come from is a reduction in legal fees that we hope to experience in future years, as we will proceeding again to screening officers and hearing officers at a much reduced cost than the lengthy drawn out court process with legal counsel. I hope to potentially see some greater penalty amounts and again, some improved collection as we can add those to the tax bills as opposed to going through a court collection agency. But again, those exact amounts, I think it's a little too early for me to accurately predict exactly how it'll play out. I hope in future years, again, those numbers will be refined and perhaps we'll see some greater cost savings or revenue and savings.
Given this is the budget, I think that's okay, but I think also the goal of bylaw is actually to improve compliance. And so hopefully what we'll start to see is that we won't need it as much. But okay, those are good questions. Thank you, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. I'm going to first of all talk about, you don't have to jump and look at it, but in page 18 of the staff report, Director Donaldson identified that there's approximately $100,000 of uncollected fees for insurance, etc., or where we waived it. And then, so I would think that the page 166 under grants and community programs is understated, because if it's $100,000, maybe the that we're giving away and we forgave in 2023, that maybe we should be putting another $100,000 in there, or at the very least, keep track of all these reductions that we give to people that use our community centers. So am I correct in what I had stated, Director Donaldson?
Okay, Director Donaldson?
Yeah, so that is correct. So in the report, what I've noted is we've not reflected in the numbers the actual contribution that the township makes to community groups through the reductions and or outright not charging for the use of our facilities. There's also additional revenues foregone, I think, in the areas, in other areas, the arena and so on. So it certainly would be staff's intent to bring that as part of the budget process. If there's a desire on the part of committee to see that gross up done in this budget, we can certainly do that this year. If not, we can do it for next year. It doesn't affect the levy. It doesn't affect the outcome at the end of the day. It's really just an accounting and a recognition of those revenues that we're not collecting from user groups.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to sort of the conversation that Sally had asked about the AMPS program and any of those programs. My concern is that when we implement these programs, my understanding is that they should be paying for themselves. They shouldn't be on the back of taxpayers. So I'm hoping that this revenue line gets changed, because I noticed that we're really not increasing it very much from in the years going forward. And I know that's years going forward, but I'm just very concerned that we are going to start looking at cost recovery with these programs, because again, you know, and this is stuff that comes from Roma and things, is that they should be paying for themselves. They shouldn't be an additional cost to taxpayers.
Thank you. Mayor Kelley.
Thank you, and through you, I have two separate comments, if I may. Number one, on that last issue, I'm going to piggyback on what Chair Mazan said. The real success of AMPS will be reflected in zero fines collected, because people will see so much consequence to a breach that they'll be on side. I think that I don't want to confuse our bylaw enforcement with some kind of a profit center. The fact of the matter is we're trying to inhibit behavior. One of the reasons we moved to AMPS is because there's more consequence to a breach. In a perfect world, people will pay heed. So that's number one. Number two, I forget who just asked the question, Councillor Roberts, perhaps, about the $100,000 that sticks out. My takeaway from that $100,000 comment is every time somebody comes and asks for some concession, some waiver of a fee for insurance or some waiver of a night's rent on a community center, we tend to trivialize it and look at it in terms of you know, it's only this, it only costs that much. It's the equivalent of 3 hamburgers. You know, we rationalize it many different ways. The fact of the matter is it adds up. And if $100,000 is the true consequence of all of those waivers, we need to be mindful that we have a policy that this a bylaw, I should say, I don't believe it's yet passed. Is it passed? Not yet passed. Yeah. That specifies that, you know, we've adjusted the rates and we've made no provision for giveaways and concessions. And I expect we will stick to that bylaw. It's the discipline in enforcing what we've decided we need to do that's going to make the difference between $0 and $100,000 in terms of giveaways. And we can record it all we want, hopefully just to keep reminding ourselves that every time we give somebody a $20 shave on an insurance bill, it's going to have a consequence at the end of the year. It's going to add up to something meaningful like $100,000, which is almost the equivalent cost of one of the new hires we're looking at for HR. It means something.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I see two hands back up. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a continuance of my point. $100,000, I think, is a 1% hit on the tax levy. Correct me if I'm wrong. I, for one, not for this year, but for next year, I would like to get committee's support to track these item by item. And so we know how much we are actually compensating the community with or contributing to community events. So Chair had asked if that would be something that we could ask Director Donaldson to track for next year.
Okay, Director Donaldson, I think I see you taking some notes over there, and I know this is a discussion we've had and continue to have. I believe isn't this coming back at a future?
There is a report that is coming back to
Right.
confirm the discounts and the policy in itself. But absolutely, I agree with Councillor Roberts. I think tracking it is an excellent way to, and the mayor as well as, is an excellent way to ensure we're aware of what the impact of that policy is financially.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ken?
Just 2 follow-ups on that. I would have thought, Director Donaldson, that you would budget a negative revenue of some number based upon a guesstimate of what you think it might be. And then we could measure whatever giveaways we give against the negative revenue that's been allocated into the budget. Maybe I'm being too simplistic. That's comment number 1. Number 2 is I appreciate what Mayor Kelley is saying about the AMPS program, and it's a different kind of program. But when we make a decision to go into a new business, and I would say, you know, short-term rentals is a new business, for example. The reason I've been so disciplined about saying we need a business plan, you need a business plan, is because when you do that business plan, that's the commitment from staff and management and all of us that we're going to drive towards doing what we said we would do in the business plan. And that's why I like to see the numbers embedded in they get lost in the big budget, but each of these little businesses should have whatever we said we were going to do embedded into the budget, because otherwise we wouldn't have approved it. So, you know, it's hard to say what did we say the AMPS program was going to cost? Is that properly in here? And what did we say we thought we might get out of it? But I would expect the same thing when it comes to short-term rentals, a separate way to see if we actually put in what we said we committed to. Otherwise, you're not doing justice to the decision.
Okay. Thank you. Director Donaldson, did you have anything to?
No, and I think on your first point, that's exactly what we would do. We would show what the revenue would be at full charge, and then we would show a contra revenue of that forgiveness, and then we would measure against that based on the bookings that take place during the year. That's how we would do it.
Thank you.
And just to go back to economic development, so apologies, grants and community programs. So the $11,000 is for promotional material related to some of the events that take place during the year, hike the lakes and those types of things, getting photos, graphics for publication that we use in our materials around the township. So I'll move on if that's.
Oh, Councillor Rosenworth.
This is partly from my understanding, Director Donaldson, you and I have already spoken a little bit about this, but this has to do with building. And if I think the protective services, this is one of the ones we have a reserve for a required reserve.
Yes.
Obligatory reserve. And the more we load this up with allocated overheads, the more we eat into that reserve, which is quite a large reserve. And if we do that, does that give us more space in the budget somewhere else?
So yes, it would.
And therefore, are we maximizing loading up the cost of the building department so that it gets charged against that reserve?
Thank you.
That's a question. Yeah, I would say what we're trying to do is we're trying to ensure that we're correctly allocating costs related to the building department as it operates within the municipal framework. For years prior to my arrival, the charge back for building was very nominal. And so what I've been working with Director Pink's support and the CAO is to try to make sure we're accurately reflecting what that overhead is. So we're not, I mean, I'm very cognizant of the rules under the Building Code Act that we are only charging for services that are in delivery of building inspection services.
Thank you.
We're doing better than we used to do, I'm just saying.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. Thank you. I think we can now move on to fire and emergency services.
Thank you. Okay, so very nominal changes. Emergency management is a partial FTE in the salary budget and very consistent over year. So not a lot of activity there. On the fire station side and the fire service on a consolidated basis, as we discussed this morning, significant increase in contract services related to changing the presentation of some minor capital equipment and removing it from the capital budget and adding it to the operating budget as well. We have again made some changes with respect to the proportion of insurance that's being charged to the fire service. So there's a reduction there. And on the revenue side, there has been some adjustment with respect to, we introduced a new revenue stream last year for first false alarms. So we have adjusted that, and that's a small decrease in revenues on the revenue side for the fire service. But overall, the main driver for the increase is just the reallocation from capital to operating.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, committee? Okay, not seeing any. I think we can now move on to the library.
Okay.
I think we're going to have a lot of questions here. Sorry, I was just checking if everybody was still with us. Okay.
The main driver on the library budget is as a result of my line on IT support. So we are with the new security and new shared cost model with the library. We've allocated more costs. We've also taken over fully. There was in the capital budget under library a line where they were buying their own hardware. We've now lumped the hardware replacement program within their annual allocation for our IT services. So that is why that's increased. And again, it's recovered back through, it's an internal recovery through IT. So it's just a interdepartmental transfer.
Okay, thank you. Committee, are there any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on, and similar to with the capital, we will break this out into the same groupings, I would say. So we'll start off with, it's an adjusted, it's different. Okay, we're going to start with arenas.
Yeah, we'll just page flip through these and stop wherever there's questions.
Okay, fantastic.
So
we'll that way.
With respect, and this is going to be a common theme, so I will make the comment up front. So the director and I have been working
more so the director than myself, but I've been supporting in terms of our City Works implementation for the last couple of years. We've got a year and a half of fair data that we can now draw from. And part of the City Works implementation dealt with a work order system that would give us a clear line of sight into where staff activities within Public Works were being allocated. So you often have staff who may be in one department, but they're working in somewhere in another area. So there are variances between budget years and the forecast with respect to salaries and benefits. And that is as we get a better line of sight into what our actual estimates are for how we allocate public works staff hours. Rest assured, within the overall budget, including capital, we are only paying for the actual expense. It relates to what we're paying staff for their work. This is really just an allocation exercise between departments in terms of where those costs appear. So in the area of arenas, we're seeing that the costs are actually estimated to be lower based on a more lean estimate for 2024. Again, similar with equipment charges, our charge out for services to support the arenas is lower than it was last year. So we have cost savings in the arenas, really just as a byproduct of the allocations, but we do see an offset as much higher costs related to utilities, which we talked about earlier in terms of more so on the hydro side and the operation of the compressors and the condensers within the arena facilities themselves.
Okay, so are we just going to do this line by line right now?
If somebody's got a question,
Okay.
let's just kind of deal with it as we go.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Any questions on the arena? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. And just going forward, I would be interested in seeing what the revenues were from each location. I see there's just a one revenue line, but we are going to be asked to look at both locations at one point. So I just was curious what that.
Okay, thank you.
And that information is available. We just have consolidated for books of business, but we do have them separated in our books.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Comments? Okay, from arenas to cemeteries.
Cemeteries. This is alphabetical, so I apologize for the change. And again, this is another amendment. We'll fix this up. So these are and again the allocations for salaries appear to make the cemetery costs lower than they were last year. I have reinstated a transfer to reserves. We do have a cemetery discretionary reserve. We do have returns that we get from our that fund, perpetual care fund. Thank you very much. So that is our interest income that we're budgeting below, and we do use that to supplement some of our costs, but we do have additional costs beyond that. So there is an allocation for a reserve contribution as well.
Thank you. Any questions on the cemeteries? Okay, seeing none. Community centers.
So community centers, again, we see here where we've tracked that there are actually more costs coming in for community centers. This amount is lower than the forecast. Certainly something that we're continuing to refine to make sure we've got our costs in the right buckets. We had a large allocation of insurance costs last year attributed to the community centers. The community centers are actually, for the costs of the buildings and the contents not as significant. So we've reallocated that insurance cost to other departments, which is contributing to the year-over-year change. There's been a reduction in the transfer to reserves. Again, arbitrary, and we can change those allocations to whatever reserves we feel is most appropriate. And the license of the rentals line, it's really about rentals. Again, that's on a as collected basis. That would be where we would show the increase in community center revenues on a gross up basis. We would show it there, which would greatly reduce the levy requirement related to the community centers, notwithstanding that we don't collect that money and would show an expense elsewhere. So.
Thank you. Committee questions. Councillor Kent.
Sorry, I guess my question is for Councillor Donaldson, sorry, Mark Donaldson. You're doing all these allocations and presenting these line items like community centers and arenas as separate businesses. We don't really run them that way. What value are we getting by looking at a P&L for a business where there's a few direct expenses in there, but most of them are just allocations? I'm just trying to figure out how that helps me decision-making wise, because, and then I guess the second question is, how are these allocations being done? What is the basis for the allocations? Okay. This is always an accounting issue. I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, Director Donaldson.
So I think the question with respect to the allocations, what we're trying to get to is to be able to answer the question, what is the cost of the community centers? What is the cost of the arenas? Is it an absolute? We can look at that, but we're trying, I think, with our city works, public works system, and following a actual time tracking that really kind of parses out where people are spending their time. I think we're getting better than where we were 3 or 4 years ago. So I think this is a work in process that we're trying to get to. But I think the question is trying to answer is what does the community center cost? Now, to your point about decision making, I mean, there are some costs in here which are fixed costs. If people weren't doing this, they probably would be doing something else. So would there be an actual savings? And is this cost kind of isolated? And can you kind of take it as a standalone if you tore that page out of the budget? No, you couldn't. But I think that it does give some line of sight into what the costs are, both the soft costs around the people that are supporting these areas, and the direct costs, around maintenance and heat, hydro, and other pieces.
Can I just ask one follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
So, but of the line items, let's take community centers for example. Which of these line items are allocated, and which ones are direct costs? Are they all allocations?
Okay. Director Donaldson?
So salaries and benefits are based on the charge out from the work orders that public works staff are filling out. So
Okay.
those are, I would say they're not they're an allocation, but they're an allocation based on an actual work order.
Time sheet. Got it.
Insurance would be an allocation, right? Because we don't, we're guesstimating in terms of what the actual property insurance premiums related to these community centers is. So that would be an allocation. But I would say, a large share of this would be, you could trace it back to the community center or to the arena or to wherever because you're actually tracking the work that's being done and the bills that are coming in that are attributed to that facility.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions? Oh, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. And I'm just going to ask, I don't need it right now, but so it's interesting when I look at the maintenance and like other things that we're going to be doing in the community center. And I'm just going to talk about the Torrance Community Center. I'm not clear about what's been brought forward. Like I'm not sure what that list looks like. So in fact, I couldn't say, in past years, I would say, okay, we can skip a few of those things because, but I actually don't have that information in front of me. So going forward, next round, if we could have that would be helpful.
So I think I need clarity, and maybe Director Becking, is this like a list of the actual maintenance that would be happening?
So if I'm understanding this information here, their community centers are then to go to Director Becking and say, these are the wants and asks of the community center for the coming year. Oh, yeah.
Okay, the hall boards.
And,
Okay,
and so therefore, we submitted our list, but I don't know how that's reflected in these numbers.
okay, so that's a more specific question. So now I'm gonna ask Director Becking, can you help us? Or is it Director Donaldson? Sorry.
need the numbers right now.
No, yeah, I just want to understand the relationship though, between the request from the hall boards and where that shows up on here.
It depends on the size of the ask, Madam Chair. If it's something north of $5,000, it would be in the capital budget, in which case it would be itemized. If it is something of a relatively minor nature, we used to have 20 sets of cutlery. We now only have 10 sets of cutlery. We need another 10 sets. Then that would be just simply included in the operating budget as a maintenance expense. But certainly we can provide committee with a list of, here is the list of requests that we received. Here are the items that are included and where they are included.
Okay, thank you. That clarified it for me as well. So it's $5,000, 5,000 and more.
According to our capitalization policy, anything above $5,000 is covered, is considered a capital expense.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts?
So as long as it's under 5,000, so if they're asking for new tables, which I seen are about 3 or 4 years out, I think there was 15,000 in there, but if each hall asks for 3 or 4 tables, it's only 500 or 600. How is that handled? Thank you.
Again, Madam Chair, if it's a relatively modest expense, less than $5,000, we would try and project that out over a series of years, but it would be included within the operating budget.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Okay, we can move now on to dock lighting.
I don't have any comments to make on dock lighting. This is just the costs to operate the lights themselves.
Okay, I don't suspect there's any questions, but I do feel I need to ask. Okay, we do have a question. Councillor Boseworth.
Are they all dark sky compliant? It's a serious question.
I know. Thank you. Director Becking.
I'll give you the political answer. So far as I am aware, all of our lighting is dark sky compliant. At least that's what I've been told by staff.
That was a very political answer. Thank you. Okay, facilities maintenance.
Yep, 1 second. Sorry. So for facilities maintenance, again, we're seeing a slight decrease based on allocation of costs for historical for the past year on 2023. So we're updating that for 2024. And again, a reduction in other expenses. And I was just looking to see if I can quickly identify precisely what that relates to. And I'm seeing just based on a reduction in actual costs here. I just wanted to. Yeah, just based on actual costs. So we're just not spending what we've spent. So our forecast has been updated. So we've just reduced our budget in kind for that. So again, not a significant amount of change here. Again, contributions to reserves just being held constant, but is certainly at committee's purview as to how we would move that around. So.
Okay, any questions on facilities? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to parks.
And parks, again, so here we see the costs, allocated costs of labor going up because this is where we're seeing the actual work being performed is in our parks areas. So those costs have been increased. We've removed the allocation for insurance because we just don't feel that the amount of the premiums relate materially to the parks area. So we've removed that. And again, change in transfers to reserves. No significant change in user fees as a revenue offset for this department. So very nominal change overall.
Okay. Any questions on parks? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the health hub and nurse station.
Health hub, again, I don't have any notable comments on this. The cost of utilities is slightly higher than what was forecasted last year, so we've upped that budget, and that's really the key driver in here.
Okay, any questions? Comments? Okay, seeing none, let's move to the next.
Again, public works admin, no significant changes. Salaries are changing again. All costs when they're paid go to this department and they're allocated from here. So this is kind of our area where we capture any residual uncharged time, if I can call it that, where you've got accounting for time for staff. Again, investment in professional fees for contractors to support with some special projects during the year. The note, I guess, as well on this one, and I made reference to it in my report. Historically, the sale of road allowance and shore road allowance has gone in as an operating revenue to the operating budget. I think in the principle of sustainability under our budget policy, those should be considered one-time revenues and really should not be used to support operating. You sell a property once and then that's it. You don't have recurring revenue to support that. So I have reduced the amount of operating revenue that we would get from shore road sales. I have not taken it all out because the impact would be significant to the overall budget, but it's something that I would wean us off of, and those proceeds would go to reserves going forward to support other capital programs. So that's a change I've made this year, and it's showing its reflection in the public works admin department.
Okay, committee, any questions? Comments? Seeing none, we will move on then to the next one, which is
this is township equipment fleet. And again, we do a charge out to all departments that includes amortization of the cost of the asset. So we do a full cost recovery. So this unit is actually I don't want to say it's a profit center because it's not profit, but it is a recovery that we get that would support the acquisition of fleet in the future through just this budget. It's just, again, it's the costs of our assets. The salary and benefits would be reflective of the time we spend charged out to support the fleet, the maintenance and work and so on. And then we charge out the time, the hours for trucks and plows and so on to the other departments, and that's where their equipment charge goes to. So and this is a subcomponent of the overall roads budget. These are all subcomponents of roads. So the next few pages are not on the summary page. They're all rolled up into one line called roads.
Thank you for that clarification, because that's the exact question I just asked our CAO.
Okay.
So the next few slides all are under that roads category.
They are.
Thank you.
Moving ahead, I should do a page check. We're on page 180. This is garages. So this is the four garages, including Rosso, that we currently have contracted out to a third party, but we use the other three fairly regularly. So we have Patterson, Ranwood, and Glen Orchard, and the costs here are changing very little. It's a 3.8% increase over last year's budget. I will just keep going until someone tells me to stop. So
Let's just continue to do roads and then I'll ask anybody for questions.
Okay.
Let's just bundle that.
So
one, at least.
miscellaneous charge is really a catch-all we have in our contract services. Our maintenance costs related to monitoring our GPS for our fleet. That's the main cost in that contract services line.
Okay.
District roads. So these are the costs associated with our staff and equipment to maintain district roads, and then the recovery is included at a 13% administrative markup. So we get full cost recovery from the district plus a 13% overhead charge.
Okay, so hold on to that. Okay, keep going.
Okay. No material change in aggregate, very small budget for source maintenance on that. Sidewalk maintenance, again, slight increase in contract services for equipment and materials. Small changes there for sidewalk. Page 185, bridges and culverts. Decrease again in the amount of allocated costs, particularly with respect to equipment. And again, as we spoke earlier, if we're seeing that there's more of the time being spent that would be allocated to a capital project versus a maintenance job on a road, bridge or culvert, then that would be capitalized as opposed to being shown in the operating budget. Roadside maintenance, so that's our ditching and so on. Again, higher in salary costs, but lower in equipment. Fairly constant with last year's allocation. Paved maintenance, so your contract services, so the materials are quite a bit more on paved maintenance, particularly around our hot and cold patching with respect to a number of the roads. And we talked earlier this morning about the road conditions and the exercise that goes on. And I think that Director would support me in saying that we would expect that the operating costs related to paved maintenance will continue to increase, probably much higher than the rate of inflation. As the roads continue to deteriorate. So we just have to send more crews out to do more repairs that don't last until we can get to actually doing the proper work on the road that needs to be done. And loose top, again, similarly, the gravel grading work that needs to get done. Allocation for this year's budget is 2% more than last year. Winter control, so we had a start on that this morning. I saw the Sanders out, that was much appreciated. And again, the work here is just a smaller allocation for salaries and contract services than what was forecasted last year based on current year to date. Of course, if we have significant winter events, then that's where the risk is on this budget. Okay. And safety devices, so this would be our guardrail signage, those types of things, barriers. Again, equipment costs just slightly lower based on current year experience. And yeah, I don't think I have much to add on that comment as well.
Well, that was a good summary of all the roads.
Yeah.
I know we have at least one question on roads, and I'm going to ask Councillor Nishikawa. You were patient. Thank you.
I am actually just curious, and I think I don't know that my question can be answered by you, but I'm going to look at Derek. And how do we get a higher percentage? So for instance, we're only billing back 13% of an administrative cost, but I would suggest that when district bills us back, it's quite a bit higher. And I just wonder, how do we increase that number? More reflective of our other donations towards district in.
Okay, thank you. CEO Hammond.
Madam Chair, there's actually a road maintenance agreement that's signed by all the lower tiers in the district of Muskoka, and Mr. Becking may be able to provide a little bit more detail as to the agreement as well as its status. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Becking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The CAO is correct. There is an existing agreement that covers the provision of service. We are recovering our costs in accordance with the formula that's dictated under that agreement. The 13% is an allowance. I would say in lieu of an exact accounting of what administrative time is devoted to items relating to district roads. It's an attempt to compensate the municipality for frankly, my effort as it relates to the provision of those services. And the effort from the account, for accounting purposes and so on and so forth.
Madam Chair, perhaps Mr. Becking can illuminate whether or not there's an upcoming update to that agreement. How recent is it? Thank you.
The agreement was negotiated between the district and the local municipalities through Walt Schmidt. So that takes us back to 2019. My recollection was that it was a 7-year agreement, but I stand to be corrected. So we're probably looking at a year or two remaining on the existing agreement. I would say it's a very good agreement if you're the district. I'm not, I wouldn't agree that it's a very good agreement in terms of the local municipalities. And in fact, Huntsville pulled out of those discussions for that very reason.
Okay, so this sounds like an opportunity for the district group and or staff. Okay, Councillor Nishikawa?
Just a further, and I just want this on the record, I'm requesting the mayor, like I would like a little clearer understanding of what the current agreement looks like and how every other municipality, what their percentages are, for example. If we're even paying 0.5% higher than any other municipality, I want to know that sort of thing. So thank you to look into that. He's the dude on Public Works, by the way. So.
Thank you. I like this. You just got another job. You just got a job. Okay, thank you very much. Roads, any other questions or comments on the roads? We are going to then move along to the next one, which I believe is swimming. Seems like.
Thank you, Chair. So again, I think the director made some comments this morning around the swimming program. The budget is being held slightly less in terms of the levy requirement, but fairly constant with last year. Some smaller, some reduced salary costs and coinciding with some expected revenues that would be slightly higher, but lower than what we saw this year. So I think it's conservative, but perhaps realistic.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? No questions about dark sky? Oh, Councillor Roberts, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that when you take a look at page 191, you see a net levy requirement of 30,000 that the taxpayers are picking up on this. I've proposed that we at a cost of 40,000, almost 41,000, and 11,000 for revenue. I think we should consider not continuing this service in 2024. I know that we're going to have a service level review, but 30,000 could be used, as my good friend there, Councillor Roberts said, to pay for the AEDs. So
I just want to make sure I'm clear. I was looking at street lighting.
Oh, we're on swimming.
Didn't we do swimming?
No, we're on
Oh,
swimming.
we are on swimming. I moved along. Did I move along to street lighting?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I confused us.
Turn the
Sorry
lights
about
out. Turn the lights out for a second.
We are looking at swimming. Thank you. Thank you for the comment, Councillor Roberts. Councillor Burton.
Swimming is really important. We live on the water. Our children live on the water.
Can I have the supplemental?
30,000. One child dies because they drown. haven't been taught how to swim. I see it as it's a rounding error. We shouldn't be worried about this. We should be worried about the hospitals and about the roads.
Can we debate this, Chair?
No, hold on for a second. So now that you've got me back on the exact right page, we're talking about swimming and the swimming program. So the question coming up from Councillor Roberts is, should we still be offering this as a service? And Councillor Burry is suggesting yes, Councillor Roberts is suggesting no, and Councillor Nishikawa has her hand up.
I just wanted to comment, and actually it's interesting because Kathy Duck is around the table because she would have, but for years and years and years, every time a budget comes up, so, oh, geez, we spend this much and what do we get out of it? It's the only program we provide in our township, the only program. And it is a very, very important thing. When we didn't have it, we didn't do it for, I think, 2 years. We didn't run the program. And I'm going back in the earlier 2000s. It really was negative to the community. It was very, very negative. So this is the only thing, you know, as I said, that as a program that we actually operate from our township. And I think it needs to be stayed there. And in fact, added to, I'm saying.
Thank you. I think it's Mayor Kelley you wanted to add in.
Thank you. And just, and through you, just to echo Councillor Nishikawa, it's also possibly the only program we offer permanent residents who don't have other organized access to the waterfront. And it's a different story if you do have access to the waterfront and you have waterfront property to learn how to swim at your leisure at your dock. But when you don't have that, I think having access to it for permanent residents is vital.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
I agree with keeping the swim program, and that if you look at other municipalities and that they put free programs on for kids in the summer at the pools and that. So as I said, we don't offer any other programs, and it's a shame that we nickel and dime all the time on something like that. I would definitely support the swim program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other? Okay, Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I understand the concept of supporting the program. I guess I would probably go back to the comment of this, to me, looks like a program that you should outsource to somebody from the Muskoka Small Business Center to run a summer business program offering swimming lessons. There's lots of qualified kids looking for jobs. Why are we, I understand the need of it. So we contract with somebody to do it rather than the municipality running swimming lessons. It just, that to me is where I think we're overstepping our bounds. I think it's not our job. It's maybe our job to think the program's important and then give it to somebody else to run. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, so because this is part of our budget right now, as we look to next year's budget, what I'm hearing is a discussion as to programming as a whole, and is this a specific program? And I wonder if the right approach is to allow our recreation manager to help guide us in future. And as we look to next year, as we contemplate this budget, consider, I'm getting a sense from a larger group of the people that they want to keep it in this budget. So I am going to just ask a quick straw poll here. I know you're not your favorite thing, but quick straw poll for keeping it in. Mayor Kelley, are you? Yeah, okay. So when is that? Okay, so I think we will keep it in, but I suspect Mr. Moore is watching. And this has been an ongoing conversation every year. So as we look to invest in our recreation space appropriately, he can help guide us. Now I will move on to the next one, which I believe is street lighting. Is that correct?
It is street lighting, Chair. Thank you. And again, these costs are fairly consistent. We have utility costs. That's the primary cost with regard to the street lighting. Last year, we eliminated any special levies, so it's part the supporting revenues to support street lighting comes from the general levy now across the municipality.
Okay, so now I can say, are there any questions about night sky? It will make sense. Councillor Rosenworth?
Perhaps there are two answers to this, the political one and the actual one. Are they all dark sky compliant?
The answers are one and the same, Madam Chair. They are compliant.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No? Okay, so we'll move right on to trails.
Thank you. And the last section. So again, based on the history of work performed on trails this year, we've lowered the salary budget to reflect that. Also, I've done a temporary transfer to reserve decrease, but again, totally arbitrary, and we can allocate the distribution of the 4 million to whatever and however departments and reserves committee sees fit.
Questions, Councillor Nishikawa?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify, and I guess it comes back to the parkland dedication. And how come I've never understood this, how we don't dump it in some money into trails, like from all of that, because it sort of is that.
Thank you. That's a good question. Director Donaldson?
It is. So I would say just in terms of the parkland dedication, so we use that in terms of supporting the capital projects that we do for the parks, trails, arenas, community centers, all those. And there was a bylaw that was passed in, I believe it was 2014, that I was able to uncover at that time, where it defined what recreational use meant under the Planning Act. So it gave us a very broad ability to use that money. So this on the operating side is really just about the work that the staff do, to trail, to brush, to kind of collect garbage, all those things we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
So it's interesting because I do remember very clearly that bylaw. And in fact, I think we abused it. We were paying for maintenance items. I think we were even like really stretching it of what we were actually. And I would like to, again, down the road, I'd like to revisit that, because I somehow we got off track of the parks and trail discussion, and more it got allocated to fixing an arena or fixing a community center or that kind of thing, but not actually creating new. And I thought it was also about creating new facilities. So I'd like to revisit in the future.
Yeah, okay.
And that's a great point. And I will just add again, so under the amending legislation from last year that the province put forward, and I believe it was Bill 23, but I stand to be corrected. But parkland dedication money needs to be 60% allocated now under legislation. So we have to be able to demonstrate upon request by the province of how we're going to spend that money. So if we are interested in developing new paths, new trails, that would be a great way to be able to do that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Director Donaldson.
Yes.
I have two other things in here. We have an unallocated. Oh, you're about to get there. Okay, unallocated.
Yeah, so I'll just touch on this. So this, again, I mentioned earlier about bylaw. So we don't, I don't apportion a reserve, but we do have a reserve against our salary and benefits, because we do know that we do have some vacancies during the year. So I do have a saving, we call it a gap on our salary budget. And as well, the other tax revenues is located in this area. So it's not under treasury, I keep it separate. And I omitted to explain earlier, of the 915, a large portion of that is penalties and interest on late payments on taxes. So the tax penalties for late payment is included in that, as well as supplementary and omitted tax billings for reassessment.
Interesting, is right. Okay. Any questions on this piece? Glenn, Councillor Zabit, sorry.
Thank you. Through you, not so much on that, but back to Public Works as it relates to the arenas. I guess it relates to swimming as our only program. I'm just in receipt here of an email from the township, and we're announcing adult shinny and stick and puck at both of our arenas starting in early November. And so these are obviously additional and or new programs. I guess I have a couple of questions about it. I'm wondering where that would show up in the budget in terms of 24 for whatever expertise is around that activity at both arenas. And I suppose too, interestingly, why we as a council aren't made aware of that we're in the recreational programming business now. I mean, to the point that, not to be ignorant, but you know, I realized that swimming was our only program. We used to say that was it. Now we're offering a variety of skating opportunities, which is excellent to use the facilities. I get it. But I'm not aware of this until I just received this like 3 minutes ago. And it's on everyone's email. Thank you.
Director Becking?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is broadly falls under the heading of free skate. And that has been a feature of our arenas operations long before I ever showed up at the township. Mr. Moore has been a little creative in trying to carve out little bits of time to cater to people who have particular desires, you know, case in point, shinny, as opposed to just skating around the ice pads. So, but essentially it falls under the same heading of overall free skate time that is scheduled within the overall arena schedules. The revenues show up as a revenue in the department's budget, and it's a very nominal amount. It's on a per head basis.
So just for my own understanding, would that also, there isn't really an instruction involved in this? Like with swimming, there's an instructor.
No,
this is a formal program, whereas this is much more of the roller skating, that idea. Or making
identical.
Okay, perfect.
Identical.
That's interesting to know. So thank you. Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you, I think it might be respectfully a little bit different when in fact you get 7 guys showing up with their equipment wanting to play hockey. That's shinny is hockey. So I mean, in terms of responsibility, liability, I'm all for using the arenas, absolutely, especially the ice time. But I just wonder how well thought out this is.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Nishikawa, sorry.
Thank you. So my kid's almost 30. He started playing shinny at the Bala Arena when he was 3. It's been going on for years. Greg Young used to offer great programming, and it would be shinny. And in fact, how we got Corey Moore was that he was a lacrosse guy, and he ran a lacrosse clinic in our arenas. These kind of things have been going on for years and years that we didn't get notifications. We just knew that they were happening if you lived in the community and you were active in the community, and especially if you had a kid that was living in the community. So this is nothing new. It's just another highlighting the activities that are already going on and enhancing them. But it's been going on for 30 years that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
So Director Donaldson, I just have it's just one unusual little admin thing on the actual operating budget summary by division. There was one other line item that I noted, private signage. And it's a very small amount. I just don't understand it. Like it's a 0 line. It must have been something historical or something.
Yeah,
okay.
It's a historical. So I believe it relates to the directional signs that we have out at the corners for the businesses. I think that we used to collect fees for people to put up their, you know, Joe's shop is down this way.
Okay. So I believe this brings us to the end of the actual operating budget outside of the discussion on the reserves. And I would like to give us a chance to have a good discussion on the reserves. What I think we should I know except we have an open resolution, so do I have, I was going to take a quick break. Just, can I with an open resolution? We just can't talk about it. Okay, just a reminder that if we take a 10-minute break, I was going to suggest we're back here by 3:25. Please just don't talk about the budget because we do have an open resolution. When we come back, this will, I guess, give us that opportunity to talk about the reserves. Once we've confirmed that, we will confirm the resolution and then we'll move into the service level enhancement discussion. Okay, so 10 minutes, I'll say to 3:30. 3:30. Thank you. We're live. Okay, so we are live, folks. I'd like to welcome everybody back to our discussion. We are coming to the final stages, I would say, of our operating budget. And I did want to spend a few minutes on the topic of reserves. I know I've had questions. I've always had questions on this particular topic. And I think we owe it to ourselves to spend a few minutes on this particular line. So there wasn't a sheet, but I think there is a table in the report. Is it table number 1, Director Donaldson? That I think if we bring that back up onto the screen, it will help guide because there isn't a really formal presentation on this. I just want to allow for that conversation to happen. So we have table number 1. Yes. Page 195.
It is.
Well, that I don't know, but Director Donaldson's going to let us know.
Thank you, Chair. So I am now on page 195 of 246 of the main agenda package. I did include Schedule 3, which is a number of pages. I'm just going to focus on this cover page. This is the roll up of everything that's behind it. Again, I will just for committees reference, I will just again define that obligatory reserves are reserves that are under legislation or agreement that are for specific purposes. So they cannot be used for anything and everything. They are specifically related to when it comes to development charges growth, when it comes to parkland, acquisition of parkland or development of parkland or recreational use. The Canada Community Business Fund, I believe it's called, the old gas tax, is for capital projects that is at council's discretion, but it is specifically for transportation projects or infrastructure projects. And then we have the building fund, which is just for building operations. So those are very restricted. So that's the top line under the opening balance. The discretionary reserve funds and reserves. So again, reserve funds are usually for very specific capital natured programs. So we have an IT reserve fund, we have a building and facilities reserve fund, we have a roads reserve fund. Our reserves are more not specific projects, but more operating reserves that we can use. The largest one being our tax stabilization, which we used to refer to as our working capital. It's an accumulation of surpluses from past years that have been accumulated there. We have the election reserve that we use because it's a cyclical expense, so it smooths out that impact on the operating budget. So we do that through an operating reserve. We have attainable housing, and we also have one we created for studies and plans. So those are funded there. The discretionary lines are totally at council's control. They can move money between them, around, make contributions, draws, whatever the needs are. It is all predicated on council's priorities and set through resolutions. They're created. These funds, reserve funds, are created either through bylaw or resolution as well, and or approval of the budget. And we can discuss that more if you like. But what I really wanted to try to get across in this table as a roll up is, and I've highlighted the levy square, is we've got $4 million allocated in the 2024 budget arbitrarily without any specific science behind it. I have gradually increased that, and this is just one scenario. And as I described it this morning, I think it's a worst case scenario. I certainly think there are actions that can be taken that can mitigate some of this, but I think I can say with great certainty that the current or historical level of contributions to reserves will not be sustainable to deliver on this 10-year capital plan, or if that capital plan increases after we're finished our asset management plan, it'll even be more critical. We are to be quite succinct. We are burning through cash. We are spending on average, you know, on this capital plan, we're looking at expenditures that are, you know, $10 to $12 million a year, and we're only putting you know, $6.5 to $7 million in every year currently. So we're on a reserve deficit currently on our current capital needs, and we need to look at ways that we can to fund our capital plan. I think that's the message I'm trying to get through through this pro forma presentation. So I'm happy to take any questions on any of the assumptions or any of the details. I think that this is a table that kind of is the number side of a chart that I think we talked about a month or so ago, where we saw the line of reserve balances dropping down to near zero. And that is what I'm projecting. We're going to get to a very close, you know, $1 million or less than $2 million by 2028. And we'll have to, that leaves us very little flexibility if we have any issues where we require cash, like we had with the wall this year on Medora Street. If we have a flood, we have to dip into our own reserves until we can access provincial funds, those types of things that need to happen on very quick notice. And that's why it's important to have these funds available. So I'll pause there, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to try to answer.
Thank you. Okay, committee. I am going to ask questions and comments at this point. I see Councillor Zavitz, did you have your hand up? Or yes, I think I thought I saw your hand up. Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor Kent.
Well, thank you, and to this discussion, not so much questions. I think perhaps it's questions we need to ask of ourselves, and that is, you know, are we funding reserves to the areas of necessity that we really should be? And I think I'd started out earlier this morning by commenting, I would like to see us. I would like to see us make a commitment to reserves in a more fulsome manner. I know the $4 million levy amount. I mean, I pick an arbitrary number, as Mr. Donaldson has said. I'd prefer to see it at 4.5 million, and I'd love to know what, you know, that represents to our taxpayers. But in terms of an increase to them, to us, and I think, as you know, as a starting point, I don't know that we have a lot of questions. You know, the questions of staff are more, maybe we need to look at the philosophical side of it ourselves as a council and or here as committee, and make that harder decision to actually start to increase these reserves to a more fulsome level. We're not going to be able, you know, clearly we're not going to be able to get up to the numbers that we've been hearing from staff, you know, right away, but perhaps as a commitment over time, we could as a group, you know, this has been going on for years and years. You know, the people are sitting around this table that made commitments to these budgets in 2012 and 13 and 14. So this is an ongoing a battle, I suppose. And anyway, I'd like to see us start with some sort of a commitment by we as committee to enhance the reserve piece and start to be more responsible. You know, the interesting thing too is that over the last 18 months, we've considered, you know, the $2.5 million bridge in Bala, the Millstream Pond for $2+ million as a dam, hydro plant, and of course the wall we talked about for $2 million. So $6 million worth of expenses right off the get-go. Things that are extraordinary, but let's say we get them done, and there's going to be 3 more of those examples coming at us, same kinds of numbers. So I think we need to be fiscally responsible here, and I'd like to put that notion forward that I would like to see a $4.5 million aspect to reserves, and still contemplate you know, many of the items on the wish list that we have to consider after this. I mean, this is going to bite, and we're starting at a pretty decent number already. But I don't know. We're fighting those same market forces as everyone else, and I'm hoping we can be bold here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So conceptually, just to summarize that 4 million that's currently in the levy, you'd be interested now to hear from others in increasing that amount for this year's levy. Okay, to the tune of 4.5. Councillor Kent.
I first have a question for Director Donaldson, which is, for my simplistic brain here, you quickly reviewed the 3 categories here. But what I thought you said was that discretionary reserves are for very specific capital projects. So we put aside money for the wall. Okay, and there's a fund in there of money we've put aside because once we made the decision. But discretionary reserves as committed reserve funds are flexible, but it sounded like those discretionary reserves, maybe I'm getting confused here which one is which. Under reserves, you said they were things like the tax stabilization count and blah, 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 blah. What flexibility do we have to move things between those 2 categories? Or the way you present this is we run out of money in one account, but that doesn't seem to cause you any great angst. I mean, you keep putting it in, but it doesn't fill in that, it doesn't go into that specific reserve funds deficit account. That's my first question. And maybe it's just clarity on what those accounts are and how much flexibility we have. Back to last year, my second question is, what is the right level of reserve? And I was sort of hoping by some point we would have had staff come back and tell us what that number is. But in my opinion, it has to be tied to your annual capital expenditure plan. 1.5 times, 2 times capital expenditures. We need to evaluate that at some point, because now the way we're doing this is we're just sticking enough levy in to keep the closing balance, where we started at the end of a 10-year period, despite the fact that it dips quite sharply in the middle. So, and the third question of funding, that's a separate issue altogether. So 2 questions for Mark on the definition. And then I would just tell you that I would support, I wish there was a bit of a metric to it, going up to 5 million of levy this year. I think that's closer to the right number. We're going to be eating substantial tax increases over the next couple of years. And we might as well get going on them and try to at least get caught up so that we don't have that backlog. The only thing we have left is the backlog rather than falling into a larger backlog every year.
Okay, thank you. So Director Donaldson.
So very quickly, so on the we have set up discretionary reserve funds, but council is in total control over discretionary reserves and reserve funds. Amounts can be moved however council wants to move them. So we've got specific pots of money, but if you said, take all the IT money and move it into roads because that's our priority, then we could do that. So that just as an example. So that, I think what we try to do is we try to identify though what the needs are, and that's why specific funds are established. So we can properly try to estimate and address what we think our needs are in the different categories. What are we going to need for facilities? What will we need for roads? What will we need for computers and so on and so forth? So I think that was the first question.
Just one, Director Donaldson, on that, does that mean that we can't really combine those 2 lines on this statement? Meaning there is an allocation, the deficit line probably is attributable to like roads or something.
You could combine those 2 lines because you could take money from the tax stabilization reserve and move it to a reserve fund if you wanted to.
Right, but can you tell me what the 3.5 million in 2028 is, which account that's attributable to? It's probably roads or bridges or culverts or something.
So I've done, within the capital within the operating budget, I have done a rather arbitrary allocation of where their contributions, the 4 million, how I've parsed it up, really based on history. But again, it's totally at council's control. If we said we wanted 4 million and we want it all to go into roads, we don't want to make any contributions to any of the other funds, we could do that. It's totally at council's direction.
I'm sorry, I was asking you, if you look at 2028 and you $3.5 million deficit in discretionary reserve funds, is that attributable to specific accounts that are in deficit tax stabilization is in positive, but deficits in roads? Is it identified as clearly as that?
So there are supplementary schedules to the one that's showing on the screen now. And so those balances roll up to get to that deficit number, that 3.5 million in 2028. But I could easily remedy that deficit by transferring money from a discretionary reserve, say the tax stabilization, to the reserve funds that make up that deficit.
Okay.
So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I guess I'm looking at those two rows where it's discretionary. I'm looking at that as one item that is within council's control.
Okay, so
Sorry, there was a second question and my memory is good, but it's.
What's the right level of, if you back up from what we can afford, I asked this last year, first question out of the bat, what is the right level of reserves? Is it 1.5 times our CapEx? Is it 2 times our annual CapEx? I mean, now it looks like we start at 16.9, we end at 16.3. That's pretty nice, but there's a big, huge dip in the middle. And our CapEx program goes up in that period. So we haven't maintained a metric. I'd like to have us do the work to come up with the metric so that we can maintain the reserves and make our decisions based upon something we can communicate publicly as our philosophy on how we do this.
So I have this conversation regularly. My municipal peers across the province, we debate this particular issue. There are no rules on what is a one size fits all. What is the metric by which all municipalities should be measured? Really, what we're getting to, which we're almost there, is our asset management plan. And the asset management plan, which will identify the replacement cost of all the assets that we currently have and that we own, will drive what our expenditure is. And then from there, as part of the regulation, with regard to the legislated plan, there has to be a financing program attached to it. So we're going to have to have a financing program that we're going to have to publish that says, here's what our total replacement cost is on our asset inventory, and here's how we're going to finance it, whether it's through reserves, whether it's through an assumption around grants or application funding, whether it's other bodies. But unfortunately, there isn't a rule of thumb, that says your reserve shall be a factor of X. It's really predicated. Every municipality is different. Every municipality has its own asset base, and that's really where it starts from. And you always want to have a little bit of cash in the bank, so that if you have any unforeseen issues, you can pivot quickly and deal with those.
I wasn't suggesting that the other municipalities had something that we didn't have. I was suggesting that we should come up with our own. We got a lot of smart people on the council here, maybe, and you were there, and all our finance people. You come up with a metric. The metric's 1.5 times capital expenditures, or whatever it turns out to be. But that way you can explain to the constituents when your taxes go up by 20%. We have instituted some policies. The policies require that we maintain, for safety provisions, these things. That's the way I would approach it, for what it's worth. I mean, you're on the right track here. It's just a question of nobody else is going to give it to us. We're going to come up with our own policy.
Yeah, and I think when I did my guideline presentation, and when we talked about the budget last year, we did talk about a policy around reserve contributions, and my suggestion for committee was that once we get the asset management plan and we really know how big this issue is, and we've completed all of our analysis, then that would be the appropriate time to say, okay, if we want to have a policy, then what is reasonable? When we set the guideline this year, the 4 million, again, was an attempt by me to start the conversation and increase our contributions to reserves, but yet still being mindful and prudent of the impact it has on municipal tax residents. So I certainly don't think there's any risk we could over contribute to reserves at this point. But I think that we don't have all of the information we need to kind of set what is the appropriate level, because we don't know what our full needs are as of yet.
Okay. Thank you. So I see Councillor Roberts, Mayor Kelley, Councillor Bosenworth, And now Councillor Edwards and Councillor Burry. Okay, I may switch up that order, but I will start with Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Through you to staff, first of all, to Director Donaldson. I believe I read in the report someplace for every $100,000 that we raise the taxes or raise the budget, it's going to be a 1% hit in the levy. Is that correct?
130,000.
130,000. So if we raise it for 500, we raise 500,000, then it's going to be my math's not that great, somewhere between a 3.5 and a 5% tax increase hit, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It's going to be north of 3, closer to 4.
Closer to 4. Okay, so with that clarification, also I think we heard Director Becking, just to confirm his comments, is that we maybe should not rush into raising the contribution right now, that we should wait to see till we complete get some of these reports in that says really what we're going to have. And most important one are our service levels. And then we really got to dig in and establish what we need to put into reserve. Is that correct, Director Becking? Getting tired.
It's close, but not quite. What I was recommending is that we not go out and spend all kinds of money just yet. But to Director Donaldson's comments, there is no risk associated with increasing contributions to reserves because our needs far exceed any contribution that you would make.
Thank you. Okay, so I am going to, if it's okay with you, I'm going to let Councillor Burry go because I didn't realize he was before you, and then I will come back to this slide.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out that, we're talking about millions, 4 million or 5 million to the levy. That is going to be significant real dollars to taxpayers with $1 million and $2 and $3 million assessments, which is, the vast majority of our folks. And let's not forget the district is also increasing their budget. They're not shy to take our 54 cents on the dollar. And there's lots going on there, including a commitment now to $77.5 million to hospitals. So the district is also looking for increased service levels, headcount, and all of that is going to be the total increase to our constituents. So it's not just our little 20 cents on the dollar, which is what we're talking about here. It's a much bigger bill that I think we have to be cognizant of where we're going to land. Like our 6.9, that's fine. We've heard the governor of the Bank of Canada say what I said 3 weeks ago at district, which is municipalities should not be fueling inflation. And right now we are, as municipal taxes are fueling inflation. So we have to be very cognizant that we're not contributing to that. We're one small little place, but we have lots of folks that I think are not elastic with taxes, that they're at some point people are going to say, my tax bill is outrageous and I'm not going to take it anymore. Not right away, but I think at some point, I talk a lot not about equality, but equity. And we do not have an equitable implementation of our services to all of our constituents, where in the cities, the bigger cities, you do. Everyone gets water, everyone gets wastewater. Like here, we're quite different, and I think we have to keep all of this in mind when we look at the totality of what ends up on that piece of paper that people have no choice but to pay.
Okay, thank you. I believe it was And I lost sight of my my order here, but I believe Mayor Kelley and then Councillor Bozarres.
Thank you, and through you, just a couple of thoughts. Although I'm just listening to the last to Councillor Burry, and he hit some of the stuff I wanted to say. I think I want to pick up on a few loose threads here. If you go back to the report, which, by the way, I want to compliment the authors. I will assume it's more than Director Donaldson. Whoever contributed to it did a remarkable job, because we've pulled together for an investment in a community that I think is far more important than we realize. We've done it in a way where curious readers with lots of time on their hands can do a deep dive and see every plow and every tractor that we use. And those who just choose to hit the headlines can take a lot from those as well. And I think it was really well delivered, nice transparency. It reflects well on all of us that, quite frankly, I think we've moved the needle a little bit in terms of full, true, and plain disclosure, and the opportunity for everyone who has an interest in what happens here to take a look and understand. Number two, one of the gems that's in there, and I wish I could find it to read it, I think it appears more than once, is something along the lines of, given that the capacity of the taxpayer to fund taxes or to pay taxes is finite, it may be the willingness of the taxpayer, or it may be the capacity, could be both. We have to be mindful that everything we do has a consequence. Somebody has to pay the bill for everything that we decide needs to get done here. The good news with such a document to put in front of anybody is anybody who thinks we're here to feather our own nest or to, make thoughtless decisions that are expensive and don't have a great conclusion. I would ask anyone who can see any of that evident in this document to point it out, because I can't find it. I think this is a very well-run operation. I have nothing but faith in the senior leadership team, but right through the organization, all of our staff. I think we're being extraordinarily well served, as are the rest of the constituents. That having been said, I do think that this enterprise, this company, if you will, or corporation as an enterprise, has perhaps suffered for a long time by politicizing the budget. It is all too easy to move stuff away from reserves and away from immediate gratification and keep taxes low as a way to look impressive. I think this group around the table today is elected to look impressive because we aren't going to succumb to that, because we are going to make prudent and wise decisions based on all the information we have, based on lots of curiosity and lots of additional input from our staff. And as a result, I think now is the time for us to take a look at righting the wrong of the past and making sure we have plenty of resources available for the reasonably foreseeable costs, both known and unknown, that we're going to face as we move on. I wish there was a magic formula that we could pull off the shelf. I spent a considerable amount of time in the last budget cycle, about 10 months ago, trying to find such a thing, but it doesn't exist. And the reason it doesn't exist is the uniqueness, I think, of every municipality. In our particular case, we have to build and service and maintain roads that can solve the transportation needs of 60 some odd thousand people who are here for 6 months of the year, 5 months of the year. And at the same time, we have to maintain and keep those roads passable and safe and navigable, and however you measure roads, for the 6,000 people that are here the rest of the year. And to me, that just doesn't add up. It's a huge expense to maintain and manage. It's just a part of the character that it is, the township of Muskoka Lakes. So I'm a full believer that we need to up the ante in terms of booking reserves and setting money aside. I think there's a couple of overarching things. Director Becking said a minute ago, and I thought it was wise words, we can't over contribute, at least today. So I think we need to start with a sharp stake in the ground that identifies a real meaningful additional contribution. I think we need to tailor that going forward as things like the asset management plan and the service plan come together, as we look at things like feasibility studies for arenas, if we consider whether or not we want to continue, as I said a year ago, and I'll stand by the words, dragging around 10 or whatever it is, piles of bricks that are our community centers. And I know people love them, but they are old, they are expensive to maintain, and they are probably not all appropriately located to serve the needs of our constituents. So let's address that as well. But for now, I think we need to take a hard look at what a prudent and reasonable step would be to make an additional contribution to our reserves. I'm going to throw one or two caveats out there. Number one, as Councillor Burry has correctly suggested, there is a big tax increase, or there will be a big burden coming from the district, both in the form of an increase in the taxes, the district share of the levy. But additionally, we have, starting next year, our share of a $77.4 million local share contribution to two hospitals. I believe it's a 14-year contribution, but we're going to add all that onto what we've already got booked. And at some point in time, we're going to throttle the ability of people to see this as a reasonable place to start a family, to build a business, to own a home. And part of the reason we get paid the money is to come up with the right formula that hopefully protects the investment that we already have in this beauty place. And at the same time, doesn't drive it up and make it so prohibitively expensive that nobody wants to live here. And that's the real challenge. So for now, I think I would actually like to see back from Director Donaldson, a bit of an all-in. What is the tax bill next March or whenever they come out going to look like once you add our share plus an additional drop or an additional boost for reserves, plus some reasonable anticipated number from district, plus 1/14 of our share of $77.4 million for the next 14 years for hospitals. And it's not going to be small. It's going to be 400 or 500 basis points percentage probably on the levy. It's going to be a big tick up. It's going to be a lot of money. We need to trust our instincts, quite frankly, and our judgment and our experience. And I'm willing to do that. We have to make the right call. It's not going to be without some risk, political risk. But at the end of the day, if we think it's the right thing to do for the township, we got to do it. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Bosenworth.
I just did that math quickly. If you take 77 divided by 14 times 0.37, you get $2 million a year. That would be our portion for 14 years.
Not our portion.
We pay 37%.
So let's,
Anyway, that's not,
we are going to ask staff.
that's not the point I want. Staff will get the answer. I may have it wrong.
Okay.
So my points are the following. The summary page here, that top line discretionary reserves, I think the obligatory reserves, I would like to see a schedule that separates the two, because the obligatory reserves we can't touch, and we got 6 to 7 million sitting there that we haven't figured out how to be able to use. And then you can see that the fact that we've got discretionary reserve funds and discretionary reserves, frankly, that can just be one line. Director Donaldson has said that numerous times. And then you get a better picture of how much the problem is. But if you add up the deficit between capital requirements and total sources of funding for the next 4 years, it's $12 million over and above the 4 million, 5 million, 5.8 million, and 7.5 million that he's suggesting we put. So that's 12 million or $3 million per year that we're short. And there might be a little bit of difference in there because this is all reserves, not just discretionary reserves. That's why I want to see them separately. That's a lot of money. And I don't see how we can do anything but increase that 4 million this year, whether it's $500,000 or another million. It's the only responsible thing to do. My final comment would be a slight debate with Councillor Burry on his council that municipalities' job isn't to fuel inflation. In fact, I think what we're doing here is we are chasing inflation. Governments who create new programs and put spending out, they fuel inflations. We are just chasing it. And we are not, I don't think we're creating inflation. We're just trying to keep up. Well, that'd be my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. So my ask is, I would like more money in the attainable housing. And I might want to further down the road rename that attainable housing, because it shouldn't just be about attainable housing, or I would just say the definition should be revisited, I suppose. But I would like to at least increase that by another $10,000. It's very, very minor. We've never really been able to engage in this program because we never had enough funds, and it was a very difficult to get hold of, but yet it's something we paid attention. We're trying to get involved in, and I just think that that would be $10,000 to me would be an increase. And I also heard there was I don't know, a few hundred, or no, Mark, how much did we knock off the budget earlier? Like, I don't know. I think I heard about $60,000 or something like that. So was it the capital, or maybe it was maybe it was the capital, but and I'm just saying, like, I'm quite frankly, I'm happy with the percentage that we've been able to reach now. And I understand that we've knocked some things down, but I do believe some other areas do need to be enhanced as like the reserves.
Okay.
You have to have a strong poll.
I will. I actually have a couple quick questions myself, but I want to make sure. Okay, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much. This is to Director Donaldson. Right now, you're saying it's $7.43 per 100,000, so that's $74.30 per million, as if my math is right. If we went to the $5 million putting into reserves, what would that make that up to? Because I had mentioned this last year when other municipalities were raising their taxes $15 per 100,000, $21 per 100, and we raised ours $4.80, and I mentioned it at that time. We're not putting enough in reserves, and that. So what would it be to go up to the $5 million? I don't like paying taxes either, but when you look at it, there's a dollar sign, and we get 20 cents of that dollar. That's because we're cutting back, and that. If we were getting 25 cents of that dollar, yes, the taxes would be going up, but we're putting it to where we need it to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll just do both quickly, because we've had 500,000 suggested, and we've had $1 million suggested. So the current levy that's been presented is 14,646,300. If we increase that by 500,000, then the new levy would be 15,146,300. That would get us from a 6.9% increase in the total levy, including assessment growth, to 10.5. So that would be an increase of 3.6%. That would translate from a rate perspective. The rate would increase by 9.3%. We were at 5.7. So that is currently, I think, 3.6. So, and that in terms of dollars, a 9.3% rate increase is $12.13 per 100,000. So that's where we're at with 500,000. If we increase the levy by $1 million, so now the levy would increase to $15,646,300. The total levy, including growth, would increase from 6.9 to 14.2%. And that would translate before growth as a rate increase on the residential rate of 12.9%. Be a 12.9% rate increase. So a 12.9% rate increase on $100,000 of assessment is $16.83 per 100,000 of assessment.
Okay, thank you. And that, thank you. I just want to make sure we're all, because we're still talking about reserves force, and we haven't spoken yet about service level enhancements. So we just want to make sure we understand that entire package to the comments I've heard from others earlier, as we contemplate this number. And again, this isn't today, we're not making the final decision. We're having a conversation. And I suspect that at our next one, we'll have, we'll have time to think about this, and hopefully Director Donaldson can come back with a more complete package with responses to some of the questions we've had. My question is, if I may, sorry, is there any other questions? There are. Councillor Kent and Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. I think that Rob, Councillor Bosworth said it most appropriately, which is if we were to leave our levy at $4 million and you spread it out to 2028, we're $12 million behind where we are today. We're talking about the existence of the municipality in many respects. Like we don't have any choice here. Okay, you don't have the money to fund the operation of the township if we don't start increasing the levy by substantial amounts. Okay, now it's funny, we talk about substantial amounts, and I said to when I hear it's $16 per 100,000, so somebody who's got $1 million cottage is going to pay 10 times 16, $160 more. It's big numbers, but given that the majority of these people are seasonal people, where the big dollars are coming from, I think that this is the cost of doing business. And if we don't do it, we're in real trouble. I'm not talking we're not going to add an extra person in HR. We're talking, we have no money to fix the roads because we've gone through the entire reserves. So I'm fully supportive of increasing it to the $1 million level. And I think we are underestimating the severity of this problem. I would also just one last point, the note from the MLA that we received last night said that they supported us flattening out and upfronting these increases. If we wait, you're going to be hit with the hospital on top of this, which you're going to be hit in addition anyway. But the sooner we get in front of it and the faster we get in front of it, the less bad it's going to be later on. So the support is there already from the MLA, which I thought was an interesting comment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you. Through you, just for optics, Mark, if you could just park those wonderful numbers you just passed out to us on the two different numbers for increased reserves. So as I understand it, we're, over here on my left side of my desk, I've got the 2024 budget business cases. So there's 3 corporate business cases. Those are not, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, those are not baked into this budget yet. Those are.
They are not.
That's right.
We still have 7 service level enhancements to discuss after our conversation on reserves.
That's right. So I just think that my peers we all need to understand that. I mean, yeah, these are big numbers, and they're going to get bigger before it's 5 o'clock. So I wonder, it's hard to know where to go first with this, but philosophically, we have additional big decisions to make today. So I don't know, you're the chair, but what do we park this for 20 minutes, half an hour while we talk about the wish lists and the a la carte and the business cases and see what the total number is, because I think it's going to be substantial. Where are we?
So perhaps what we can do is, and we might need to take a break to understand how to draft this, but again, this today isn't the done deal. right? We could send staff away and ask them to come back in their next report with some options for us to consider as it relates to a reserve contribution. I think we need to separate, in my opinion, that discussion on reserves. I think we've all, or what I'm hearing a lot around this table is there's a real interest in increasing what we're doing because we're acknowledging and recognizing the issues we have facing us. We have to separate that from, do we see the value in any of the different enhancements that are before us today? And so when we have that conversation, I think we just want to focus, is there value? And if we agree there's value, then that's something we would want to invest in. So I might need a few minutes to figure out how to draft that up in a few minutes with staff. I do have a quick question, and it might be more of an organizational thing. I'm picking up a little bit on what Councillor Bosenworth was asking. And part of it, when we look at the reserves, everything gets grouped and bundled together when we're talking about discretionary reserves. And I think what I've been hearing loud and clear through reading this report, certainly through today, is that the roads in particular are the thing that is driving a lot of the issue that I mean, there's issues across the board, but the roads is such a significant dollar value that that's the thing that we're trying to get ourselves out from under. Is there a way, to separate roads in particular as its own reserve so that we understand, like everything else is, because to me, it's a little bit about the communication of this too, that reserves are an investment into our community in some ways. It's an investment into our township, at the office, how we operationally run our business, and the different things that we want to invest in. And then there's something called roads. And I could envision or see what I'm hearing around this table, having a investing in roads fund or reserve that becomes something that if we're talking to the broader community, you know, we can kind of get our heads around, and there can be an understanding as to the why we might be embarking on this journey. So I just wanted to ask, is that even technically and behind the scenes an ability?
So I will, I'll direct committee to page 207. And so in behind that roll-up sheet in the front, again, the bylaw that we passed in 2021 creates specific funds for specific purposes that are totally at the purview of committee and council. So this would be our roads, bridges, and major infrastructure reserve. So it's showing that our capital requirements this year are 5.23, and that includes the dams. So that's roads and bridges. And then that increases to almost 6.5 million in 2029. We're averaging just ballparking that, just eyeballing it, like we're in that $6 million a year range just for roads in terms of the 10-year plan. And we're just we're between 6.5 and 7 in terms of our total contributions to reserve. So just in terms of cash in, cash out, we probably are doing enough just to do roads, with the asterisk that we don't know that this is the final total on roads, because our asset management plan that we got in 2022, I'm sure there's been price shifts on those replacement costs as well. So this could actually, and there would be an amount of work that's probably not reflected here. So that being said, we still have all of our buildings, replacement costs for those, fleet, vehicles, all these other things we have to fund as well. So there is a reserve for each of those. But again, I would caution committee not to get too hung up on the values that are being shown here in the out years, because I have, arbitrarily allocated $3.5 to $4 million of the levy to this. Maybe it's higher, and maybe that doesn't go into some other reserve. So again, we can play with where the money goes, but the question is at a high level, we're still short in terms of what our overall needs are when you factor in all the other assets in addition to roads.
Okay, thank you. So maybe I need to ask staff how to, I think I need to take a bit of 5-minute break if we need to amend a resolution for us to consider, because I am getting a sense, and maybe I should do the straw poll first. Are we interested in having staff come back with some numbers that would show us what an increase beyond the $4 million, either and we could maybe do a staged amount that we could consider at the next meeting. Is that the appropriate path forward? Councillor Nishikawa, yeah.
Thank you. I'm actually feeling that a little premature to go to a resolution. Because there's unanswered questions that Councillor Zavik's brought up some of the other issues as well. And I'm just not clear why we have to be worried about a resolution right now without having the full discussion.
Okay, so. Yes.
Thank you, through you. So there is a resolution on the floor, so it's to accept the operating budget in principle so that it can come forward to the November 30th meeting. So I'd say there's probably two options at this point. Within this resolution, you can still adopt it in principle for it to go forward. And within it, direct staff to come back with some options and maybe giving some framework of what you want to see them come back with. So the 500 or the 500,000 and the million, or you agree on an amount for staff to come back with at the 30th for you to look at the full picture again. So again, you're not making any final decisions today. This is just so that staff have the information to develop what you want to see on the 30th. So I think the more direction that we can get today, the more information you're going to have for the 30th in order to make a final decision. So
sorry, just further, and the reasoning why I prefer your last option, because I know that I felt a little bit, did we really like it came back that, you know, we all passed something last year. I'm just going on last year. And it was kind of considered done. And yet I thought we were going to look at everything again. So I don't want to pass a resolution myself because I do want to see what it all looks like in a bigger picture. And I think we've sent a lot of that information or given you that direction already. I just didn't want to pass a resolution right now. I just think it's premature.
Madam Chair, if we could take a break, I have I have a question for the clerk procedurally that might allow us to go forward at the will of committee.
Okay, thank you. Let's just take Councillor Burry. We are live. Thank you. Thank you. We were solving today's problems. We hope that we've created a path forward because the intention of today is we're discussing our budget, but we all know that we're going to be back at this table again in about 30 days. And there was a resolution that was read. I'm happy to read this again because it's really about endorsing what was prepared by staff today in principle. Really at debate, what I've been hearing, and I think what staff is hearing, is there seems to be a keen interest in exploring the possibility of increasing beyond $4 million our contributions to reserve. So what we've done is we've actually created a different resolution saying we've to address that and ask staff to come back and help us understand what that impact would look like on our tax levy. And then we can discuss that when we're back together the next time around. So in front of me today, because I think after today's discussion, there seems to be a general comfort with the 6.9, what has been presented to us and what we're discussing today. I'd like to try to read that, agree on that. That helps us move forward, have a discussion on the other 7 items, which are the service level enhancements. And then I can also read that other resolution about the reserves and what we'd be directly asking staff to come back to us with. And I think that would help address the concern that Councillor Nishikawa has expressed, which is, I just don't want, there's been big numbers being thrown around and I don't want to come back next month and say, wait, that's what we agreed to. I think we still need some more information and understanding of an impact. So with that, I am going to read this resolution and then we will move on to the next stages. Moved by Councillor Bosenworth, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that the Township of Muskoka Lakes 2024 draft operating budget and forecast as attached to report FIN-2023-022 be endorsed in principle. And that the 2024 draft operating budget and forecast be forwarded to the scheduled Special General Finance Committee meeting on November 30th, 2023 for consideration. So it's been a big day. I don't see any hands up, so I am going to call the question. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That carries. So why don't I handle the reserve one right now, because that's very much in our minds. And then, so committee, we just had a really good discussion about reserves. It's a bit of for those of us who've been sitting around this table a little bit longer, it's been an interesting journey to get to this point. And I think, there's just an acknowledgement of things that staff have been trying to tell us for the last few years. There were numbers that were thrown out, and I think it was a bit of a reaction to say, okay, wait a minute, these are just random numbers. And we do want to understand responsibly what that means to our taxpayer and what that means to the tax rate. So we've drafted this following resolution. And this would be the direction we'd give to our Director Donaldson to come back with a report to be included in the meeting on November the 30th. So let me read this. I think it's going to be this one though. Oh, I didn't really introduce that thought. I wanted to introduce the thought because the numbers that were being shared were to the tune of $500,000 more and up to $1 million. So in discussion with Director Donaldson, I did ask if there was a possibility that he could come back to us with a reserve contribution increase beyond the 4 million in increments of $250,000. So what would that look like? What does the implication mean on the tax rate if we were to take it up by 250,000 to 500,000, 750, and then up to $1 million? And that gives us some better information, a little bit more comprehensive. So I think that's how this has been written. And I just wanted to get a quick straw poll if people would be in favor of asking for staff. It just helps us draft the exact resolution correctly in the $250,000 increments. So quick straw poll. Okay, that sounds great. So
And Mark, it'd be nice to see what it means on $1 million assessment. Not 100,000, just It helps those of us that are on the water.
Yeah, it's in there.
I can.
Tony can multiply by 10.
I can provide the same, I can provide the same schedule I did.
Hold on. Hi, guys, for just 2 seconds. I do believe it's in there in the tax rate analysis regardless. Is it not in your appendix already?
It is on page 2, so I'll
It takes
just.
us up to 1.5.
1.5, that's
Yeah,
right. So I can
so
just
it's
recreate
there.
the same schedule.
Thank you. Okay, so moved by Councillor Kent, seconded. Oh, Councillor Kent.
Is it possible that with that, we could see some sensitivities done on the 10-year schedule when you change the different levels of levy as it goes out to see what our deficit is by year 2028? Like if you ramp it to 5, let's say, and then you continue just to see the sensitivities, because the problem is so big that I think we should quantify it as and combine the 2 discretionary lines. So do some work on that schedule and show us some sensitivities would be my request.
Director Donaldson.
I can talk to him in more detail about what I'm looking for.
So thank you, Councillor Kent. So during the break, Councillor Bosenworth approached me, and if it's helpful for committee, I can recreate what was presented in the budget package last year. It only shows a single year, but it breaks all the funds out between obligatory discretionary funds and discretionary reserve funds, the reserves and reserve funds. I can do that over 3 years. So I think if we're talking about a 3-year horizon for operating, so we can look at that reserve, those reserve tables in a little bit more detail in a different format, but over a 3-year format rather than over 10, because once we start getting out into years 4 through 10, it's a little bit more fluid. So we can at least look at 3 years. If that would suit your desire to want to see something that just kind of sees how does that help us close the gap, I think is what you're asking for over the shorter term.
Yeah, that's helpful. I guess I was also looking at, if you understood the $12 million number that Councillor Bosenworth was identifying, which was if you kept it at what our reductions, what the accumulated gap would be, find a way to sensitize that a bit on as we go forward, just so we see where we're going to have to be in future years to get ourselves to maybe even a stable level of reserves. I can talk to you about it in more detail because I'm not communicating it very well right at this moment.
Okay, yeah, I think I kind of get where you're going, but we can talk about that. But as part of the resolution,
sensitivities would be the word that I would be looking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in terms of the specific resolution, I think what's being requested is just 4 scenarios that shows what the tax levy impact is of increasing the reserve in the current budget year only.
Yeah, I understand.
So that would be what you're talking about in the forecast periods as well.
And I'll call you and talk about it.
Okay, thank you. So I am going to read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that staff be directed to report back to the November 30th, 2023 Special General Finance Committee meeting with a tax levy impact of a potential additional reserve contribution from the levy at increments of $250,000 between 4 million and 5 million to the 2024 draft operating budget and forecast. So are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That passes. Okay, committee, we are now moving into the next portion, which are the service level enhancements. And I feel like there seems to be, I think this one was first. Am I handing this over to you to guide us through again, Director Donaldson? I just called you Dr. Donaldson. Director.
My credentials don't support the doctor. So now we're moving into the service level enhancement. So I think I will turn it over to the sponsor for the ask. So we're going to do the business cases first. And there was a summary that you were looking for. I don't know if we wanted to put that up or.
Well, how do I think that would be a great idea. Maybe we can put that up first, so everybody understands the whole, and then we'll take it off one by one. I think that's a great idea. I'm gonna get you to make sure I don't get these all mixed up, because I feel like what's happened is that the budget on this piece of paper got the summary, and this is the point of the day when I can easily mess things up. That's the one I was looking for. Thank you.
3 copies of it.
Of course you did. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much for sharing this. So in discussions with staff, we all agreed that it would be helpful because there are different asks at this point coming from different parts of the presentations and in the budget discussion. So what we tried to do in this is just show us at a glance, I would say, these new initiatives that we are about to hear about and make a decision on. As you will see, some of them are initiated by staff. Some of them have been initiated by council. And by that, I mean, we've had previous staff reports and direction given to staff through those reports to come back with things to be considered at this point. And then there's other items that have come from community organizations or groups or members. And so that also has included in there, you'll see what the estimated cost is, as well as what the impact would be on the levy based upon the current ask. So that is what we are now going to be talking about. And for each of these, what I would suggest is, again, we're not making all the final decisions today, but I do think we need to give some clearer direction to staff when we kind of close off on each of these. And we need to ask ourselves, as we're listening, to say, do we see value of this to the township? And then that will spark any kind of questions and conversations that we may have. So I think at this point, the first one up is a staff initiated request for an HR generalist position.
Thank you. So before you have a business case related to an increase in human resources staff, it describes in detail the broad scope of work being done in this function and how transactional work can pull the focus from strategic initiatives. A list of sample projects are described in Appendix 1. As a municipality, we strive to be a leader of best practices in our community and a good employer for the members of the community. However, we cannot risk this reputation by not adapting to the changing needs of our community and workforce. We must actively review our approaches, policies and practices, and consider requests, trends, and preferences of the workforce. An additional resource in this function will ensure council has input to a comprehensive, thoughtful approach to talent management for years to come. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Okay, committee. Do we have any questions or comments for Ms. Lehman? Councillor Kent.
This may just be an educational question, but who does the payroll? Is it you outsource your payroll?
Through the chair, we do the payroll in-house. There's a separate position for that.
And so all payroll work is done in-house?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nishikawa.
So I'm not saying cut it, but I'm kind of saying cut it. Like this is a position I'm not 100% sure that we can fund this year.
Okay.
Is my concern. And so it is my concern.
Okay. So thank you. I'm being reminded I need to read the resolution so we can discuss. Maybe I could suggest if there's any other questions for Ms. Lehman, and then we can read the resolution and get into the discussion. Councillor Bosemarth.
Thank you, through you. I read the report, but I do have some difficulty trying to understand what this person would specifically be doing
Okay, Ms. Lehman?
in layman term.
Yeah, understand. So my thought is that we would start with a strategic plan similar to what we've done in other areas like communications, so that you could see more clearly the projects that we would choose to focus on. So right now, I'm doing that transactional work, and this would allow me to do strategic work.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, and through you, not so much for Sarah. I guess a comment as it relates to this particular function and also the GIS technician. And again, so this speaks to our process here and now. Given our previous chats on the amounts of money and the seriousness of some of these pieces that we're contemplating, it would seem to me that we could be sending a very fulsome message to the taxpaying public that in 2024 we have a new hiring freeze. Not to scare anybody, but I think it speaks to economic responsibility. If we were to, neither position is going to make or break this township. Would be great to have, absolutely. And I know we, as a council, have tasked these fine staff with coming back with all these excellent reports, but it just seems to me with the fiscal weight around this table right now, I think we'd be sending an awfully good message to the public that we do value those dollars. And for 2024, new hiring staff, not existing replacement people.
I just want to ask if there's a question, Councillor Zavitz. Sorry, I haven't read the resolution yet, so I just
well,
wanted
I know,
to.
but I guess where I'm going with it is I'm not sure if you're going to eat these one bite at a time. If you're going to do all 271,000, my point is that the two positions I would strongly support not filling either position. And
so there isn't a specific
trainer, I'm
question.
fine with.
Okay. Councillor Roberts, do you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question. I'd like to specifically just talk about each one of them individually. And first of all, for the HR rep, I'm still really confused. So what I specifically like to know is what will be this person's accountability and responsibilities, and how will we measure success?
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lehman?
Thank you. So a large portion of what this person would do would be recruitment, administration, and recruiting. So all the steps that are involved in that. In that way they would back me up, and then they would also do payroll, and they would back the payroll person up. So those would be and safety. Safety is a huge portion of where we have the opportunity to get some grant funding from WSIB. So we're doing two topics of 5 potential topics right now to get a little bit of funding, so we can boost that up if we brought in another person. So that they would be safety and payroll, and then backing me up with recruitment.
Okay, so you talked about backing you up, which you do a recruitment a lot, and talked about doing administration, and talked about payroll, helping with payroll. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. CAO Hammond?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I think Ms. Lehman has expressed the need for a bit of depth, as well as to allow her to expand her focus and be more proactive in terms of making us a better employer of choice. Over the past number of years, council collectively, we've taken a look at the organization, we've reorganized some departments, and we've added some bench strength. That was in the areas of bylaw enforcement, planning, in response to some community concerns about our lack of ability there.
Oh my gosh, so sorry.
I'm not sure how to follow up from that, but But in any event, there's other areas that we've invested in because we were thin on the ground. We weren't able to be proactive and strategic. And so I think with the retirement of the incumbent in the payroll position, it became abundantly clear as we tried to recruit for that position, it's critical. And we didn't have the bench strength to do it. If that person becomes ill or is off on an extended leave, we don't have a backup plan. And so that was primarily, or that was a motivation, along with the ability to allow Ms. Lehman to focus on things like a people plan. And how are we going to proactively in an environment where we know it's becoming more difficult to recruit? How are we going to attract people? How are we going to retain them? And that's why I was supportive of this business case coming forward for your consideration. We are in a world where talent is becoming increasingly difficult to attract and retain. And you know, Mr. Donaldson put it to you in the budget guideline report. 2 issues we're facing: infrastructure and talent. So hence the thrust of both that business case along with our conversation about reserves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Question, Councillor Burry? Or I can read the resolution in a minute. I just want to try and focus on questions.
I'll form it as a question. The CAO and I had a conversation last night because I do have some experience in HR, and I did some benchmarking, and I thought, this is getting a little heavy in relation to peers. And then the CAO reminded me we have between 150 and 200 volunteer firefighters that all have human resource issues, which then made me think that we probably are a little light. And the fact that payroll is one of those things you have to have backup. So my question is, does everyone else think we might need this person?
Okay. That was a very sneaky, a very sneaky question you did. So that actually is, I do want to, I see you, Councillor Kent. I just want to ask, just because I think there is a specific question and I want to hear it from staff. Could you remind me how many staff you do have? Like, let's get down to the numbers for a moment.
Yes, and actually that's a good point because the work with the firefighters has changed over the years. So we have about 100 full-time, part-time, and seasonal. So the number fluctuates a little bit and they have different needs. So seasonal, you're doing a lot of onboarding and offboarding and recruitment and so on. And with the firefighters, you hear Chief Morrell talk about the training, the new training requirements. You need a new type of person who's going to be going into that type of a role they're basically doing a college program on weekends. So, and legislative requirements have changed so that they're much more an employee than they are volunteer. So in a lot of ways, you have to follow the Employment Standards Act for them as well. So it has changed even like in Chief Morrell's short time as well, right? So yes.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
I just wanted the numbers.
Firefighters in the bylaw, I think we can hire up to 120, 150. So we can go up to, okay, so we're at 123, we can go up to 150.
And just remind me, how many staff do we have at the rest of the corporation?
And 100, yeah.
100.
So 230, 250.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent, do you have another question or can I read the resolution? A question? Yes.
This is for CAO Hammond. Should we not be considering outsourcing the whole payroll department?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't understand why we aren't doing that. It seems like I don't know very many companies that do their own payroll. Maybe a municipality is different, but it seems. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I'm going to refer the question to Ms. Lehman. My understanding is that there was an internal analysis looking at various positions a number of years back. Actually, that report recommended the addition of an HR component to the organization because we were lacking. And I don't recall if that was something that was already looked at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So with payroll, a lot of the work is would still be at the organization level, even if we outsourced it because of how we're tracking time. So and some of these great improvements that we've seen that are coming through city works and public works, we're coding to a lot of different areas. A lot of that time tracking then and uploading would still all happen at this level. So I'm not sure you would see the savings. There would still be a lot of administration that we would have to do. We do need a specialty in order to complete the payroll. So getting more into the finance side, that's where you need a higher level individual doing the work or a higher level of knowledge. But there's still a huge portion of the workload that I think we would require regardless.
Okay, thank you. So I am going to read the resolution, moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that committee approve the addition of a full-time permanent human resource generalist position, and that the amount of $106,800 be included in the 2024 draft operating budget and forecast. So now I will open up the conversation for discussion. Mayor Kelley.
Thank you. And through you, I have some thoughts on this. While I appreciate Councillor Zavet's suggestion that we lock down the expenses or set an example, I'm really concerned that this is not the place to start that kind of example. We spend an enormous amount of money, I'm certain, maintaining all the other assets of this organization, whether they be hard assets like fire service equipment and graders and plows. And I'd like to make sure that we spend as much or more proportionally to protect and look after and nurture our biggest asset, which is the human resource component. If you take a look at the scope of this relationship, and I don't want to repeat what Ms. Lehman said, but you've got everything from union and non-union, part-time, full-time. You got volunteer firefighters. In addition to those kinds of things, you've got safety issues, safety training, you've got recruitment. You have to have a big issue for retention. If we are not investing heavily in retention, we're going to lose people to nearby municipalities, of which I can think of 5 quickly that are within short driving distance that would love to have some of our staff. You're looking at interfacing in this position, in Ms. Lehman's case, with council, working on the policy side of things, on the administration on payroll, on the administration of benefits. There's a lot going on here. There are 220, 200 to 250 people that look to right now, Ms. Lehman, the one person to set policy and do the administration. Some are union, non-union, as I said earlier, part-time. I just think we need to make sure we have adequate resources. I don't think this is an unreasonable request given the size and complexity of our workforce and given the huge risk that retention faces or creates for us. Because frankly, I don't know where we find more people if, as and when we unfortunately see them go down the road. So I'm supportive of this.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, discussion? Okay, I have read the question. I will now call it. All those in favor? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, all those opposed? Sorry, Ruth, is your hand up to oppose? Okay, sorry. So that passes. Okay, that carries. Thank you. Okay, the next item up should be a little bit easier. There's no money involved with this, so be succinct.
I help my notes. Very succinct. Before you, committee is a business case for basically to take a job that is already occurring and legitimizing it. So this is a legacy position that was already occurring under a part-time arrangement. Recently, we've had some better description of what a firefighter is allowed to do, and organization and coordination of training is not in the CRA description of duties. So we're right-sizing the job description and asking for those part-time hours to be moved into this position. This is a nil effect on the budget.
Okay, thank you.
I stand for questions.
Thank you. I think because of that, I will read the resolution. And then we can ask questions and have discussion at the same time. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that committee approve the additional ongoing fire service training coordinator hours and that the associated cost of these hours be offset by a reduction in the fire service training remuneration budget. So now I'll open up the floor. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Bosemorth.
Just curious why it has to come to committee.
Thank you.
I think in the spirit of transparency, we wanted to ensure that the next time this appears before committee, you don't see 4.22 personnel in the department instead of just 4, and then had a whole host of new questions that come from that. The 0.22 hours, the hours are allocated in our training budget, but because the role is different, it actually comes from a separate area.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, thank you, that carries. Okay, the next item is the GIS technician. This was brought forward by through resolution from council, and I'm not sure, oh, Director Pink?
Thank you. Committee will recall that we, for the past, I believe, year to 2, have retained a GIS technician at the district, housed and managed or expertise provided by the district and a space to update and enhance our online GIS mapping. That contract expired. The incumbent took another position, and a follow-up report was prepared for committee, at which time council gave direction that they wish to pursue an extension of the position, principally to complete tasks predominantly in the public works and fire areas, as well as some planning and building projects that were not completed in the prior term. We have negotiated or discussed with the district. They were looking at adding to their complement of GIS employees. And through those discussions, we agreed that perhaps that position could be fully funded by the municipality for 2 years, a trial term to complete those outstanding tasks. So we have included that in your a la carte item requests as per council's direction. Stand for any questions.
Thank you. So committee, the questions first. I'll read the resolution and then we can have discussions. So questions, Councillor Nishikawa.
I just was trying to get to the point. I'm confused about the whole district. So this person will be working at district or they would be working in-house here?
They would be physically located at the district. They have the, again, the infrastructure, the space, frankly, and the expertise in-house to provide guidance to that employee. We would simply provide the projects and the ongoing management to ensure those projects were brought to completion.
So if I could just, I guess my bigger concern, and again, where all these questions are going is that 38% that we're paying at, district. And so I really want to have a full understanding that in fact, this role is just ours. And we're not sharing this person in any way. I guess I'm being selfish, but I want to have an understanding about that.
Okay. Director Payne?
That's certainly not the intention. Certainly, again, wasn't standing over their shoulder for the last year, but certainly we provided a number of weighty projects and a lot of good work was done. I think it's been well received in the community. Mr. Becking or Mr. Merle would be able to speak to the projects they envision going forward, but I certainly felt as though they completed work solely at our behest at the prior contract.
Thank you. CAO Hammond, did you? No? Okay. Councillor Bosemorth.
Is this the last year that we would have this project, or is this ongoing?
Again, I believe it was noted perhaps in the business case or the prior report. It is envisioned as a potentially a 2-year contract, although because the district is looking to retain a permanent employee, I suppose the potential does exist for future negotiations or discussions about extending it should our needs continue and further work be sought. So those discussions would have to occur with the district. They certainly feel their work requires an employee, so certainly wouldn't be able to commit to anything, but we can certainly discuss with them. But they are willing to again, allow entirely our work to be completed for at least the first 2 years of this employee's hire.
Thank you. Supplemental?
Just clarification. So I think I heard that we have some projects that we would like done will take 2 years. And unless we pass that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. CIO Hammond?
So I would like to put a qualification in there. I think as we move forward with our sophistication in asset management, our asset management software has a GIS basis. And so as we mature our asset management capabilities, that is a position that we could be potentially looking at on a more full-time basis down the road. This allows us to gain some level of experience in a partnership arrangement to get a lot of the initial mapping done and programming done. What that looks like down the road, it could roll into the need for more. But I wanted to disclose that because that could be the case.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts, Councillor Kent.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I'm fully supportive of this individual sitting in the district office because that is where all the experts in the region are. So this person, whoever comes in, will be able to have his answers, any questions he has answered very quickly. And the second part of this is that we're project managing him. Basically, he's our employee, and David or Director Pink would soon know if he wasn't performing just for us. So I'm supportive of that person sitting there. And with all the complication of the tools and how we're connecting these between all our applications, we do need this resource.
Thank you. I just want to remind Councillor Kent, do you have a question? I will read the resolution in a minute. If you want me to read the resolution, Councillor Kent?
I have a comment, not a question.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I have a quick question, and I just want to have full clarity, and I suspect it is in the report, but I just want to make sure I'm fully understanding that 80% of this is funded from the tax levy, 20% is coming from the building fund, and there isn't an opportunity to leverage that more.
I think as Mr. Donaldson previously relayed, those funds or that reserve can really only be used for building activity. We did identify that some GIS work could be done, in particular related to the sewage maintenance reinspection program and documenting those systems. We felt 20% was an accurate amount. Certainly if other building work arises that we feel is necessary, we can certainly come back and explore that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will read the resolution then. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Whereas Planning Committee passed Resolution PLN-11-14-0722, directing staff to include the addition of a GIS technician 2-year contract position in the draft 2024 operating budget. Now therefore be it resolved that committee approve the position and the amount of $109,700 to be included in the 2024 draft operating budget to be funded from the tax levy at the amount of $87,800 and from the building reserve at the amount of $21,900 and $118,400 be included in the 2025 budget forecast to be funded from the tax levy at an amount of $94,700 and from the building reserve at the amount of $23,700. Now I will open up the floor for a conversation or discussion. Councillor Kent.
I appreciate all the hard work and information on that. I would just make 2 comments. First of all, whether it's funded from the levy or from the reserve, it makes no difference because it's just the levy that we're filling up the reserve pot with. So it's the same dollars. It just means we have to put more into the reserve later on. I do not support, as I did not support the HR position, there is a time and a place for these things. We are not in a position right now to be spending another $270,000 hiring additional staff. We're making do just fine. I think we should tighten our belts, and I think we should focus on that. But I understand my position is in the minority. From an HR perspective, we have 80 full-time employees. I think we can manage. And from a GIS perspective, we can wait another year and look at this again. Let the district have them up front, and we'll take them later.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification on the reserve comment. Director Donaldson, could you just clarify?
So just to, the reserve for the building inspection is from the building permit fees that are issued. So where there's a surplus in the building department, the money goes into that reserve. Where there's a shortfall, it comes out of that reserve. So there's no levy impact directly with respect to building inspection. It's all through the permit fees for new construction or renovation.
So is that part of the obligatory reserve?
It's an obligatory reserve, yes. It's
So
part
this
of-
is not part of the discretionary reserve
is not.
discussion we were
That's
having
correct.
earlier.
That's right.
A supplemental then, Councillor
Well,
Ken?
that means that it's a better reserve, but it's still a reserve. So we are eventually just going to have to keep filling the reserve. So whether you take it out of this, it's good because it's in the obligatory reserves and we can't use those for many things, but it's only a small amount anyway that's being taken from that. It's just one reserve or the other.
Okay, so Councillor Bosemarth.
Just to help Councillor Kent, that is an obligatory reserve that we are trying to find reasons that we can spend. We do not make any contribution to obligatory reserves from the levy. So this in fact is a way to fund it that doesn't cost us anything, because that's money's just sitting there. We've got $6 million of obligatory reserves and that doesn't go down because we can't find ways to spend it. So this is actually a good way to spend it.
It's only $13,000 that's coming from the obligatory reserves, if I understood it. So the majority of it is not coming from that.
Okay. Thank you. Questions, comments, sorry, Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
No, any comments or is there any other comments, discussion? I've read the question. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? 1, 2. Can you just keep your hands up for 2 seconds? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? Yep. All opposed? Okay, thank you. Oh, shoot, carried. Okay, the next one is from the public. There was a request, a delegation a couple of months ago from the Muskoka Watershed Council. And I'm not sure who is somebody walking us through this, Director Donaldson? Director Pink, thank you.
Thank you. The report is in your package. I think it's rather self-explanatory in the interest of time. Simply the Muskoka Watershed Council is looking for $15,000 to fund integrated watershed management objectives. And in that report, there's a chart as to where what activities they would put those funds to. And again, the report just provides background information for council's deliberation. We will do our best to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Nishikawa.
I guess, I hope it's not here that I missed or something, but is there, I'd like to have a better understanding before I was going to approve this of what other municipalities are doing. And in fact, if there's also an ask at district, and anything that comes from that area, that I would always like to have that understanding of what is coming out of district.
So my understanding is they made the same request of all of our neighbors as well as the district as to what response they have. I don't know that information. We would have to research that.
Okay, thank you. Well, an interesting reminder from the clerk, I actually don't have a resolution in front of us. This is for information right now. If there's an interest from the committee, we have a drafted one that I can read and we can then further have a conversation on. So
thank you through you. So I think this is a completely inappropriate use of municipal funds. There's no question that the work is scientific and charitable. I spent some time with them explaining how they can get some charitable status and explain to them some of the environmental funders groups that are looking for these kinds of scientific based research. It's not something we need to support, and I'll vote against it here. I'm going to vote against it at the district because I think there are other methods of funding it that are far more appropriate and collegial. And they said, "Oh, we need to work with the municipalities." Well, that's true, but you don't need to be funded by a municipality to work with a municipality. I think they're just looking for the easy way out, and I'm going to say I don't think that this is the easy way out.
thank you. So I've heard from Councillor Nishikawa, Councillor Burry. Does anybody else have any kind of questions or comments, discussion? So I'm not seeing any interest at this point in creating or reading a resolution in support. Is that right? Can I just do a quick straw poll? Okay, Councillor Bosemark.
I just said I'm with Councillor Burry on this.
Okay. Okay, so I think, thank you. We will move on. So the same, I just want to make sure I have the same process for the next three, right? That we don't actually have a resolution. Correct? Okay, so we're going to talk about it. Okay, thank you. Pickleball. Who's Director Becking? Your favorite pickleball.
Did I jump the gun, Madam Chair?
You did.
Oh,
I know you look so happy. Okay.
In the interest of brevity, ongoing discussions have taken place between the Pickleball Association and the township. They are requesting additional pickleball capacity in the short term and a longer term commitment to even further expansion. As it relates to the short term, they're asking for the number of indoor spaces in each arena to be increased from 5 to 6. They are asking for increases in the floor availability in the arenas to 6 days a week and 6 hours per day. They are asking for some additional outdoor capacity particularly at Torrance Community Center. The net impact of this is estimated to be $40,000. The decision before you is, do you wish it included within the budget?
Okay, thank you. Discussion, Councillor Nishikawa.
So I'm sorry, I just looked at that 40,000 for the rink. I'll just call it, that facility. And I wasn't clear because Corey and I had talked about other initiatives, or like what other things that the community was asking for, improvements with the basketball net and stuff like that. So is that, we're not applying 40,000 towards pickleball. It's all the other things that are going in that. There was other improvements that we had asked for, and I'm not quite sure. I just want to understand, because I would not be in favor, quite frankly, of just dedicating to one particular sport, but I just wanted others to understand that there was other needs and asks, and again, stuff had not been maintained for many years, and so it's upgrading those things.
Thank you,
Madam Chair. I think the two are really separate issues. Yes, as the councillor has alluded to, there is the need for upgrades to the area adjacent the Torrance Community Center. It's a play area that has the capacity for an outdoor rink. It has some capacity for ball hockey. It has a capacity for other sport activities, basketball and a few others. That's one issue. The issue before you here is very specific to pickleball. It involves, currently each arena has 5 courts on it. They're asking for those 5 courts to be obliterated and increase the number to 6. So we're obliterating the layout of the courts in the arenas and tightening up the spacing so that we can squeeze in an additional court into each of the arenas. They are asking for additional hours per day and additional days per week, which have to be, which require staff involvement to be there during the times that the arena is open. And in addition to that, they are also requesting additional outdoor capacities at various locations, including Torrance. But as we alluded to, I believe Councillor Zavitz raised the issue this morning. They really are 2 separate and distinct matters. Well, yes, and I can understand the reason for confusion, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Supplemental or another question?
Well, it's a comment. Quite honestly, I feel that this is not like the full amount. I'm just very challenged because we are already up there now. We're up about 10% right now of what we're adding on and all of these things. And I understand their asks, but I don't know that, I've never been involved with all of the recreation in all the years that we've done in this community. I've never seen the aggressiveness to get something done, but quite frankly, the return concerns me. So the user fee, we're talking about increasing staff time. That's the big number that I would want to understand. And also I have a little bit of a concern about the hours and things, because I believed that I was hearing an opportunity that Director Moore was going to create other uses in the arenas and other, so I don't want to just restrict our facilities to just pickleball, I guess is my bigger thing. And also, I mean, we had this conversation at Walker's Point last night that in some of the facilities, like, and I suggested that at Walker's Point that we don't turn a community center into a sports field that normally would house a wedding and those kind of other community events. I don't know that you'd want a gymnasium in your wedding photos, for instance. I think we should be starting to pay attention to that kind of thing. We're just not all about one sport, is what my concern is. And so I don't know if there's a way to break some of those costs down of where the locations were going to be and stuff. And maybe that's something we can look at a later time, but I'm just a little bit concerned about that's a pretty large dollar ask today, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. And I think to Councillor Nishikawa's point, this particular report might be a victim of its own construction. I mean, it's I see how it's broken out, but it is confusing from a standpoint of, I would like to allocate some money very similar to what we did last year, where perhaps though a group could get together and find best uses for, let's say, $20,000 as opposed to the 40, in terms of we clearly need, we need to support this. I mean, it's obviously going and growing wonderfully. So I would support, if the others would, some sort of a $20,000 stipend, with the proviso that through Mr. Moore and the Pickleball Association of some 500 plus members, that they could put that to best use. I wonder if there's going to be support for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Just to carry on from Councillor Zavitz's idea, I think that we could maybe put some money aside for matching funds, because there's we've done that historically throughout the township for many decades. And if they could, if they have 500 members, if they could raise money to help contribute to this, we could possibly match funds up to a certain amount.
Thank you. Councillor McIntyre.
When I read the budget survey, there were certain things that jumped out at me, and of course, pickleball was one of them. And it was put in the context of, we want more recreational facilities. So I think, as Councillor Zavitz has said, we all know that people are really anxious to have more pickleball, and I think we have to somehow address that.
Thank you. Pardon me? Oh, I almost said through you. There you go. It's 5:30. I just wonder if there's a desire. I feel like there's a few opportunities in this report. This is a starting point, maybe, in further conversations with the group. I think there's a general feeling from most people I talk to that they they understand and acknowledge that the sport is it is a fun one. It's a community builder. It's pretty robust when it's being used, but there needs to be an offset from a cost standpoint. And so I think that's what I was hearing primarily from you, Councillor Nishikawa. Is it possible, maybe I need to ask staff for staff to work with the pickleball group a little bit further to understand a better costing scenario? Like if we were in principle to say, yes, we want to support you, but the cost today is a barrier, and we want to see how this relationship. I was hearing a few different models in here. I mean, one pure math could be that they need to start charging more per person, or there's different ways for us to do this, and I know that's acknowledged in this report. So, is there an opportunity for us to do that?
Anything is possible, Madam Chair. We can certainly go back and further the discussion and see if there's opportunities for perhaps a more flexible arrangement or something that is a shared cost model as opposed to a wholly township supported initiative.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And then it's a negotiation essentially with, or a collaboration with the pickleball group to say, we do have assets, we can work with you, but we don't want to necessarily assume the full responsibility cost wise. And so how that can look. Okay, now I see two other hands up, Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor Kent.
Oh, thank you. Through you. I wonder if I'm getting old, if you could refresh my memory on exactly how we did acknowledge, recognize, and begin the process of working with the pickleball people in our 2023 budget deliberations. Was it a $10,000 amount? It was a starting point. Because that seemed to fit well, work well, set this thing off on a positive note. And I mean, to Councillor Roberts' piece about cost contribution, I think that could be part of around that table. But if we could establish, even if it's year two and it's the same amount as last year, it shows a willingness to get that table. At that table, it's only going to work if there's money. And to your point earlier, Councillor Roberts, we need to generate that. We could start with a grub stake.
So Director Becking, is it achievable between now and our next discussion at budget to have further conversations and perhaps come back with a refined ask or a more defined?
Yes, certainly, Madam Chair.
So committee, are we comfortable with that as an approach then? CAO Hammond.
Just a bit of clarification, Madam Chair. So is committee wishing to scale back the expenditure? Are you wishing to scale back the extent of the ask with respect to the physical space? That kind of perhaps additional commentary might help Mr. Becking come back with a report that's a little bit more targeted at what you were after. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
I certainly am concerned about the number of hours of use and things when in fact it may impact other users. Because there's other things going on than pickleball. And as I said, pickleball doesn't, I'm more concerned about our kids. And in fact, it's great. We're doing ball hockey. We're doing we're finally getting a little more into things. And I'm really concerned that we are going to commit to saying, okay, we're going to bump up your hours and stuff. But in fact, we're not going to give the opportunity for other things to take place. And as far as the dollars go, it's so funny because we did subsidize this, and we actually even used in some cases numbers that we used to talk about to get kids skating and things. And so some of that was subsidized like way back when. Today, for an individual, for the drop-in and things, like I just find it very challenging that it's so many people. I'm also hearing others don't even go anymore because those that go on a regular basis, it's really hard to get on the court. Like, there's a whole different thing, right? And so I'm just really concerned about us restricting or giving away more time when we don't know how other users in the community would like to use our facilities.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent?
Correct me if I'm wrong, I read somewhere, and maybe Director Beckman can clarify for me, what did we do with I thought it was $10,000 we gave them this year? Was it actually spent? I thought I read somewhere that it wasn't actually spent. And I'm in support of a matching funds approach. These people need to put some skin in the game.
Madam Chair, the council allocated $10,000 in the 2023 budget. It was used to provide additional hours and additional time in the arenas. And it was also used to reline a couple of the outdoor courts. That money has been expended, so we're starting back at square one for 2024.
Okay, so I feel like there was there's two questions I believe that you were guiding us to. One is, do we want to see an improved scenario from a cost standpoint? It sounds to me like we do. Financially, we think there's different models to explore. The second point, which I'm glad you brought that up, is are we comfortable with the ask, I would say, because this is not necessarily a recommendation. This was the ask coming from the community for an increase of available time in the facilities. So is that something we want to direct staff to actually make sure that they are comfortable also with what's coming forward? I think that's what I'm hearing from Councillor Nishikawa. So I need to now see a bit of a straw poll so I can move this one forward, because I think we will get better information. Financially, do we want to I can ask it in two parts. Financially, quick straw poll, would we like staff to work with the pickleball group to say, let's explore other options from a user standpoint, so you have some skin in the game, to use somebody else's terminology? Quick straw poll. Yes, a clarification. Yeah.
Could I ask you to ask the question, would everyone be okay with $10,000 and carry it the same that we did last year? And the hours would be less the same.
Okay, hold on just give me a moment, please. I'm just reading. No greater than, or just give me a moment. We're just working on something here, Councillor Nishikawa, to address that. Councillor Kent, I see you have your hand up.
I was just going to finish from my last comment. I would have thought what bothers me about this pickleball proposal is that it's a one-off. And we talked about swimming this morning. It's the same amount of money, by the way. The swimming loss is about $30,000 or $35,000, whatever the number was. I'd like Corey Moore to come back and say, here's what we're going to do over the next couple of years, and here are the pieces that we're going to jiggle around to come up with our activities plan for the township. And I think the right way to go is to just give them another 10,000 this year and tell them to make do with that for the time being until we have our own comprehensive planning and recommendations from our economic development. From our manager of Parks and Recreation.
Okay, so I'm now hearing from two that there's a recommended amount of $10,000 for this group. I do have a resolution that is being fine-tuned so that can be a bit more specific. So before I read that, I just want to get a general sense, because our clerk is trying to follow our conversation here.
So one of the problems is they're asking for more time. Do we know if the time's available? Like, what's the utilization of the resource? I mean, if they're asking for time that is not being used, why would we not let them use it? If it's a matter that we have to have a supervisor there, that's a perfect way to get to Councillor Roberts sharing. Hockey shares, figure skating shares. That's part of the way of the model. But we don't have enough data with the one-offs. Right? I'd like to see the plan. What's the recreational plan and the utilization of each of the resources, so that we get some kind of an idea of optimization for value. I'm tired of the one-offs. Is that all the way? Is this a municipal thing? I'm asking that rhetorically. But having a plan is kind of the way I've always operated. So like if we're talking about recreation, like let's talk about recreation.
So we have a request from the community, and it's during budget time for some specific asks that relate directly to the assets that we have. The question you're asking is on a broader scale, and I'm looking at you, the broader scale to say, okay, how are we looking at to maximize utilization of these assets? Because right now it's being driven by one organization right now versus us being in the driver's seat saying, well, here's our, and earlier we had a good example of how that is happening though. And in that we have now Shani happening and a few other activities. So there needs to be a bit of a balance. This is why the thought of sending staff back to work with this group to say, listen, there are concerns, and the concerns are centered around not only the dollar amount, what I'm hearing loud and clear here too, is ensuring that there's not a monopolization of the space at the detriment of other potential user groups. So I think we do need staff to help guide us on that because they're the ones having that conversation. So I did hear, so if we can send them away with that kind of a, when I said them, staff back with that kind of a direction, sorry. I did hear the amount $10,000 twice. So, and in the spirit of trying, this is the budget discussion, I do want to try and give clear direction to staff on an amount that we may be comfortable with to offset this potential. And I've heard $10,000 from two of the groups or two members of committee, and I just I'm trying to understand from others.
But I would like more information too.
Yes, and I think we are going to get more information. So Councillor Roberts.
Whether it's 10,000, 20 or 40, I would like to have matching. This, even the swimming people who do enroll in the swimming attempt to fund part of the swimming. So
Do we need a few? Okay, so committee, we are going to just take 2 minutes, quick, if anybody needs to take a quick break for 2 minutes, just to fine tune this resolution that's being written, because we speak to staff through our resolutions. We want to give very clear direction. We will be back in just 2 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much. We do have a resolution that has been crafted by staff for me to read as it relates to pickleball. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that staff be directed to continue discussions with the Muskoka Lakes Pickleball Organization in order to refine their ask in relation to a reduced total request amount. 2, consideration of additional uses of the facilities. 3, explore cost sharing, matching fund options. 4, potential increase to user fees. And 5, priority of their requests. And that staff report back to the November 30th, 2023 special meeting with the outcome of those discussions.
Beautiful drafting.
Thank you. Okay, are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? Oh. I've already called the question, Councillor Zavitz. I'm sorry. I need to ask again. All those in favor? Okay, that passes. Sorry, Councillor Zavitz, I can't have a question. I did ask for any questions or comments, and I
Well, I
didn't.
was trying to get to my button. I guess my only question is the $10,000 allotment was dropped, and it doesn't infer that we're contributing to the effort.
I think well, I think the resolution as we read it, well, the staff have fairly clear direction, it sounds like. It says a reduced total request amount. So it's not saying we're not in it, it's just saying we're looking to reduce it.
But to what, well, if we're budgeting here, to what amount?
Well, that's what they're going to come back once they've had a chance to work with the pickleball group and come back with a refined plan based upon the direction that we just read.
Sorry if I might, thank you, and through you, they're gonna come back, what, by the end of the month?
At the November 30th meeting.
Half of those people are in Florida by now. So, yeah, I don't know, I was trying to get my hand up to say,
So,
without the dollar amount, it means nothing.
well, I think with staff, they will be able to. I have confidence, and they have said to me that. Yeah.
Well, staff's gonna come back at the end of the month with the dollar amount.
Yes. They will have a more fulsome responses based upon the resolution we just read in collaboration with the pickleball group. I don't know where I am right. Pickleball, okay. AED defibrillators. I think this is also, you might want one right now.
No,
Okay.
no, hey,
Sorry.
I have to say, this is probably one of the best budget processes I've been through in 35 years.
Really? Are
Yeah.
you being serious?
I am being deadly serious. You mean? Simply put, as part of our consultations with the various hall boards, there was a common theme brought up by 2 of the hall boards, namely Milford Bay and Walker's Point, requesting that an automated external defibrillator be installed in each of the 2 locations. These are essentially defibrillators that are mounted on the exterior of the building. They have heaters and coolers and electrical power supply. They also are connected to a central monitoring location and will also notify 911 if they become activated. They're worth about 10,000 a piece, and so the question before you is, are you prepared to have them included within the budget?
Okay, thank you. Okay, committee. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. And I'm not challenging the price, but I kind of am. I know that where I'm going is, I've been successful in getting these, not the exterior unit. I'm just saying the interior units through the paramedics. And I believe that actually we should check through them first, because they also do the yearly checks. They do all of that maintenance, and they don't actually charge us. I'm just saying, because they do that for the Legion, both Legions, I believe. But so I'm just saying, let's not make this a hard thing, but I would like that we would actually check with our paramedics and see if they actually will take this on. Because it's also something that they add to their inventory of where these stations are, right? And like, so there's a little bit different. We've had these conversations at Health Services in it, and so I just want to see what those numbers are from them. And if there's even any grant opportunities, because I do know occasionally they will bring that up through some other, organization in the province kind of thing that there's, so I just think we should look at them first.
Okay, thank you. Are there any?
Pardon me, Chair. Pardon me, Chair.
I see you.
I'm going to declare a conflict of interest at this time.
Okay.
You manufacture a.
Oh, okay, thank you. Doesn't he have to tell us why? I thought he does. I'm asking the staff. But he doesn't have to say it in public. Now, why he's. Okay, so.
Chair,
Yeah.
Can we just defer this? So that staff or Councillor Nishikawa can look to see what might be available through the district, through health, through the paramedics, or through foundations or other granting.
So in a similar way to pickleball, is there a desire perhaps for staff to look at this further to say that's one model? Another model is what we've seen up in Seguin, whereby the lake associations and community actually funded the model and the township played a smaller role. So I think there's different opportunities perhaps to look at. And I think, but I do see two other hands up. Councillor Edwards and then Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you very much. The request was $20,000. Could this not be left in, and then we can check out if we can get it at a better rate, but leave it in because showing that we are interested in this. That's a question.
So I'm wondering if we wanted to include the draft amount, or do we want to actually just request in the same way we just did with pickleball without a number attached to say.
Or to a maximum.
We're doing this just how.
It isn't in right now. This is not it. These are enhancements. So that if we took the similar approach to pickleball, what we just did, and asked staff to come back with a bit more of a comprehensive understanding of options. This is just simply a request from the community coming through the hall boards at this point. Okay, the two of you, Director Becking.
Which one do you want to go first?
I don't know, CAO Hammond.
Thanks, Madam Chair. What I would suggest is that to Councillor Edwards' point, we should pass a resolution to include the quantum in the budget, along with sort of a proviso that staff report back on opportunities to reduce that cost or something like that is what I'm hearing from everybody.
And that was going to be my suggestion, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Like, let's just get on with it.
So do I say this? This is all I need to say then? I don't have to say that reducing costs? Thank you. Councillor Bosemore.
This is 2 defibrillators for 2 community centers. What about all the rest?
Yes.
I just throw that out as a question.
Yes. Councillor, sorry, I want to go to staff, please. Director Becking.
I would argue that these 2 locations are 2 of our key locations. Milford Bay is bar none the most widely used of the community centers. I would submit to you that this is in terms of investing money in any of our 13 community centers, this is one of the ones to invest in. The second one, Walker's Point, is also one of our key locations. If you recall, going back to the Parks and Rec Master Plan, these 2 sites in particular were identified as hub locations. Again, I think Walker's Point, if you're going to make an investment in this location, it would be a wise one. Where we go beyond that, obviously we can't do everything at once, and it'll have to be phased in over time. The one advantage to taking a staged approach is that we will have had the opportunity to do the level of service study in 2024. And that will then give you the direction for future investments at other locations to be determined.
Thank you, Ken.
It, and then we can have further conversation if required. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Burry. Whereas budget requests were put forward by the Milford Bay and Walker's Point Hall boards for outdoor AED stations at both facilities. Now therefore be it resolved that $20,000 be included in the draft 2024 capital budget, and further that ongoing maintenance costs be included in the operating budget forecasts. Thank you. Councillor McIntyre.
I was actually really impressed with what the CAO said, something about the proviso that, didn't you say something about a proviso?
Madam Chair, we need to seek clarification from the clerk as to an amendment, but my thought was that staff be directed, in addition, staff be directed to report back with potential cost reduction options or something along those lines.
So we might just need another minute or two as we consider.
We're going to be
I would suggest we add cost reductions or revenue and sources.
Thank you.
Why did you declare conflict?
Because it's my pet project, Jen.
No opportunities or sources? Yeah, I know we're getting there. Like this is like. No, I'm saying. No, that's a. Shall, no, it's still be directed. You continue. Stop the director's continuously. Sources to offset. I didn't even begin to say that revenue, potential revenues for potential sources. I think that's all you need to say.
Because it wasn't in the agenda.
Okay, like this new crystal. We're almost there. Almost there. Okay, do you want me to put music on? Okay. Okay, thank you for your patience, committee. We just, I am going to reread this resolution because it wasn't on the agenda. I'm just going to reread one with an amendment in it. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Burry. Whereas budget requests were put forward by the Milford Bay and Walker's Point Hall boards for outdoor AED stations at both facilities. Now therefore be it resolved that $20,000 be included in the draft 2024 capital budget, and that staff be directed to continue to seek cost reductions or revenue sources, and that ongoing maintenance costs be included in the operating budget forecasts. Is there any other comments? Questions? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. And all those opposed? Okay. So that's it. Okay, that passes. Yep, that's great. And then we have the Muskoka Small Business Center. They were. We don't actually have one. So this is a very easy way to handle this. This is the last one of the day, but I do want it. I mean, it's been a long day, guys, but we've got a lot done today. And I do want to make sure we do this professionally. We had people here earlier today that came forward with a request. I want to make sure we honor that and have a professional discussion around this. I would like to see if there's any questions or comments from the committee members. Councillor Nishikawa.
Oh, you did say.
So when I was looking at that and I sort of, I thought, oh, it's only a little bit of money, right? And then I realized the whole other bigger picture. And I would say I couldn't support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the mayor and possibly anyone else. I asked a question of the delegation how they differed with the Chamber of Commerce in Muskoka, and the comment was that the Chamber of Commerce, their thoughts were that the Chamber of Commerce in Muskoka didn't only worked with members. I guess I'm asking, I believe they work with anyone that comes through the door for a new business. They wouldn't necessarily have to be a member. Is that correct in your understanding?
I feel like maybe we need to ask staff that question who have been working with this request. Director Pink?
Perhaps Mr. Cox would be better suited to respond, but that's my understanding is they would assist non-members as well.
So they would assist members and non-members of our current chamber, whereas the Chamber of Commerce assists their members. Okay, Councillor Burry and Councillor Kelley.
So this same group presented to us at the district and asked for more money, where our proportion would be about $4,500. I had a chat with them after asking about some of their way they operate. They have an expensive storefront in Bracebridge, and they felt that they had to have their space. There was no thought about their cost utilization to be able to run a more virtual kinds of program. I'm a big proponent of helping and mentoring new small businesses, and I actually don't see this group as being able to do an effective job. Plain and simple.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Ken, I saw your hand up. Is it down now? Okay.
No, I was just going to say that I think the primary difference is the chamber deals with businesses that are up and running, even if they're relatively small. These guys are an a business that deals with developing entrepreneurs who want to try a summer project, such as running our swimming program, or a boat detailing business that's a startup. I agree with Councillor Burry's comments. So if we could send them back, perhaps, and tell them to reinvent themselves in a different format, they'd find their savings. But for $1,500, I'm not particularly fussed either way. If it's something we can support the community, and maybe they'll take over our swimming program. It pays for itself.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Kelley.
Thank you. And through you, this has nothing to do with the cost of the program, everything to do with the value. And I don't see it. I see a group that served 450 or provided 450 consultations to their Bracebridge clientele and 80 to Muskoka Lakes. And I don't think the discrepancy in the number of startups is that big. I think that their success primarily is driven by the fact that they are local. They are sponsored, I believe, by the ECDEV officer of Bracebridge. And as Councillor Burry said, they indicated that they had no model. I believe I went out and offered them space in the library or space in this building if they chose to come locally once a month or a couple of times a month. They're pretty set in their ways. They want to work out of their office in Bracebridge. And as Councillor Burry also said, the request of district at $15,000 means that if it's approved, it's going to cost us $4,560 already. And I think that's plenty. No big max.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So I feel like there's a bit of a momentum here not to support this. I just want to get a show of hands. Is everybody in agreement? Or do I have a show of hands if you would like if you would like to not support this.
You are not.
If you do not want to support this, put your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fantastic. So that is good. That takes us to the end of today. I'm going to read this resolution moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that this meeting adjourn at 6:08 p.m.
Glenn's got his hand up.
Okay, Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, through you. And this is going to be the dumbest question I've asked all day. Sorry, Ken. Listen, I have totally missed the Chamber of Commerce and the Muskoka Lakes Museum in terms of where it's parked in the budget, given that I sort of thought in my package it was all part of what we had just discussed. Clearly not, and that's great, no problem. But did I miss something? And I'm obviously sorry. I guess I did miss something.
Yeah, I think that they were included already in the operating budget. And Dr. Donaldson, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's correct. So
Okay.
so their applications were included for information, but their ask was the same as last year. So it has already been included in the grants budget.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Let me read this resolution. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that this meeting adjourn at 6:11 p.m. And the next regular meeting of the General Finance Committee will be held on Wednesday, November 15th, 2023 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair electronically from the council chambers, municipal office in Port Carling, Ontario. All those in favor? Thank you. That carries. Have a great night. Great work today, everybody. Oh, my goodness. Please sit for a moment. This is important. And I promised myself I wouldn't forget. Thank you to the staff who not only have worked so hard to get us to today, have invested heavily in today and can't wait to get out of this room. But I would absolutely be remiss and I'd be beating myself up the entire drive home if I didn't say thank you to all of you for your amazing efforts. Honestly, this is the best process. Director Brecking, you said it. And I would like to just personally acknowledge our quarterback, Director Donaldson. Honestly, this a round of applause. Thank you and have a wonderful, safe drive wherever you guys are going. And we will see you in a couple of weeks. Thank you.